Don't say anything more. I've already decided. The tall and thin second brother cried out in a resolute voice. The young woman grew anxious and hastily turned her head toward the old man and the youth in a request for help. After the two looked at each other, the youth remained silent. The old man sighed, saying, "Fifth sister, let second brother go. He is repenting for the previous matter. Only like this will he be able to feel more at ease. However, second brother." The woman still wanted to dispute it further, but the second brother had already walked in front of Hanli said in a tranquil tone, "Senior, please start. Use me as a test." These words were tragically moving. However, what happened next caused the four to feel dumbstruck, as if cold water was being poured over their heads. Are you four misunderstanding something? When did I agree to remove the blood curse? Hanli said this with an icy bone-chilling tone, causing the five friends of Meng Mountain to look at each other in dismay. If Senior didn't intend to remove the blood curse, then why did you study the curse on eldest brother's body? Their second brother hastily asked after snapping out of his shock. Did I say that I would remove your blood curse after researching it? I was only curious, Han Li expressionlessly said. Seeing Han Li's ice-cold appearance and hearing his ruthless words, this group was stunned. But doesn't Senior wish to know about those people's affairs? If you do not remove the blood curse, how can we reply to Senior's questions? The youth added with a bit of a stutter and a face filled with anxiousness. He absolutely did not wish to see this opportunity escape from his very eyes. After Han Li heard this, he gave him a slanted glance and then coldly laughed several times, wordlessly turning his head to the sky. Being asked such an obvious question, Han Li felt it beneath him to answer. Fourth brother, there is no need to ask. This senior feels the information he can acquire from us is not worth exchanging for our lives. Thus, he is unwilling to act so easily. The dark-faced old man proved his status as an elder with experience that was incomparable to the youths and dove straight to the core of the matter. What conditions does Senior want before he will take action? We only want the blood curse to be removed, so please list your demands. We definitely won't object. Soon after, the old man calmly continued. Good. Since you've said these words, there is no need to speak in circles. Han Li suddenly applauded with a slight laugh and then wore a beaming smile. From the four's gazes, they increasingly felt that Han Li was quite temperamental, causing the four to unconsciously feel more fearful towards him. My conditions are very simple. If you want to free yourselves from your ailment, not only will you have to tell me everything you know, you will also have to obey my commands for the time being and help me respond to this group's attacks. I reckon that they won't let me off so easily and will want to dispose of us all in the near future. However, you don't need to worry about being heavily outnumbered. I am a cultivator from Yellow Maple Valley. I only came to Yuejing to handle sect matters. So long as you help me for this period of time, I will be able to request reinforcements. At that time, you won't need to be afraid of these scoundrels. Han Li listed his conditions in an amiable manner and hoisted the banner of his sect with no trace of politeness. With just this, he caused them to become steadfast. Senior is a cultivator from Yellow Maple Valley. Although the old man had long guessed that Han Li was probably a cultivator from the Seven Sects, hearing him acknowledge this from his own mouth caused his face to reveal a smile. All right, in accordance with what Senior has said, we cannot stay uninvolved. After all, once our blood curse is removed, we will certainly become a target of their pursuit. We will be a bit safer by Senior's side. The dark-faced old man answered very frankly. When the youth and woman heard the old man's words, they smiled without refusing. Clearly they agreed with the old man's actions. The Seven Sects were much more powerful than the ones who had placed the blood curse restrictions. Naturally, they could be relied on. That thin and tall second brother had a face of hesitation, however. He seemed to want to say something but hesitated once more. If Senior is truly capable of removing our blood curse, we still have another request. I hope Senior will agree. After the dark-faced old man looked at the second brother, he suddenly raised this request with a respectful tone. Han Li had been expecting this, so he indifferently said, What is it? So long as it isn't too troublesome, I will do my utmost to fulfill it. At this moment, Han Li seemed exceptionally easy to deal with from his words. This one's third sister was left behind in a house in Yuejing. Since we've been captured by Senior, we don't know if something will happen to her. We hope Senior will go and save her when the time comes, the old man said with a solemn appearance. Eldest brother. When the tall and thin second brother heard these words, his face held a grateful expression. Fine. Since you all are following me for the time being, I will naturally save your companion. But I must urgently remove the severe poison that is within your bodies. Else, in less than an hour, your lives will be forfeit and there will be no curse left to break. After Han Li agreed, he changed the topic and said something that caused the four to become scared witless. What severe poison? We should only have the blood curse on our bodies. The youth's expression greatly changed as he asked this with panic and doubt. When Han Li saw the youth doubt his words, he didn't get angry. Instead, he explained this with a stiff face. When I examined the blood curse, I discovered that in addition to the blood curse, your eldest brother is harboring a severe poison. Not only is this poison extremely toxic, but it's also very unstable. I reckon it will break out rather quickly. Fortunately, this one has quite a bit of experience in the Tao of detoxification and will only take slight effort in removing it. You don't need to worry much about it. Naturally, if you don't believe me, you only have to wait an hour more and see whether there truly is poison in your bodies. After Han Li said this, the four were convinced for the most part. So it was like that. That must be why the person who gives us our commands suddenly appeared and told us to drink a cup of wine with him. It turned out the wine was laced with poison. We believed that since we already had the blood curse on our bodies, they wouldn't further act against us. Who would have thought their methods are truly so cruel? The second brother's expression became extremely unsightly as he said this. As the youth and the young woman came to a sudden realization, the old man's face darkened. It seemed he had thought of this matter earlier. Since Han Li had already decided to rope in the 5 friends of Meng Mountain to become his assistants, he naturally did not delay and have their poison flare out. He immediately took out a white and an azure porcelain bottle from his storage pouch and tossed them to the dark-faced old man. The medicine pills in each of the bottles can disperse a majority of the poison. The rest of the poison can be destroyed if you slowly circulate your qi, Han Li said very simply. The dark-faced old man immediately acted in accordance to his words and split the medicine pills with the other 3. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he took the initiative to bite down on the medicine pills. It seemed the old man clearly understood that if Han Li truly wanted to act against him, he simply wouldn't trick them with an antidote. Knowing this, he swallowed it without worry. Not long after they all took Han Li's medicine pills, the group felt an intense stomach ache. After the young woman's face became red, she suddenly stamped her foot and flew to a small hill, barely able to fly on her magic tool. However, she was still within Han Li's control as her flying speed was truly not fast. When the other 3 saw this, they all awkwardly went to find a concealed location, their bodies wanting badly to excrete the poison from their bodies. After a moment, the trio's faces returned to Han Li's side with embarrassed expressions. That woman also returned with a trace of crimson still remaining on her face. All right, now I will start to remove the blood curse. Who's first? Han Li didn't delay and directly said this. Naturally, it'd be. Just as the second brother was about to say something, an incomparably shriveled hand pulled on his arm. Second brother, you still have third sister. Since my old and weary body has no method to enter Foundation establishment and I won't live for much longer, I should go first. After all, third sister has a small child in her belly and needs someone to help her look after the child. The dark-faced old man said serenely. Eldest brother. This won't do. How could I let? The tall and thin second elder brother appeared emotionally moved and shook his head as if he were beating a drum with it, wanting to disagree. When the youth and the young woman saw this, they wanted to open their mouths and request that they first braved the danger. Don't argue. I'll have your eldest brother be first. After all, I tested his body just a moment ago, so I'll have a slightly higher chance with him, Although the four had displayed a touching scene with their affections as sworn siblings, this was of no concern to Han Li, and he was disinclined from taking this to heart. As of now, he was impatiently wondering whether or not he could break the blood curse. If he couldn't, everything he had just done would have been a waste and he would have to create another plan. Once Han Li said this, the four didn't have anything to further argue over. The old man walked over to Han Li with a solemn expression. After the other three exchanged a mutual glance, they could only look on at the old man with a worried gaze. Bang, bang. A series of 6 or 7 sounds rang out. Han Li waved his hand, and several human-sized puppet soldiers wielding weapons appeared by Han Li's side in a flash of white light. As I am breaking the blood curse, I won't be able to meet an attack. These puppets are only a precaution. They will take the initiative to attack anyone who approaches within 30 meters of me. You had best go a bit farther away. Without the slightest trace of politeness, Han Li indicated that he held absolutely no trust in them, causing the three to helplessly fall back. In the evening, Qin Yan was repeatedly pacing back and forth in the Qin residence's guest hall. His face was somewhat anxious. Earlier that day, the servant who was assigned to bring Han Li a meal reported that he wasn't present. It seemed Han Li hadn't returned during the night. This caused this rarely worried person to become worried, not out of concern for Han Li's safety but rather because his bodyguard suddenly disappeared without saying anything. How would his Qin clan respond to any harm done by the Devil Dao? Qin Ping, please go and see whether young Master Han has returned. Once there's any news, please immediately come and tell me. Qin Yan commanded somewhat anxiously. Yes, Lord. Qin Ping responded with secret delight. Then he ran out of the hall in an instant. From his perspective, it seemed Qin Yan had become increasingly concerned for young Master Han, further proving that he hadn't chosen incorrectly. It seemed that his position was soon about to rise in the Qin residence. But Lord, youths occasionally going out is a very ordinary matter. There is no need to be so worried or anxious. Within the hall, although Qin Yan's most favored third wife said a few exonerating words about Han Li, her voice contained an obviously sour tone. This was no surprise. Ever since Han Li had arrived at the Qin residence, Qin Yan had always kept Han Li close at his side. The Qin clan young masters and madams who were originally doted on were no longer supported. The third wife's children were also among them. She couldn't help but feel greatly jealous. Humph! Woman, what do you know? Naturally, Qin Yan heard the meaning in his third wife's words. However, he was worrying about the life and death of his own clan while this woman was occupied with this small matter of jealousy. After he glared at her, he didn't pay any further attention to her. Qin Yan's attitude naturally caused the third wife to feel wronged. But she knew that what her lord husband hated the most was a woman's shrew bickering. She could only resist her urge to vent her complaints with difficulty. She said nothing further, worried she would become even more resentful toward Han Li. But not long after, Qin Ping suddenly ran back with a delighted expression. Furthermore, once he entered, he loudly yelled, Lord, young Master Han has returned. Furthermore, he has brought back a few guests. Young Master Han hopes Lord will be able to arrange them a residence near his own. When Qin Yan heard this, his heart had finally relaxed. So long as this great immortal didn't suddenly disappear without word, even if he brought back 10, several tens, or even 100 friends back, he wouldn't have any complaints. Since it's honorable nephew Han's request, have them stay at the clear sound courtyard. Also, do not neglect Han Li's guests, Qin Yan said without taking the time to think. This caused his third wife's complexion to become increasingly unsightly. Yes, this one will carry this out. Qin Ping energetically ran out again with a completely enthusiastic appearance. Lord, this is somewhat improper. Our Qin residence is a great clan. To have these strangers suddenly come in, isn't it a bit too imprudent? The third wife couldn't help but carefully mention this. Her words weren't aimed at Han Li at all. Rather, she was currently feeling uneasy. When Qin Yan heard this, he was slightly surprised, but after a moment of hesitation, he waved his hand and said, This is of no importance. Friends of Honorable Nephew Han will not prove to be any problem. Upon hearing Qin Yen speak such favorable words toward Han Li, the third wife was left speechless. At this moment, Han Li was sitting in a chair at his residence. 5 people were sitting in front of him, the 5 friends of Meng Mountain. The youth in their ranks was currently talking non-stop about something. Occasionally, the others would add in a few comments. Han Li, on the other hand, revealed a somewhat thoughtful expression. In the wilderness outside of Yuejing, Han Li was actually capable of using his formidable spiritual sense to erasing the blood curse previously placed on the 4. Soon after, he brought these people to infiltrate where a single middle-aged woman was staying. Surprisingly, this matter was carried out without the slightest difficulty. Although the smoothness of the operation was unexpected, Han Li still broke her blood curse and brought them all back to the Qin residence. In truth, having these people find a different residence was acceptable, but Han Li didn't fully trust them. If they weren't under his watchful eye, he didn't dare to guarantee that these 5 friends of Meng Mountains would truly and sincerely fight this great enemy alongside him, even with the favor of breaking their curse. People's hearts were truly hard to fathom. Although they may be grateful to him today and were willing to risk their lives for him, tomorrow they might feel like their lives were worth more, becoming despicable and ungrateful. This was truly baffling to Han Li. Furthermore, he didn't share a part of their sworn brotherhood. It was quite likely that they would value their own lives more. Naturally, if he were to make use of his own restrictions and poison, he would have absolute control over them. But if he did so, in their eyes he would be no different from their previous slave masters. Over a long period of time, he would be certain to suffer repercussions. If he left them with a vile impression, Han Li wouldn't be able to use them any further. Deep in his heart, Han Li had some other ideas in plan. If the 7 sects were truly able to withstand the invasion of the Devil Dao, he would be able to resume his previous life of cultivation and have these people help him with pill recipes and medicinal ingredients. As such, he wouldn't need to toil away, needlessly traveling to fetch materials. He could instead use that time for bitter cultivation. His pace of cultivation was certain to greatly increase this way. Furthermore, while the cultivation of these 5 friends of Meng Mountain wasn't too weak, it wasn't very large either. They were the ideal choice. Thus, Han Li didn't use such shameful methods in order to control them by force. However, Han Li also knew from experience that unless there were enough benefits, low-level cultivators wouldn't continuously perform errands. Furthermore, he was unsure of their temperament, so he would have to spend more time with them in order to be sure. He would come to a decision once all of this had been concluded. We are truly ashamed. Until now, apart from recognizing a few cultivators that had also been seized, we haven't seen the true appearance of the 2 who gave us our orders. We truly don't know much about them. After the youth said all of this, he bitterly smiled. It's nothing. I already know that the other party is from an evil school called the Black Fiend School. Furthermore, the primary reason why they abduct others is to cultivate evil techniques. That alone is enough. After Han Li heard this, he indifferently smiled. Senior Han, how about we stay here and wait for reinforcements before acting? The recently rescued middle-aged woman suddenly asked a probing question. When the other 4 heard this, they also looked at Han Li with concerned expressions, wanting to see how Han Li would answer. When Han Li heard this, he coldly smiled in his heart. It seemed these people were quite eager to halt any interactions with the Black Fiend School. However, how could there be any reinforcements from the 7 sects? The entirety of the 7 sects was currently in a war with the Devil Dao. Any forces stationed back at the sects were truly lacking. If he were to go and make a report, he was certain that no one would come. But fortunately, on his return a moment ago, he had sent a request to Li Huayuan for help through some Yellow Maple Valley contacts within Yuejing. The 7 sects wouldn't be bothered by this matter, but it was impossible for his master to not care and not ask. In order to fulfill Li Huayuan's task, Han Li had provoked such a great problem. Furthermore, he had no choice but to remain. Else, with such difficulty, why wouldn't he run? If he could, he would have already made his escape. But in the end, Han Li truly did not know how many reinforcements would come. He reckoned he would be given a few senior martial brothers. With this thought, Han Li answered with a relaxed expression. Naturally, this is out of the question. At the very least, we should clearly scout the other party's stronghold and their major figures before reinforcements arrive. This way, we will be able to capture them in a net. To vainly wait at the Qin residence is far too passive, since doing so will only give them time to track us down, leaving us at a disadvantage. We absolutely cannot allow them to so calmly put everything into order. Hearing Han Li's words, the 5 friends of Meng Mountain looked at each other in dismay. The dark-faced old man stroked his beard and said with a deep voice, "Senior does make sense. However, with the mere clues we have on hand, we will be unable to grab onto their tail. The stronghold we originally stayed at is certain to have been abandoned. We have nowhere to start." The second brother silently nodded his head and expressed agreement. "Be at ease. From your description of those 2 Black Fiend school followers, I've already discovered their identities. So long as they are captured alive, it's likely we'll eventually understand the circumstances of the Black Fiend school." Han Li seemed to have already predicted this as he calmly replied. These words startled the 5 at first, but soon after they revealed pleasant surprise. They felt that Han Li had become even more profoundly mysterious. "Good. Since Senior Han already has a plan, we will listen to Senior's commands." The dark-faced old man pledged resolutely. When Han Li heard this, he nodded his head with satisfaction. "We will move tonight. Only by quickly taking action will the enemy be caught off guard." Han Li narrowed his eyes and coldly said this. "Tonight?" The 5 friends of Meng Mountain couldn't help but reveal amazement. Although the 5 friends of Meng Mountain were greatly surprised by Han Li's decision, they felt that his words were reasonable, and so they didn't oppose him. However, when the middle-aged woman asked Han Li about the true identity of the 2 from the Black Fiend school, she was met with a tactful refusal from Han Li. Han Li only faintly smiled and said everyone would naturally come to know this once they made their move. This caused the middle-aged woman to cease further pursuing the matter and reveal an appearance of indifference. Not long after, Qin Ping passed on Qin Yan's commands and arranged a nearby courtyard for the 5 friends of Meng Mountain. As Han Li saw them move farther away, an odd expression flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly muttered something to himself that no one else could clearly hear. At night, after everyone ate dinner, the 5 friends of Meng Mountain gathered together in the guest hall of the clear sound courtyard. They were preparing to move late at night as Han Li had instructed. "This is baffling. I can't seem to remember." The 4th brother, a 30-year-old youth, incessantly racked his brains around with a confused appearance. "4th brother, you still don't remember?" The youngest of them, the 5th sister, asked this with a mysterious smile as she lazily sat in her chair. "4th brother, you've always said that Senior Han appeared familiar and that you had seen his face somewhere. However, you haven't been able to remember when or where. This doesn't sound very convincing to your youngster sister. Did you want to have a favorable relationship with Senior Han so badly that this mistook his identity?" It was clear that this young woman's words were filled with ridicule. "And that's very possible. After all, this senior's appearance is quite common, so it's normal for 4th brother to be familiar with him," the 2nd brother teased as he tasted some tea. However, his eyes didn't leave the middle-aged woman at his side for a moment. He was continuously looking at her still attractive appearance and continued to glance at her belly with a sense of happiness. However, this 3rd sister, the middle-aged woman, saw the 4th brother's distraught appearance and couldn't help but make a scornful face with all her strength, causing him to laugh uncontrollably. His normally shrewd and profoundly strong appearance was nowhere to be found at the moment. "Humph! You're all talking drivel. I'm certain I've seen him before, but it doesn't seem to have been recent. It should have been quite a few years back, else I wouldn't have forgotten about it," the youth said with unwillingness as he unhappily glared at the young woman and the tall, thin man. "A few years back? 4th brother, several years ago we were bitterly cultivating and didn't leave seclusion. How could you have seen Senior Han? Could it be that you saw him when you were still wearing diapers?" The middle-aged woman chuckled as she made fun of the youth. "3rd sister, you?" The youth cried out angrily to the middle-aged woman with an embarrassed expression. "Several years ago, fourth brother hadn't always been in secluded cultivation. Could it be you've forgotten? Before we met fifth sister, we participated in the Immortal Ascension assembly. After the 2 to 3 month journey, we unfortunately returned with failed ambitions, but luckily, we didn't receive any serious injuries. The dark-faced old man indifferently interrupted with these words. What? Everyone participated in the Immortal Ascension assembly? The fifth sister blinked several times and revealed a very curious expression. On the other hand, her second brother and the middle-aged woman looked at each other with bitter smiles. There is nothing to say. That was the first time we truly knew the meaning of viewing the sky from the bottom of the well. The middle-aged woman sighed. What? Fourth brother, at that time you said to me. The young woman turned her head with great curiosity to see what her second brother was going to say about the Immortal Ascension assembly, but she saw that he had a face filled with shock. Fourth brother, what's going on? The others also saw that the youth's expression was rather queer, so they asked this with astonishment. Second brother, do you remember that day at the Immortal Ascension assembly when eldest brother and third sister separated from us? I was feeling gluttonous at the time and privately went to a restaurant at Jiayuan City to sneak in a meal. The youth didn't answer the other party's suspicions and suddenly mentioned an old affair from the time. This caused the tall, thin man to feel indescribably strange. Of course I remember. At that time, although I concealed this matter for you, eldest brother still found out and fiercely rebuked you. The second brother answered with slight confusion. That's right. At the time, didn't I see a young cultivator there who I suspected wanted to participate in the Immortal Ascension assembly? His cultivation was only of the 7th or 8th layer, so we felt that he was overestimating himself. The youth added with a bitter smile. It was too long ago. I don't remember it very clearly. Why are you talking about this? The second brother asked, hesitant. He truly did not know why his fourth brother was suddenly talking about this matter. The others also heard their puzzling words and felt greatly baffled. The young cultivator I saw that year is precisely the current senior Han, the youth said with a dry voice, causing all those present to become dumbstruck. What? Senior Han was the young, lowly cultivator. The thin, tall man jumped up from his chair with an unconvinced expression. What's this all about? Speak clearly. After recovering from astonishment, the dark-faced old man wrinkled his brow and asked this. It's like this, eldest brother. The thin, tall man hastily gave a general description of what happened that year. When the others heard this, they felt it was inconceivable. Fourth brother, are you saying Senior Han was that 7th layer chi condensation cultivator from back then? The young woman gulped her saliva as she said this. Soon after, she realized her bearing was graceless and couldn't help but blush. As the others were shocked, none of them paid attention to this minor action of hers. Is fourth brother mistaken? After all, that matter occurred over 10 years ago, and Senior Han's appearance shouldn't completely match his age. No, that person was certainly Senior Han. His appearance is exactly the same at that time. Apart from his age, his appearance is completely similar. The youth was shocked at first, but after some thoughts, he became more certain. Hearing this youth's decisive and resolute words, the others looked at each other in dismay. In a brief 10 years, this person with such low cultivation was actually able to become a foundation establishment cultivator. These people couldn't help but feel pain in their heart from this fact. For a brief moment, nobody had the thought to further speak. Enough. Regardless of whether Senior Han was the person from that year, he's currently a genuine foundation establishment cultivator, and we have to treat him as such. Don't ask him anything you shouldn't. Understood. After the old man muttered to himself for a moment, he became the first to speak. I understand. The youth hesitated for a moment before sincerely replying. His expression eventually returned to normal. All right, everyone, return to your rooms and refine chi. Be sure to make your preparations. After hearing these words, everyone gave each other a mutual glance before returning to their rooms. Immediately after, the clear sound courtyard became silent. About an hour later, the sky grew completely dark. A person suddenly walked out from a side room in the clear sound courtyard. This person opened the room door with careful secrecy and took a look in every direction. Then that person silently walked out of the small courtyard. This person took advantage of the pitch-black night to walk to the corner of some faraway place. After some hesitation flashed through her eyes, this person immediately became resolute. This person took out a small box from her bosom with some nervousness and thought to open it. Suddenly, this person heard a sigh come from behind them, causing her figure to tremble. This person almost dropped the box she held in hand from fright. This was because the voice sounded much like Han Li's. "Why are you doing this?" She heard an additional familiar voice almost at the same time. It seemed to be filled with sorrow. Then this person clearly saw several individuals come out from nearby with bright moonstones in hand. Underneath the dim moonlight, they appeared to have an expression of disbelief. "Why are you doing this?" the dark-faced man asked with much lament. "Why what? I'm only testing out a magic tool." This person's incomparably pale expression gradually returned to normal. She unexpectedly said this as if nothing had happened. "Hand over whatever's in your hands and let me see what it is." From the pitch-black darkness, Han Li descended from the sky like a feather and commanded her with a normal expression. "That's improper. Why do I have to let an outsider look at my magic tool? I naturally won't, right?" Fourth brother. This suspicious figure was actually the young woman among the 5 friends of Meng Mountain. At this moment, although she was trying her hardest to preserve her ordinary appearance, she firmly held the small box protectively, absolutely unwilling to let it go. "Fifth sister, give that item of yours to Senior Han," the dark-faced old man grimly ordered with an ice-cold tone. "Eldest brother, could it be you doubt me?" the 5th sister said with an unyielding false smile. "It's because everyone trusts you that they're giving you this chance. You only have to show us what's in that box. Take the initiative to open it and dispel everyone's doubts," the old man coldly said. Hearing the old man's words, this 5th sister's expression became extremely colorful, continuously alternating between shades of white and red. When she took a look at the others, they all looked at her with an expression of lament, causing her heart to feel cold. She didn't know what else to say. After a moment of consideration, she came to a decision. Putting away the small box, she quickly took out a blue bead that she raised over her head, saying harshly, "Do not pressure me. You should all recognize this heavenly lightning seed. All I want is to leave this place." The woman's actions caused the expressions of the other friends of Meng Mountain to greatly change, especially that youth who had a particularly good impression of her. His appearance was extremely miserable. "It seems we no longer need to see what's inside that box. 5th sister, you have truly associated yourself with evil," the old man furiously yelled and suddenly stepped forward with his hands raised. "Don't come over, eldest brother. Otherwise I will truly use this on you." The 5th sister revealed a frantic appearance and brought the blue bead in front of her, making a throwing gesture. Seeing this, although the old man's hair went wild, he truly did not dare to approach. After all, he clearly understood the might of this heavenly lightning seed. "Fifth sister, do you really plan on using that heavenly lightning seed to deal with all of us? That magic tool was given to you because your cultivation was far too low. We all intentionally pooled together our magic stones to buy this to you for self-defense, especially fourth brother, who took out all of his savings for it. Now you unexpectedly want to use it to deal with us? Is this not excessive?" the middle-aged woman asked with extreme disappointment. When the youth to the side heard this, he moved his lips as all sort of feelings welled up in his heart, but he wasn't able to say anything. When the fifth sister heard the middle-aged woman's words, her appearance revealed traces of shame, but they faded away in an instant. She then unyieldingly said, "What's the use in saying all of this? We are not alike. I must reach foundation establishment above all else." Those from the Black Fiend School said that so long as I have enough merits, they won't just give me a foundation establishment pill. They would have me directly enter foundation establishment through forceful means. Furthermore, their method wouldn't carry any danger. When the tall, thin man heard this, He wrinkled his brow and couldn't help but speak. Fifth sister, it isn't too late to turn around. Do you really think you can enter Foundation establishment without a Foundation establishment pill? They are certain to bully a youth such as yourself and deliberately fool you, the second brother of the 5 friends said with great sincerity. Humph! Second brother, you need not lecture me. As for whether or not this is true, I already know this. For things to have reached this point, there is nothing to conceal. In truth, I had already become a member of the Black Fiend School when they first appeared 2 years ago. As a result, I am aware of the schoolmaster's great powers which you outsiders couldn't possibly imagine. After the young woman coldly snorted, she uttered a series of words that greatly shocked everyone else. You already entered the Black Fiend School 2 years ago? The first time we were captured was your doing. The young man who had originally kept silent suddenly interrupted with his question. These words immediately caused the other 4's hearts to surge once more and their expressions to change as they stared at this young woman. They didn't dare to believe that it was the doing of their 5th sister. The 5th sister's complexion continuously changed between light and dark. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly said, "Correct. I reported everyone's whereabouts to the Black Fiend School, but I originally had good intentions. I only wanted to give everyone an opportunity to reach Foundation establishment. With the usual practice of having captives become blood sacrifices, how else would your lives be spared?" The young woman felt that at this stage, there was nothing left to conceal. Hence, she bluntly spoke the truth. "Ha! According to your words, us elder siblings should be thanking 5th sister." The dark-faced old man roared with anger, pretending to laugh. "Regardless of what you thought, I truly had no evil intentions toward you all. Do not force me," the woman said with her beautiful face all twisted. Then she once again lifted the heavenly lightning seed in her hand. At this moment, Han Li suddenly smiled faintly toward the young woman and said, "Heavenly lightning seed. That is truly a good item." His words seemed to lag behind as his figure became indistinct. Soon after, he disappeared from his original location. "You?" The 5th sister was very quick-witted. Once she saw this, she immediately thought to flick her wrist. But with the feeling of a light breeze, the hand that held the heavenly lightning seed suddenly tightened. Like a demon, Han Li had appeared closely behind her and was grabbing her flawless wrist. "This item is extremely dangerous. It would be better to let me take care of it." With no trace of politeness, Han Li took the heavenly lightning seed by force and put it into his storage pouch. When the 5th sister saw that the asset she had relied on the most had been dealt with like child's play by Han Li, her complexion immediately became ashen. She had actually forgotten to struggle for a moment. For the first time, fear appeared in her eyes. "As she is your adopted sister, I will hand her over to you. So long as she starts off by spilling everything she knows about the Black Fiend School, you can do whatever you want with her. However, don't be so foolish as to release her and let her report back." Han Li looked at the rest of the 5 friends of Meng Mountain with a meaningful glance and said this with a relaxed expression. Soon after, white light flashed from his hands and restrained the woman's dainty body at the speed of lightning. With her true essence fettered, she could no longer move or use magic power. Then, without the slightest of misgivings, Han Li took the small box from the young woman's bosom and lightly threw the woman to the absent-minded youth. "Many thanks, Senior Han." The dark-faced old man naturally knew why Han Li had done this. This was a great show of friendship toward them, and therefore he replied gratefully. Han Li wordlessly waved his hand, causing several streaks of yellow light to appear from thin air. He had used them earlier to stealthily form a soundproofing barrier nearby. Having completed their purpose, he casually recovered them and slowly disappeared into the night. "Eldest brother, what will we do?" The second brother looked at Han Li's vanishing figure with a complicated expression and quietly asked the dark-faced old man. "First we will bring 5th sister back into the room and restrain her. We'll deal with her later after we finish tonight's operations." After the old man muttered to himself for a moment, he said this firmly. "That is fine. At the very least, it will give everyone time to cool their heads." The second brother repeatedly nodded his head with approval. Then he turned his head to the youth who was holding the young woman and said, "Fourth brother, first take fifth sister back to the room." The youth blankly nodded his head. He stiffly turned his body toward the clear sound courtyard and carried back the woman. Looking at the youth's miserable appearance from behind, the second brother sighed and looked at him with a pitiful gaze. At this moment, the middle-aged woman approached him and said, "Fourth brother will be all right. He has always been infatuated with fifth sister. But now—" The middle-aged woman repeatedly shook her head, revealing an intolerant appearance. "Sigh. I originally thought the two made a good pair, but now that will never come to be." The old man suddenly showed an extremely exhausted appearance. The recent series of startling surprises caused this decisive old man with an iron will to feel greatly haggard. The eldest members of the 5 friends of Meng Mountain then basked in sorrow for a long while. It was fourth brother who brought fifth sister back. The old man's complexion greatly changed as he suddenly thought of something. "That's right, eldest brother. Is there something wrong? Could it be you felt that fourth brother would—" After the second brother asked this, his complexion soon greatly changed. He anxiously came to a sudden realization that, without saying any more meaningless words, they ran into the clear sound courtyard with great haste. Lagging behind, the middle-aged woman revealed a puzzled expression. In the clear sound courtyard, the youth sat alone on a chair in the guest hall with a blank expression. He appeared to be in a daze. In front of him, the dark-faced old man and the tall, thin man looked at each other in dismay. No trace of the young woman could be seen. "Second brother, senior's restrictions are still present on fifth sister's body. Hurry and chase after her. I will go to beg for Senior Han's forgiveness and ask him to take action. We mustn't allow fifth sister to return and make a report to the Black Fiend School. If nobody had come to her rescue, then kill her," the old man imposingly said. "I understand, eldest brother." The second brother was stunned at first, but he immediately realized that now was not the time to be merciful and lenient. He solemnly nodded his head in agreement and rushed out. "Fourth brother, you?" "Sigh." After the old man saw the thin, tall man leave, he turned his head to look at the youth. However, seeing that his mind had drifted away, the old man didn't have the heart to say anything further. He could only sigh and go find Han Li. It doesn't matter. If she ran, then so be it. Since second brother Gue couldn't chase her down, then there's no need to further pursue her. Contrary to the old man's expectations, when Han Li heard that the young woman had fled the Qin residence, he didn't reveal the slightest of alarm. Instead, he acted as if her escape made no difference. Since Han Li said as such, although the old man was filled with doubt, he could only return first. Not long after, the second brother returned with an ashen face. As expected, he hadn't managed to catch up to that fifth sister. Fortunately, Han Li's words assured them that they did not have to worry about incurring Han Li's wrath. At the time, in an extremely remote alley within Yuejing, a slender figure staggered towards the South District. The faint moonlight revealed her to be the flustered fifth sister. As she ran, she incessantly glanced behind her, as if she were afraid that someone would suddenly appear behind her. Although this woman's magic power had largely been suppressed by Han Li, her divine sense as a cultivator was still mostly there. Upon discovering that nobody else appeared behind her, she finally became somewhat more relaxed in her heart. Thankfully, when the youth let her go, he had slipped her a concealment talisman. This was the only reason why she could have escaped to here. Not long after she had escaped, the woman discovered a tall, thin man's figure sweeping overhead. Fortunately, she had swiftly used the talisman, successfully dealing with the situation. At this time, her second brother did not actually go chasing in another direction. Instead, he had already returned to the Qin residence. This was why she dared to run around in the alleys so boldly. The place she was headed towards was one of the Black Fiend School's secret strongholds in the South District. As long as she was able to precisely report Han Li's location to her superiors, she will have contributed much to the sect. Thus, she would immediately be one step closer to her dream of entering the Foundation establishment stage. That year, When she and a few other Black Fiend School outer court disciples who had performed quite well saw that their mysterious schoolmaster's divine methods allowed a chi condensation disciple to establish their foundation, they immediately chose to dedicate themselves to the Black Fiend School so that they could also have a similar fate. Once their contributions reached a certain level, they could also obtain the schoolmaster's favor and aid in entering foundation establishment. As far as she knew, most outer court disciples willing to be ordered around by the Black Fiend School all had this intention in mind. Thus, she never believed that she had made any mistakes in her decisions. After all, based on her natural talent, she had pretty much reached the peak of her cultivation base. If she wanted to advance another layer, or even form her foundation, she had no other choice. Although she felt some regret towards her sworn brothers and sisters, since she had embarked on this path, she could only cut off all her natural affection for them. If they were caught, whether they were used as blood servants or forced to follow orders once again depended on the intentions of her superiors. She did not intend to plead for mercy on their behalf. In the future, she would only live for herself and herself alone. As she thought these vicious thoughts in her heart, she began to dream about entering foundation establishment. It seemed as if her footsteps also sped up significantly. Although she was still quite a distance away, she finally saw the street opening to the South District. But just as she became excited and wanted to speed up her steps, she suddenly felt that there seemed to be something wet running down her nose. Baffled, she wiped it with her hand, but what she saw her make entire figure tremble. Her expression was one of fear and surprise. Her 5 snow-white fingers were covered in a sticky, dark red liquid. "This is..." Fifth junior sister panicked and attempted to wipe away the black blood under her nose, but at this time, the blood from her nose began to flood out as if a gate had been opened. In the blink of an eye, fresh blood began to flow out from even her eyes and ears. The young woman could only feel her entire body losing strength. Once her legs softened, she directly fell towards the ground. At this time, her entire body was incomparably cold. No warmth could be found near her heart. She wanted to call out for help, but her throat was incredibly dry and could not let out any sound. Afterwards, her divine sense slowly began to fade. Not long after, she slipped into an eternal darkness. The next sunrise, the mortals who bypassed this place would be surprised to find that a puddle of black, filthy blood had suddenly appeared, forcing them to take a detour. It incited quite a few harsh comments. In the moment that the young woman had been killed, Han Li was in his room inspecting all of the magic tools and talismans he had, preparing to move out. After nimbly cleaning up, Han Li glanced at the round moon outside his window. He revealed a somewhat lonely expression, then suddenly said to himself under his breath, "It should be about now. The poison should have activated." After saying this, Han Li gently sighed, then left the room, heading towards the clear sound courtyard. In reality, Han Li's suspicions about that 5th junior sister had begun when he inspected the poison afflicting the 5 friends of Meng Mountain. Although she had also been poisoned, its toxicity was much less than the everyone else's. Even if it were to flare up, it most likely would not have taken her life. On the other hand, Han Li had only gotten rid of the blood curse on her after expending a ton of effort. This meant that when the young woman had received the blood curse, it must have been uninterrupted. Otherwise, it would not have left such a deep mark on her divine sense. Keeping a cautious mindset, Han Li deliberately placed a small restriction when removing the young woman's blood curse. The restriction's usage was very simple. It would cause the residual medicinal strength in the antidotes to temporarily aggregate in some area of the body. When needed, it would suddenly turn into an extreme poison. That was because those 2 bottles of pills contained impermanence pills. They could be used as medicine for curing poison, or they could be turned into poison via a specific method. They were one of the spoils Han Li had collected in the battlefield. As for the other friends from Meng Mountain whom he had secretly called over, he made them see firsthand the reality that she had been planted as a spy before capturing the woman, using the opportunity to touch a few spots of her body using spiritual power. These touches, apart from being able to restrict a large portion of her magic power, also activated this hidden restriction. As long as Han Li did not deactivate it in some time, the woman would die soundlessly and without a trace, as mentioned previously. As for whether or not he should kill this woman, Han Li had felt somewhat conflicted in his heart due to her close ties with the 5 friends of Meng Mountain. However, he definitely could not allow this woman to leak out his relationship with the Qin clan. That was his bottom line. Activating the restriction at the time was only Han Li's cautious fallback plan. He never expected that it would actually have some use. This was why Han Li had been so calm and did not panic at all when the dark-faced elder came back to report in. In reality, if this woman had obediently remained in the Qin residence as a hostage, Han Li would have repressed the restriction from flaring up inside her. But now that she had escaped, regardless of if the 5 friends of Meng Mountain had purposefully let her go, the young woman who had disappeared from this world would be unable to send any reports to the Black Fiend School. In addition, he had done the 5 friends of Meng Mountain a big favor, which should be extremely beneficial in reinforcing them. Upon entering the clear sound courtyard, the dark-faced old man and the others had already made their preparations. Although they weren't too spirited, they were quietly waiting for Han Li's arrival. "Let's depart," Han Li said crisply after entering the room. Under the night sky, Prince Xianxia's residence appeared similar to a gigantic, strange beast, deterring any petty thieves that had their sights set on the mansion. But tonight, Han Li and the others cast a concealment technique and silently snuck in. At this time of night, despite the commotion that had been stirred up due to the old immortal Wu's disappearance, the majority of people in Prince Xianxia's residence had gone to sleep a long time ago apart from a few guards and sentries. At this moment, most of them were sound asleep. Upon entering the palace, Han Li immediately found one of the night guards and cast the soul-controlling technique, causing him to reveal Steward Wang and the young prince's residences, then knocked him out with one palm. Then, he said to the 4 people behind him, "Between the 2 of them, the young prince's cultivation layer is the lowest, so we'll first make our move against him before dealing with Steward Wang." The now 4 friends from Meng Mountain had already been shocked to learn that the people in Prince Xianxia's palace were from the Black Fiend School. None of them were surprised by Han Li's words, nodding their heads in assent. Although this young prince was a relative of the royal family, them being cultivators meant that his status as a core disciple of the Black Fiend School was even more taboo. Next, the few of them silently drew near to the young prince's residence, a small 3-story tower. There were numerous sentries nearby as well. Out of a fear that these people would make trouble once the fighting began, the 4 friends of Meng Mountain stepped forwards and knocked them out before Han Li even made a move. As he observed their practiced motions, Han Li secretly nodded his head and felt that having some subordinates was worthwhile. Because they had gathered from the sentry that the young prince lived on the 3rd floor, Han Li didn't let them go upstairs. Instead, he placed them in the surroundings to ambush whoever came their way. This way, if the young prince happened to be too slippery and escaped from Han Li's grasp, they could delay this person and give Han Li some additional time. Of course, for fear of alerting Steward Wang at the other end of the palace, Han Li didn't try to conserve any magic power and casted an extremely large soundproof enchantment that spread out hundreds of feet with the small tower as the center, encompassing it all inside. Then, Han Li gently flew to the 3rd floor and, in a flash, entered the tower. The 4 friends of Meng Mountain gazed at the small tower's 3rd floor alertly, not even daring to blink. Soon after, a person's shadow flashed out from inside the tower extremely quickly. When these people discovered that it was Han Li, instantly their hearts relaxed, but at the same time, they felt that something was off. Did this senior Han Li succeed so quickly? But how come they never even saw the young prince? Han Li descended from the tower, his face cloudy. Upon seeing the 4 people gather around him, he said, knitting his eyebrows. There was no one on top of the tower, only a mannequin created from an illusion technique. It seems like he was occupied with something. These words caused them to stare at each other, not knowing what to do for quite some time. Could it be that they fled in advance because 5th Sister fed them our information? Or could this be some sort of trap? The middle-aged woman asked with a face full of worry. Impossible. If the enemy truly set up a trap, it would have triggered as soon as we entered. At that moment, we wouldn't have been able to guard against it. Han Li shook his head and rejected this. When the others heard Han Li's words, they couldn't help but let out a breath of relief. but they still looked around in every direction. As expected, they didn't find anything unusual. "Senior, what should we do next? Should we first retreat and act on a different day?" the second brother asked, hesitant. "Let's first go and find that steward Wang. If he is not here, then we will end today's operation and retreat immediately," Han Li coldly replied. After hearing Han Li's words, the four friends of Meng Mountain looked at each other and then silently nodded their heads. Han Li released some Taoist magics to retrieve his boundary cores and took the lead, stealthily heading to the side of the prince's estate. The others then closely followed behind him. Although Steward Wang's residence wasn't multi-storied like the young prince's, it was still a small 3-room courtyard. When Han Li and the others arrived nearby, one of the rooms was unexpectedly faintly lit, as if someone had yet to go to sleep. Han Li raised his brow. It seemed this trip wouldn't be fruitless. With this thought, Han Li made a few precautionary incantation gestures to conceal himself and immediately used the nameless qi restraining technique he had just learned. The spiritual qi of his entire body immediately dissipated without a trace, as if he had become a common mortal. Han Li's figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared crouched by the wall outside of the room, pressing his ear against it. Because the steward Wang gave Han Li a great feeling of danger, Han Li didn't have the confidence to release his spiritual sense and have it probe the room for information. However, after Han Li listened for only a short moment, he flew back with a drastically changed countenance. He immediately concealed himself behind a huge flowering tree. This scene greatly surprised the four friends of Meng Mountain, who all witnessed from nearby. However, they then heard Han Li's voice. "Be careful. The young prince is in the room. Act with your own discretion." These words immediately caused their hearts to tremble. They all coincidentally held their breaths and carefully looked at the room, not daring to make the slightest noise. Creak. The door opened. A youth wearing a light green embroidered gown walked out. This was none other than the young prince of Prince Xianxia's residence. After he turned his head and softly said a few words toward the room, he walked a few steps into the courtyard. The door shut itself behind him. Soon after, the light behind the room's paper shutter flashed several times before being completely extinguished. It seemed whoever was inside had retired for the night. Han Li expressionlessly stared at the prince's every movement. What caused him to feel puzzled was that he didn't feel the slightest magic power from him. However, a faint feeling of danger was enough for Han Li to determine he should be a disciple of the Black Fiend school. Perhaps because he was still in his own home, this young prince didn't return in any hurry. Instead, he walked around like a common mortal, stretching himself and looking at the bright moon in the sky. He suddenly sighed. Soon after, he actually paced around the small courtyard with a worried expression, as if he was occupied with some difficult problem. It seemed he wouldn't leave for a short while, causing the four friends of Meng Mountain to feel greatly helpless. Acting now naturally wouldn't do. Because Steward Wang was in the side room, a fight would naturally rouse him and cause no small problem. The best method would be to wait for the young prince to return to his dwelling and strike the targets separately. Fortunately, these people were all cultivators and had much patience. Because they were all well concealed, they hadn't exposed themselves in the slightest during this entire time. After the time it takes to eat a meal, this young prince eventually stopped strolling around and walked out of the courtyard. This caused the ambushers to feel joy. However, the following scene greatly surprised these people, immediately causing their rage to soar. Just when the young prince was about to walk out of the courtyard, he suddenly used an illusion technique. At an unknown time, he had taken out a set of clothes and quickly changed into them. He was masked and wearing blood red in the blink of an eye, dressed just like the person who told them to rob and kill Han Li. Although the four friends were filled with rage, they knew what was important and resisted their impulses with great difficulty. Now they had great trust in Han Li's words. They knew they were pursuing the correct target. Having changed his clothes, the young prince faintly released a demonic qi from his body and strong magic power fluctuations of the 11th layer of qi condensation. He did not return to his dwelling. Instead, he threw a long, blood-red magic tool into the sky, and with a flash he flew out on it. Seeing this, Han Li's eyes flashed with yellow light, and he immediately transmitted a message to the other four. Follow him. Regardless of where he goes, make sure to capture him as he is on his way. Heeding Han Li's orders, the four friends of Meng Mountain impatiently followed after him on their flying magic tools. Han Li, who was left alone to monitor Steward Wang, had deliberately waited in place a while longer. Seeing that nothing strange occurred in the room, he hesitated for a moment. Still not at ease, he threw out his divine wind boat and followed after them. The speed of Han Li's divine wind boat couldn't be compared to the four friends of Meng Mountain's magic tools. After a short moment of following their spiritual chi marks, he arrived at a desolate temple outside of Yuejing. The four friends of Meng Mountain were floating in midair. They were bustling around with an ashen complexion and an appearance of continuous indecision. After seeing Han Li, they immediately welcomed him with pleasant surprise. What's the matter? Seeing this, Han Li wrinkled his brow and slowly asked. We followed him here, but just as we thought to act, he suddenly made his way into the abandoned temple. We don't know whether that young ghost discovered us. Also, there are restrictions laid down at this temple, what appear to be formation spells. We rushed in for a moment, but luckily, we immediately withdrew. We didn't dare to try again, fearing that there may be others lying in ambush within. Seeing Han Li displeased, the dark-faced old man hastily stepped forward to explain. Formation spell? When Han Li heard this, he felt as if he had a great headache. Han Li wasn't proficient in the Tao of formation spells. However, as he was facing these people, he indifferently said, "Let me take a look at it." Then he took a careful look with the Heaven's Eye technique. As expected, the area surrounding the ruined temple had abnormal spiritual chi fluctuations. But after Han Li took a clear look, he let out a large sigh. This was only an exceptionally simple falling stone formation, one of the simplest earth attribute formation spells. Although rogue and chi condensation cultivators may find this formidable, a small formation spell of this grade was something Han Li could easily break through with brute force, even if he didn't know the specific method to break this formation. With this thought, Han Li wordlessly touched his storage pouch and then scattered something from his hands. Immediately after, four tall beast puppets appeared in front of him. Having previously suffered from Han Li's puppet technique, the four friends subconsciously took a few steps back. Han Li didn't pay attention to their alarm and controlled the puppet beasts. They all opened their mouths at the same time and shot huge beams of light with the thickness of a bowl toward the ruined temple. Just as the beams of light were about to strike at the ruined temple, a huge semicircle barrier of faint light suddenly appeared, completely covering the small temple. It was faintly emitting yellow light. The beams of light struck the light barrier. The yellow light barrier immediately rippled and started to tremble, rigidly withstanding the assault of light beams. But at this moment, Han Li acted without the slightest hesitation. He took out his pair of black dragon's grasps and immediately enlarged them to the size of about 3 meters. Then he fiercely threw them out toward the light barrier. The sound of a sharp rupture rang out. The light barrier was no longer able to endure the succession of strong attacks and had thoroughly collapsed. The falling stone formation disappeared into thin air. Having seen this, the four friends of Meng Mountain let out a cold breath. They did not fully understand what it meant to break a formation spell with brute force. This proved that Han Li's offensive strength was at the very least several times more powerful than the formation spell barrier's power. Otherwise, the formation would easily dissipate an attack with equivalent power since it drew assistance from the ingenuity of formation principles. The others had just recently suffered a bit from this formation spell and judged this falling stone formation to be quite formidable. Descend. We absolutely can't let him get away, Han Li said with an icy expression. As of now, the four friends of Meng Mountain had completely accepted Han Li and immediately agreed, charging downward. But at this moment, Han Li and the others heard a sneer from behind them. Are you looking for me? This temple was only a temporary stronghold for my school. Right now, there is no one inside. This voice immediately caused the four friends of Meng Mountain, who were halfway through their charge, to nearly fall off their magic tools from fright. They hastily turned their heads to look, but their faces immediately became pale from lack of blood. About 100 meters above Han Li and the four friends was the young prince who they had just pursued and a similarly dressed thin, shriveled man next to him. Beside them were over 10 black-clothed masked men. From the looks of it, they were just like the four friends of Meng Mountain, nearby cultivators whom the Black Fiend School had placed restrictions on. However, what was most eye-catching was the large, bald, eyebrowless man with a strong spirit. He also wore blood-red clothing, but he didn't bother to conceal his face. This person was a Foundation establishment cultivator just like Han Li. Seeing this, the four friends of Meng Mountain all felt an urge to escape death. When Han Li heard the young prince's voice, his complexion slightly changed, turning a bit pale. But when he slowly turned around, his expression returned to normal. The slightest panic couldn't be seen. Instead, a trace of a cold smile could be seen from the corner of his mouth. He coldly looked at those from the Black Fiend School and that bald Foundation establishment cultivator. Han Li's calm expression influenced the four friends of Meng Mountain, whose hearts grew slightly calmer. After giving each other a mutual glance, they all acted in concert and flew behind Han Li, standing in opposition against those from the Black Fiend School. "It's you. Aren't you that person from the Qin residence? You are a Foundation establishment cultivator." When the young prince saw Han Li's appearance, he had an extremely astonished expression. Although that thin, shriveled man who stood beside him had remained silent, great surprise could be seen from his eyes. Only the large bald man who was rigidly staring at Han Li looked upon him with a solemn appearance. He suddenly said, "Be a bit careful. That person is a Foundation establishment cultivator and is also a layer higher than me. It is likely I'll need to lay out a black wind formation and draw assistance from the formation to capture him." Hearing the large bald man say this, the young prince didn't show any worry on his face. Instead, he asked with pleasant surprise, "Sir Blood Servant, if that's the case, the rewards for offering this person as a blood sacrifice for the schoolmaster's cultivation should be quite good, no?" When the large man heard this, he answered with a chuckle, "Of course. All of the Foundation establishment cultivators we captured so far were only at initial Foundation establishment. This person's blood essence is certain to be far greater than the previous few." With confirmation from the large bald man, the young prince greedily turned his head to look at Han Li and suddenly laughed heartily. "Good, very good. Regardless of the reason why your esteemed self has come here, don't think that you will leave this place alive. Lay down the black wind formation. Go!" After the young prince stopped smiling, he shouted this with a cold expression and a stern voice. Those black-clothed individuals immediately took out large flags that were as black as ink and quickly flew around Han Li, surrounding him. Furthermore, they started to wave the flags in their hands. "You all just defend. Let me handle them." After Han Li indifferently said this to the four friends of Meng Mountain, his image became indistinct and disappeared from his original location without a trace. "Be careful." When the bald large man saw Han Li disappear, he loudly shouted from bewilderment, but it was already too late. Han Li appeared behind a black-clothed person in an instant. The cultivator who was just waving the flag had immediately stopped and blankly stood in place. Then, without any warning, his head soon rolled onto the floor and blood fountained out of the headless body before falling to the floor. It was at the moment that the large bald man had just finished the last word of his shout. This scene caused the other flag-holding cultivators' hearts to tremble. They hadn't even thought what they should do. Han Li appeared behind another cultivator from thin air, and the man promptly died with his head also rolling on the floor. Like this, the other black-clothed cultivators didn't dare to hesitate. They stopped waving their black flags one after another, and instead, they slapped on defensive barriers of all colors and took out all sorts of defensive magic tools. But in the blink of an eye, two more black-clothed disciples in the process of preparing their defenses suffered Han Li's cruel attacks and unexpectedly turned to corpses. "Brat, you're courting death." When the large bald man saw this, he gave a deep roar and released strange black-red lights from his eyes. His entire body released a bloody radiance as he charged toward Han Li at an astonishing speed. Han Li took a cold look at the large man's stance along with the bloody sphere of light covering his body before taking a look at the black-clothed men looking at him with alarm from within their defensive light barriers. At that moment, their figures decisively shot over 100 meters away from the four friends of Meng Mountain. The large man charging through the air released a bestial roar. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately changed direction and continued to pounce toward Han Li and the others. But for some unknown reason, he didn't take out any magic tools. Seeing this, the second brother's mind moved. He saw an opportunity and immediately raised his hand, silently shooting out a green triangular thorn toward the large man's front. When the large bald man saw this magic tool fly toward him, his face turned into an evil grin. Not only did he not stop, but he also rushed toward to welcome it. The tall and thin second brother grew very happy and excitedly said, "This guy is out of luck. My magic tool is a fine high-quality magic tool. It will certainly make him... how is this possible? My green pointed thorn." Just as he started rambling, he was stunned by the scene before his eyes and involuntarily cried out. When this triangular thorn touched the blood-red light covering the large bald man, the blood-red light radiance seemed alive. It suddenly swept in the magic tool force, and no matter how much the magic tool struggled, it was unable to break free in the slightest. "Hee, you dare to make a show of such a minuscule thorn?" The large man wildly laughed and extended a large blood-red hand, forcibly grabbing the triangular thorn. The green light of the magic tool in his grasp immediately scattered. It had thoroughly turned to scrap, completely devoid of spiritual qi. At this moment, not only did the four friends of Meng Mountain appear greatly fearful, but Han Li's heart also heavily thumped. This large bald man definitely didn't cultivate any common cultivation arts. It was most likely a top-grade devilish art like the ghost spirit sex young master. The large bald man didn't allow Han Li and the others to think further and arrived in front of them in an instant. A huge blood-red fist was raised and fiercely smashed against the light barrier that the four friends of Meng Mountain had jointly erected. Pong! The light barrier that four qi condensation cultivators had jointly released was left with a deep depression after just one strike and immediately grew very dark. The complexions of the four friends suddenly changed. Such a ferocious punch would likely turn common defensive magic tools into scrap metal. "Senior, could you?" The dark-faced old man turned his head in a hurry and wanted to see whether Han Li had some method to block the opponent. After all, against the opponent's attack, their combined defensive barrier was unable to take another hit. Without speaking, Han Li raised his hand and released a dazzling small white light shield. In the blink of an eye, it grew several times larger and steadily placed itself in front of their barrier, just in time to receive the large bald man's huge bloody fist. Bang! The ear-piercing sound of the man's great strike resonated through both heaven and earth. The nearby cultivators who didn't guard against the vibration lost their balance and nearly fell to the floor. The four friends of Meng Mountain were also off balance for a long while. The only ones whose expressions had remained the same were Han Li and the large bald man. Han Li expressionlessly looked at the white scale shield. He saw that although the shield had received the punch, there was slight depression on its originally flat and even surface. He couldn't help but be secretly fearful. Han Li clearly knew that how sturdy this white scale shield was and couldn't help but grow even more fearful of the large man. With this thought, Han Li patted his storage pouch without further hesitation. Suddenly, 2 streaks of black light and 6 streaks of gold light shot out simultaneously toward the large man without restraint. The grandeur of the raging torrent of howling released from the many top-grade magic tools greatly startled the large bald man. He couldn't help but reveal slight fear from his face. He wildly roared, and his body suddenly flourished with a great blood-red brilliance. A moment later, his entire body had been completely enveloped in blood-red radiance, turning into a huge blood-red sphere of light about 10 meters large that floated motionlessly in the air. Seeing this good opportunity, Han Li's gold beetle swarm blades and black dragon's grasps naturally did not show mercy and fiercely stabbed toward. What resulted, however, left Han Li feeling that something strange had occurred. Despite his magic tools chopping down on the sphere of light, The slightest movement hadn't occurred from within. Furthermore, his magic tools weren't able to penetrate more than half a foot into the sphere. This protective barrier-like defense had completely withstood his attack. Feeling slightly impatient, Han Li suddenly thought of something and hastily looked around him. The scene before him caused him to feel great danger. Under the command of the young prince, and whom he suspected to be Steward Wang, the black-clothed men had become organized once more. They had faintly surrounded Han Li and the four friends and were waving the black flags in their hand with all their might. The black flags had already begun to hum a ghostly wail. A strange black fog began to continuously revolve around the black flags. This scene caused Han Li to recall the scene at the Spirit Stone Mine with the Azure Yang Devil Fire that could destroy anything. This summoning ceremony was quite similar to that of the Azure Yang Devil Fire, so how could Han Li allow them to complete it? With this thought, Han Li immediately pointed his hand and recalled the white scale shield. Then, without an explanation, he forced it into the dark-faced old man's hand and coldly said, "I'll let you temporarily use it. I'm going to dispose of the others first." Han Li's figure flashed and appeared outside of the protective barrier. Furthermore, the magic tools that were indiscriminately attacking the blood-red light sphere whistled through the air as they flew toward Han Li. As they continuously revolved around him, they continued to emit a hum. Han Li glanced at the few magic tools next to him. Then, he suddenly reached into his storage pouch and pulled out 3 identical small tridents. He gently tossed them out, and they instantly turned into 3 streaks of red light, shooting towards a black-clothed cultivator. The set of flying flame chain tridents was spoils he had plundered from some pitiful unknown soul after the fight with the white spider. His power was quite good. Furthermore, because it was a set and was easy to control, Han Li had kept it. Han Li then pointed at his magic tools. After the 2 black and 6 gold streaks of light let out a long cry, they all flew off in different directions. At this moment, the frightening power of Han Li's great development technique was truly displayed. He was unexpectedly able to control so many magic tools without the slightest of disorder. Seeing so many top-grade magic tools rushing towards them, the flag-holding cultivators revealed shock. How could they possibly withstand these attacks? After Han Li hastily threw 3 streaks of red light toward a black flag, the cultivator holding it thought to dodge by flying on a magic tool. However, after the black flag tangled with the 3 red streaks of light, it immediately erupted into a ball of black light and broke apart into minuscule pieces. Then the 3 streaks of red light arrived in front of another cultivator without stopping and fiercely struck at his protective barrier. Unfortunately for him, it was only the low-grade barrier of a chi condensation cultivator. How could it possibly block the strikes of 3 top-grade magic tools? It was only able to withstand the strike for a short moment before it ruptured and disappeared without a trace. With despair in the cultivator's eyes, he saw the 3 streaks of red light lightly wind around him, turning him into a huge fireball and then thoroughly reducing him to ash. At this moment, the 2 black and 6 golden streaks of light flew above 2 other cultivators and broke through their defenses with similar ease, chopping them in half. All of a sudden, the other cultivators grew frantic. Naturally, they found the preservation of their own lives far more important than laying down this great formation. The majority of them immediately turned around and flew off. A few cultivators of great courage and of lacking mind proudly released their magic tools to stop Han Li's attack with all their might. It was a pity that Han Li had no intention of tangling with them and completely suppressed them without restraint. 10 red, black, and gold streaks of light ran around like a swarm of bees. Any attempt to block these streaks with magic tools was like striking an egg against a stone. They would immediately shatter into pieces and disappear from this world. As for the magic tool wielders, Han Li naturally did not let them go and easily disposed of them. At this moment, apart from the few black-clothed cultivators who had ran off about 1,000 meters away, only the young prince and the masked man who was likely Steward Wang remained, looking on with incredulity. Not the slightest of power was displayed from the black wind formation, as Han Li had the foresight to destroy it beforehand. Han Li turned his gaze towards the 2, causing them to inwardly shout, "Not good." At the same time, they put up their guard and emitted faint black light from their bodies. their figures instantly became concealed within dense dark qi. Humph! What deception! Han Li said with a cold laugh. Although he didn't know what technique these two used, it seemed very similar to the large bald man's devilish technique. However, he didn't know why the black light on their body differed from the large man's blood-red light. Could it be the difference in their cultivation level? Han Li pondered with puzzlement. Han Li didn't know that at this time. The two were complaining without end. Han Li's cultivation and incisive magic tools far exceeded what the two had anticipated. It wasn't that they hadn't seen Foundation Establishment cultivators before, but rather that the might of this Foundation Establishment cultivator, Han Li, was incomparable to the Foundation Establishment altar masters of their own school. Let alone one-on-one, perhaps even 2 or 3 simultaneous altar masters may not prove to be his match. His extremely quick movement technique that was almost indiscernible from the eye. His ability to control over 10 strange magic tools by himself at the same time. These were all feats that they had never heard of before. Now it seemed that even Sir Bloodservant may not prove to be his opponent even though he had used a secret technique. Although these two were conceited about their strength as chi condensation cultivators, they didn't dare to be so presumptuous as to believe that if the two joined together, they would be able to fight against Han Li. Thus, although they released a secret technique from their body, not only did they not advance, but they also started to carefully retreat slowly. Unlike the two, the 4 friends of Meng Mountain were absolutely dumbstruck by Han Li's godly display of strength. Although these individuals had known that Han Li's strength was great, they didn't know how powerful his great strength was because they had nothing to refer or compare it to. But now they've seen Han Li take on over 10 cultivators with cultivation similar to their own and kill 5 or 6 of them in an instant. The survivors fled with fear, not daring to turn their head. Such profound cultivation, such technique. The 4 friends had been completely won over. Han Li took a deep breath. When he thought to capture the young prince and Steward Wang at the same time, he suddenly heard a brutal mad roar filled with limitless insane rage coming from the blood-red sphere of light. When the young prince and his companion heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other with pleasant surprise. Han Li's expression grew solemn. No longer able to deal with the two in front of him, he hastily slapped his storage pouch, causing a small exquisite magic tool to appear in his hand. Without the slightest of hesitation, Han Li threw it toward the sphere of blood-red light. Han Li had thrown down a small yellow cup, and in an instant, it became a huge cup more than 15 meters wide. This was the heaven-shrouding cup Han Li acquired from the spoils of the masked moon sect cultivator Xian Lu. During that time, this magic tool was able to trap that incomparably fierce blood spider. It was clearly difficult to deal with. Dang! This cup accurately landed on the blood-red light sphere and covered it in a short amount of time. The roar could no longer be heard. Seeing Han Li's action, the pair's joy-filled faces turned blank. Could it be that Sir Bloodservant had been so easily detained? Han Li then turned his head over and suddenly gave the two a strange smile before raising his hands. In the blink of an eye, countless fireballs sprang forth from his hands and shot forth like a violent storm. The nearby sky had been dyed fire-red. This scene frightened the pair, and they hastily released defensive disc magic tools in front of them. A continuous stream of deafening explosions sounded out, leaving the young prince stunned. Because there simply were too many fireballs. A few had directly slipped through the barrier and directly hit the young prince, scattering much of the black chi that protected his body. With a battered body, the young prince was frightened and angry. He clearly understood this great power had definitely been brought forth with great amounts of talismans. While waiting for this wave of fireballs to force their way through, he suddenly heard a miserable shriek from his side, causing him to tremble and hastily take a look. He let out a breath of cold air. What he saw left him in complete terror. The thin, shriveled masked man originally by his side was in Han Li's hands, powerless. The black chi protecting his body had completely scattered, and blood poured from his body. Unexpectedly, he only had one arm left. This scene caused the young prince to become apprehensive. A truly unsuppressible fear of Han Li had stemmed in his heart. He couldn't help but curse that blood servant for being so useless. Han Li gave an ice-cold look at the young prince and then ripped off the mask from his captive with no trace of politeness, revealing the face of the Prince Xion's Steward Wang. Steward Wang's originally shriveled appearance was now twisted from the pain of losing his arm. Impossible. How did you capture him? Our fiendish qi body protection isn't so easily broken through. The young prince exclaimed this in one breath. He suddenly raised both his hands and fiercely shot over 10 streaks of black light toward Han Li. Han Li's blank expression suddenly had a trace of a sneer. He raised a single hand, summoning a black shield-like object in front of him. In the end, those powerful streaks of black light shooting towards him only resulted in a few muffled sounds. The young prince stared with surprise, discovering that this shield was actually a huge tortoise shell. However, this tortoise shell was black and void of light. It should have been specially refined. Seeing this, the young prince averted his eyes and shrouded his body with black light. He flew like lightning, wanting to escape just like the other cultivators. However, as a target for live capture, how could Han Li let him go that easily? After his figure flashed, Han Li easily caught up to the young prince, appearing right in front of him. He then raised his hand, and a huge azure sword over 9 meters long appeared out of thin air. Without restraint, it chopped directly at the young prince. The young prince saw this and smiled in his heart. The fiendish qi protecting his body corroded all sorts of magic tools. Simply not fearing any injury from the huge sword, he used this opportunity to flee with all his power. With this thought, the young prince's figure shot up in order to sweep past Han Li up above. You can't withstand it. Quickly dodge. Resisting a sharp pain, Steward Wang loudly shouted while in Han Li's grasp in an attempt to warn the young prince. Obviously, his warning came too late. Hearing this, the young prince subconsciously leaned to the side, wanting to dodge the point of the huge azure sword. However, the sword suddenly changed its cleave to a slice, softly sweeping past his legs. The black qi protecting his body scattered from the attack and didn't have the slightest of effect. As a result, the sword sliced through his 2 calves with great ease. The young prince loudly shouted, fainting on the scene. This person who had lived a life of luxury since birth, though he may be exceptionally shrewd, had never experienced such sufferings before. Naturally, he wasn't able to bear the pain of lacerated legs. However, this scene scared Han Li. Because he hadn't used the Azure Essence sword streak in so long, he believed that he had accidentally killed him. After figuring out what just happened, Han Li happily laughed as he picked this person up and flew back to the 4 friends of Meng Mountain. Han Li grew very cheerful from his decisive victory, but at the same time he felt somewhat puzzled. From the feeling of danger the young prince and Steward Wang gave him, these 2 should have been far more dangerous. However, he was able to capture them alive very easily. Could it be that his mysterious intuition had started to fail him? Han Li shook his head and felt something was strange. At this moment, the black-clothed men lingering around had witnessed this scene and knew that remaining there any longer would be unfavorable. After exchanging mutual glances, they started to scatter and escape in the blink of an eye, leaving behind no traces of them ever being there. Han Li had no intention of chasing after them. There were only foreign elements, much like the 4 friends of Meng Mountain. They were fundamentally unworthy of a strenuous pursuit. As he thought this, he flew back to the 4 friends of Meng Mountain and casually threw down his 2 captives, saying indifferently, "Treat their injuries. We still need to interrogate them." The youth and the second brother immediately acted, catching the 2. They didn't dare to show the slightest negligence. At this moment, not only did the 4 friends of Meng Mountain appear respectful, but their hearts were also filled with reverence toward him. Han Li's recent display of great and profound power left them with an unforgettable impression. Senior's cultivation is truly profound. It has greatly broadened these juniors' perspective, the dark-faced old man said with complete respect. It was nothing but minor skill. When Han Li saw the 4 friends' expressions of reverence, he couldn't help but feel somewhat proud. However, he put on an appearance that such a thing wasn't worth mentioning, causing the 4 to feel that Senior Han was profoundly mysterious. Dang! Dang! At this moment, These loud bangs caused Han Li's complexion to slightly change. The four friends hastily looked over. After the middle-aged woman took a clear look, she pointed with a panicked appearance and shouted to Han Li, "Senior, quickly look! Your magic tool!" Han Li had already turned his head over to look at the heaven-shrouding cup, trapping the large bald man. Startlingly loud noises rang from within, accompanied by unimaginable deformations appearing on its exterior. With each following sound, the wall of the heaven-shrouding cup protruded even more. After over 10 more large sounds, the cup was no longer recognizable, and slightest resemblance to its original shape could not be seen. But what was even worse was that the cup's yellow light had grown far duller. It seemed that the large bald man could break through the cup at any moment. Han Li was overwhelmed with shock. Although he didn't know why this inconceivable scene occurred, it was obvious that this heaven-shrouding cup couldn't contain him. His only choice at the moment was to take other actions. With this thought, Han Li retrieved the many magic tools that were orbiting above him and took out 7 to 8 puppet beasts. He had the 4 puppets he had originally taken out form a line in front of Han Li and the 4 friends, creating a barrier. Just as this was accomplished, the sound of a huge explosion could be heard as the heaven-shrouding cup magic tool shattered into multiple pieces. Then, an inhuman monster flew out from its remains. "What is that?" When the middle-aged woman saw this, she involuntarily cried out. The complexions of the 3 at her side also turned green with disbelief. Even Han Li was astonished at what he saw. The large bald man who had leaped out completely resembled a demon in both appearance and physique. His height was now over 6 meters. His teeth were sharp and wild. 2 black horns protruded from his head. A long, scaled iron tail dragged behind him. But what was most astonishing were the black and red demonic patterns covering his entire body. A majority of his bare body had been concealed by an unspeakable fiendish chi. The large bald man's original appearance could be faintly made out from his face, but his eyes were glowing with a green ominous light, completely filled with the desire for blood and slaughter. The slightest of humanity no longer remained. He looked toward Han Li and the others with an ice-cold glance and crouched down, like a drawn arrow ready to be shot. When the 4 friends of Meng Mountain saw this, they dreaded disaster. But just as they were at a loss as to what to do, they suddenly heard Han Li's voice. "Release your magic tools." Following Han Li's command, over 10 puppets in front of them simultaneously opened their mouths and shot out over 10 beams of light, striking the transformed demon like lightning. The unguarded opponent was sent tumbling to the ground. Seeing this, the 4 friends of Meng Mountain couldn't help but be greatly joyous and impulsively released their magic tools, attacking the large man from every direction. They wished to quickly dispatch of this frightening monster. Unfortunately, their beautiful dream only lasted for a fleeting moment before a stream of fiendish chi shot toward the sky from the large man as he furiously jumped up. Regardless of what magic tool was attacking him, there wasn't the slightest of injury. This caused the 4 friends' eyes open wide from shock. The transformed demon madly roared to the sky and suddenly started to wildly flourish his arms like windmills, striking at the magic tools that surrounded him. In an instant, his incredibly sharp fingers thoroughly sliced them to bits and turned them into scrap metal fragments. Without waiting for the 4 friends to recover from their shock, the transformed demon's eyes glowed with jade light and his body shook several times, appearing in front the barrier protecting Han Li and the others. It extended its claws and fiercely swung. Crash. The dark-faced old man quickly acted and activated the shield, blocking the attack just in time. However, 5 deep claw marks remained on the shield. Furthermore, the old man's complexion turned extremely pale in an instant. It was obvious his magic power was not enough to maintain the shield against the onslaught. Seeing this, the large man laughed evilly and used his other claw to strike the shield at the speed of lightning. However, his expression immediately changed. He abruptly withdrew his claw and pulled back his arms, forming a cross in front of his body. At this moment, the second wave of light beams came from his front, harshly striking him once more. However, this time the transformed demon wasn't knocked down by the attack. He was only forcibly pushed back by the wave of attacks by about 100 meters. This caused dark-faced old man, who received the first claw attack, to finally let out a long breath. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nervously said to the other three, "His attacks are too ferocious. A single person's magic power won't last against his strikes. Everyone, gather your strength to power the shield." Hearing the words of their eldest brother, the remaining three friends reached out without hesitation and placed their hands on the old man's shoulders, frenziedly pouring spiritual power into his body. In an instant, color returned to dark-faced old man's complexion. The second attack had no effect on the man transformed into a demon, which appeared to become even more violent. As soon as the puppet beast's light beams faded away, it immediately charged forward again, brandishing its fangs and claws. But as it was about to strike the white scale shield, another wave of light beams struck it back to its original location. Seeing this, Han Li tensely wrinkled his brow. Since this monster was able to break through the heaven-shrouding cup, and its body could resist the puppet beast's light beam attacks, it was clear that common top-grade magic tools wouldn't have any effects. Only treasure talismans would do any damage. With this thought, Han Li didn't hesitate any further and commanded the four friends of Meng Mountain, "Keep it busy with the puppet beasts. I need some time to cast my magic." With that said, Han Li did not wait for their response. He took out the Azure Mist Talisman from his storage pouch and solemnly sat down with his eyes closed, the talisman in his hands. Han Li didn't tell them about the matter of the treasure talisman because he understood that as loose cultivators, they most likely would not have known of such a thing. More importantly, now was not the time to explain. His neat and incisive methods illustrated that Han Li simply did not tolerate opposition from the four friends of Meng Mountain. These four friends also clearly understood this. After they mutually glanced at each other, the dark-faced old man could only gather his courage and agree. After that, the transformed demon threw itself forward 7 to 8 more times in successive attacks. But each attack was met with dejected failure. Although that white scale shield was riddled with traces of damage from the opponent's claws, under the control of the four friends, it was able to obstruct his incisive jade-shattering claws. They were even able to repel it a certain distance away with the additional aid of the puppet beast's light beam attacks. Without an immediate succession of attacks from the transformed demon, the four friends were able to somewhat catch their breath. Relying on his mid-foundation establishment cultivation, Han Li was able to activate the treasure talisman several times faster than when he was a chi condensation cultivator. After a short moment, the azure talisman in his hand turned into a several-inch-long azure jade rod that sparkled exquisitely and flowed with glimmering light. At this moment, the combined magic power of the four friends of Meng Mountain had reached its limit. The aggressive swipes of the man transformed into a demon were like repeated hammer strikes against the white scale shield, leaving the four friends exhausted with pale gray complexions. "Senior, hurry!" The dark-faced old man saw Han Li's talisman transform and couldn't help but anxiously urge him. Han Li did not have the time to pay attention to the old man. Instead, after he saw the transformed demon repelled by the light beam attacks, he immediately poured all of the spiritual power in his body into the jade rod. In an instant, the small jade rod floating above his hand released a dazzling blue radiance. It split in two, then 2 to 4 and 4 to 8. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into several hundreds of similar small rods. Each rod released a rumbling hum and continuously trembled as they revolved around Han Li. This astonishing scene rendered the four friends of Meng Mountain speechless. They believed it to be an illusion, not daring to trust what they saw with their own eyes. Without the slightest of delay, Han Li pointed at the transformed demon with a solemn expression. Then, like a bursting dam, the densely packed small rods immediately shot forth in a fierce, grand charge. Although the mind of the former large bald man wasn't clear, as he faced the assault of Han Li's treasure talisman, he seemed to realize the situation was far from good. Dread appeared on his face. With a flash of red light, he madly galloped away like a shooting star at a speed no slower than the divine wind boat. This scene left Han Li stunned and hesitant. The other party had already run over 300 meters away. Han Li could only see the distant, fleeing figure from behind. With a sigh, Han Li didn't give chase. Instead, he lightly waved his hand, causing the Jade Rod Talisman treasure to withdraw and converge into an azure talisman, floating back to his hand. It wasn't as if he didn't want to prevent future problems. However, the remaining uses of the Jade Rod Talisman treasures were limited. If he were to pursue and tangle with him for a long period of time, Han Li didn't know if the treasure talisman would last. Also, with living mouths already in hand, this choice was comparatively more reliable. Seeing such a formidable opponent flee from Han Li, the hearts of the four friends shook as they stood, propping each other up. Seeing that their complexions truly weren't good, after a moment of thought, Han Li took out a small medicine bottle from his storage pouch and handed it over to them. "Everyone take one pill. It will help with your injuries," Han Li said with a slight smile. Regardless of how it was presented, these people had been quite helpful in today's battle. He naturally had to show this to some extent in order to have them know that he wasn't unkind. As expected, the four friends revealed a grateful appearance. The old man then respectfully took the bottle and lightly poured 4 fire-red Longan-sized medicinal pills into his hand. Upon smelling its medicinal fragrance, his spirit felt roused. As the old man was someone with much experience, he was immediately pleasantly surprised by the great value of the medicine. After he repeatedly expressed his thanks toward Han Li, he took the medicine pill along with the others. Just as the medicine pills entered their stomachs, they immediately scattered, warmly flowing into every inch of their bodies. This caused their injuries to feel much lighter, and they felt great joy. "Let's leave. It will be troublesome if we stay here for long and the Black Fiend School brings reinforcements," Han Li said with a deep voice as he took a look at the captured young prince and Steward Wang. The four friends naturally didn't have any objections. They obediently carried the 2 captives onto the Divine Wind boat. Han Li then hastily flew with all of them on board. The sky above the ruined temple regained peace once more. No one would have been able to tell that a fierce battle between cultivators had occurred here. Han Li and company returned to the Qin residence without a problem and directly descended to their dwelling. Fearing that any delay would bring trouble, Han Li made a change of plan and started to interrogate the young prince and the steward that very night. Han Li planned to personally interrogate the young prince and hand Chief Steward Wang to the four friends. He was convinced that, with the dark-faced old man's shrewd ruthlessness, he should receive a satisfactory result. To make cultivators tell the truth was a comparatively more difficult matter for others. However, Han Li, who had a rough understanding of bewitchment techniques and was proficient in the Tao of medicine, simply had no problem in this regard. This was especially apparent with such a large difference in cultivation. Although the young prince had started by absolutely refusing to open his mouth, completely unwilling to answer Han Li's mild questioning, Han Li force-fed the young prince a medicinal liquid with no trace of politeness. As a result, the prince grew dizzy, and his mind sank into delusion. Soon after, Han Li used a common bewitchment magic technique, Hypnotic Eye, and smoothly took control of his mind. Afterwards, the prince obediently answered Han Li's questions like a puppet. Hearing the young prince's account, Han Li's appearance changed without end. At the start, he was solemnly ice-cold. In the middle, he was stunned and amazed. By the end, he appeared conflicted and gloomy. With the young prince divulging all his hidden secrets, Han Li muttered to himself for a moment. Then he took out a black medicinal pill he had prepared beforehand and expressionlessly stuffed it down the young prince's throat before walking out of his room, not even giving the young prince another glance. This soul-breaking pill was enough to silently kill the young prince. Although Han Li didn't feel very good about using poison to kill a defenseless person, in light of the young prince using over 10 cultivators as blood sacrifices to cultivate a demonic art, his death couldn't be regarded as unjust. When he arrived at the Clear Sound courtyard, the four friends of Meng Mountain were discussing the interrogation with solemn expressions. Once they saw Han Li enter, they all stood and welcomed Han Li to the head seat. Han Li sat down without declining and asked, "So how about it? Did Steward Wang confess to anything?" The four friends exchanged mutual glances. As the eldest member, the dark-faced old man stood and replied, "Senior might already know this. I'm afraid the situation is quite complicated, especially if Steward Wang didn't lie. With that said, the old man stole a look at Han Li. However, Han Li's expression was normal and didn't express anything. With no better option, the old man deliberated for a moment and forced himself to say, "This one has learned much information with regards to the Black Fiend School from Steward Wang. However, most of it is insignificant. Only one extremely jeopardizing matter is important. That is, the Black Fiend Schoolmaster is hiding in the Imperial City. Furthermore, the current mortal emperor of the state of Yu has long since become his puppet, turning the Imperial Palace into the Black Fiend School's nest. As it happens to be, the Black Fiend Schoolmaster is a man called Li Poyan, a eunuch among the stewards within Imperial Palace. It is said that he is in the middle of secluded cultivation." When the dark-faced old man said this, he wrinkled his brow. He felt this matter wasn't easy to handle. After all, even if cultivators held mortals in contempt, they still had to be somewhat wary toward the highest ruler of the mortal world. After Han Li heard this, his face didn't change. However, his heart sighed incessantly. He didn't hold any fear for the emperor, but he knew that the current royal family of the state of Yu was actually in joint cooperation with the seven sects. Each of the sects had an unwritten rule strictly prohibiting even a half-step of entry into the Forbidden City. This was to avoid any sect from seizing the royal family by force and leaving the other sects at a disadvantage. Thus, for several hundred years, the slightest trace of seven sect disciples had not appeared in the imperial city of Yu. So long as the state of Yu's emperor didn't make any great blunders by not making any offerings to the seven sects, the seven sects left them completely alone. Perhaps it was this that gave the Black Fiend School an advantageous opportunity. Han Li had already contemplated the young prince's answers many times over, but he was still unsure as to what to do. This rule had been maintained for such a long time. Even if he uncovered the true identity of the Black Fiend Schoolmaster, who knew if that would atone for his crime of trespassing into the Imperial City? Not only was it possible that he could receive no merits, but he could also be severely punished. Being unable to distinguish between what was the right or wrong course of action, he grew extremely annoyed. In the long history of the seven great sects, such occurrences had happened before. There were times when the authority of some rules was far more important than the rightness or wrongness of the matter and simply couldn't be broken in the slightest, causing Han Li to feel greatly afraid of the consequences. He wasn't someone who wished to expend effort only to receive an undesired outcome. But returning to the main topic at hand, being able to discover the true identity of the Black Fiend Schoolmaster so easily was truly unexpected. However, this was just a chance coincidence. According to the young prince's knowledge, even Foundation establishment altar lords hadn't seen the appearance of the schoolmaster before and didn't know of his origins. These two were of the few individuals who knew the Black Fiend Schoolmaster's identity. This was completely because Steward Wang and the young prince had a rather familiar relationship to the Black Fiend Schoolmaster. One of them was the Black Fiend Schoolmaster's older cousin and had saved his life before. The other was his only official disciple and received no small amount of favor. With such intimate relationships, they were able to know the true identities of many important figures. Otherwise, in such a large city such as Yuejing, how could two among many of the school's qi condensation disciples hold such influential positions in the school? Just as Han Li was considering this, the dark-faced old man continued without stopping. We were unable to discover the true circumstances of the Black Fiend Schoolmaster's cultivation. By his side, there are 4 great blood servants closely protecting him, similar to the one we encountered today. It is certain that we are not capable of being their match as we are now. Thus, I recommend to Senior that we do not take the initiative to further provoke them and that it would be best to wait for reinforcements. Be at ease. This Black Fiend Schoolmaster is at most a late Foundation establishment cultivator. I'm quite certain he has yet to reach core formation. Han Li, who had originally been listening from the beginning, suddenly interrupted the old man's words and said this with much certainty. Han Li's words stunned the dark-faced old man at first, but he suddenly became happy. The others also appeared greatly relieved, although they didn't know why Han Li was so certain. Since it was Senior Han who had said this, it was extremely unlikely he was wrong. A moment ago, they had been discussing that if their enemy happened to be a core formation cultivator, they would only be able to flee in humiliation. Even if, with the assistance of reinforcements from the seven sects, it was still uncertain if the Black Fiend schoolmaster could be dealt with. But now that Han Li had said this, the hearts of the four friends of Meng Mountain naturally grew much calmer. Could Senior tell us a few things? When we interrogated Steward Wang, he didn't have the slightest idea about the Black Fiend schoolmaster's cultivation. Fourth brother, what nonsense are you speaking? Since Senior Han has said this, it must be completely true. The dark-faced old man fiercely rebuked the youth with a serious expression. When Han Li heard their words, he slightly smiled and calmly said, "This isn't some kind of secret. This information came from the fact that the schoolmaster requires Foundation establishment cultivators to conduct blood sacrifices." Han Li's relaxed voice slowly explained this. Although our Yellow Maple Valley isn't very involved with devilish Dao cultivation techniques, we do have some understanding of blood sacrifices, this impatient and destructive evil magic. This devilish art works by taking in other cultivators' blood essence and using it to boost their own cultivation. This was once a common occurrence in previous devilish sects, as it is able to greatly increase a cultivator's magic power in a short period and skip a great amount of time spent in meditation, bitterly cultivating. As a result, there was a time in the cultivation world when not only the devilish Dao but even righteous sects had many people secretly cultivation this technique. After Han Li said this, he coldly laughed, and a slight sneer occurred at the corner of his mouth. Then he continued, "However, this insane cultivation technique not only required the vicious and merciless slaughter of many other cultivators, but it also had a fatal flaw. It is only effective at the level of Foundation establishment and below. In addition, those who use blood sacrifices are doomed to stay at Foundation establishment for the rest of their lives without any hope of reaching core formation." During that time when so many cultivators secretly cultivated this devilish art, not a single one of them was able to reach core formation. What's worse is that as they consumed the blood sacrifice's magic power, they would often experience backlash. If one was not careful, he or she would encounter Qigong deviation and die. Obviously, the main reason as to why this cultivation technique disappeared without a trace was because it became taboo amongst all cultivators to consume another's blood essence. Thus, both the righteous and the devil Dao gradually eradicated those who practiced this devilish art. However, it was later said that the devilish Dao had hated to part with this method of hurriedly increasing their cultivation, and instead created a cultivation technique that was known as blood sacrifice. However, this method didn't directly consume another's blood essence. Instead, it would use a cultivator's soul. Although I've heard the rise in cultivation wasn't as sudden or quick as the original blood sacrifice, it shared the same restrictions, preventing core formation and containing the same danger of backlash. It was aptly named soul sacrifice. With regards to soul sacrifice, my sect's ancient records didn't mention much of it. I only know that once it was established, it was only grasped by a few higher echelon experts of the Devil Dao and wasn't widely circulated, preventing a massacre in the cultivation world. Furthermore, there are also many other restrictions in other areas. In a single breath, Han Li had spoken of many secrets with regards to blood sacrifice. As rogue cultivators, this greatly widened the perspective of the four friends of Meng Mountain. At the same time, they also knew why Han Li was certain that the Black Fiend schoolmaster was only at Foundation establishment. It was very obvious that that Black Fiend school used the first method of blood sacrifice. We have already acquired a rough understanding of the internal circumstances of the Black Fiend school. However, that large bald man escaped, so by now, the Black Fiend school should know of our circumstances as well. They might immediately abandon their nest and flee. As such, if they've hidden themselves again, we would be at a disadvantage. The second brother suddenly thought of something and voiced his concern with worry. Impossible! It is currently unlikely for the Black Fiend school to immediately flee. From what I learned from the young prince, the Black Fiend schoolmaster is currently in a crucial point in secluded cultivation at some cave within the Imperial Palace. I've heard that the schoolmaster had prepared this secluded cultivation for several years and absolutely wouldn't give it up halfway through. It's most likely that they are gathering their forces and guarding against us. Han Li's tone of words held ridicule toward the Black Fiend school. Hearing these words, the four friends' spirits were roused, and they revealed slight excitement. Senior, then next we must? After the dark-faced old man calmed down, he probingly asked this. We don't have to do anything next except calmly wait for reinforcements. Although the other party knows of our circumstances, they don't know where we are hiding. Furthermore, the people taking care of their business in Yuejing are none other than the two captives in our hands. If the Black Fiend school wanted to go find us, they wouldn't be able to send any capable men. However, everyone must be a bit careful. In the coming days, stay and properly cultivate within the residence. When reinforcements come, we will then make our decision. Han Li massaged his nose with his hand as he said this with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. His eyes had already become narrow slits. With a mysterious smile on his face, Han Li caused the others to feel greatly perplexed. The imperial city of the state of Yu occupied 1/5 of its land. However, 1/3 of the imperial city was occupied by the glorious and magnificent imperial palace. Layers of perfectly cut jade bricks formed the palace floors along with countless elegant corridors in addition to many decorative gardens with rarely seen flowers and plants. Even eunuchs and palace maids who had lived in the palace for years would often lose their way, a testament to how extensive the imperial palace was. It was currently almost midnight. The original bustling of court eunuchs and palace maids had long exchanged for a heavy guard with sentries posted every few meters. But under these circumstances, there was still a person whose entire body was tightly covered in a wide cloak swaggering through the layers of sentries with a gold medallion in hand, walking toward the depths of the cold palace hall. This person was extremely tall. Looking at the sinister palace gate, the mysterious man suddenly shed off his cloak and exposed his massive bald head. This was precisely the large bald man who had escaped from Han Li. At this moment, he no longer had his demonic appearance and seemed quite normal. However, his face was pale and seemed lacking in blood. It appeared his origin chi had been greatly depleted. Who is it? Just as the large bald man walked 2 steps forward, an extremely cold voice came from within the palace hall. Ice Demon, it's me. The large bald man replied without a trace of politeness. He walked through the gate without stopping. So it was Tai Luo. You came back from your mission. But wait, why are your footsteps so weak and your chi so lacking? Could it be that you, who claims to be seldom harmed by magic tools and impenetrable to ice and fire, suffered quite a bit? The ice-cold voice asked with some shock. But soon after, the speaker took joy in the bald man's misfortune. Humph, what is an ice-cold fellow like you know? The person I encountered this time was a formidable fellow. Let alone me. Even if us two work together, I fear we wouldn't be good enough. Were it not for the quick-witted fiend demon transformation I planned in advance, I fear I would have lost my life there. The large bald man replied with a cold smile. You used the fiend demon transformation? No wonder your origin chi has been injured. It seems that without a month of bitter cultivation, you won't have any hope of recovering. However, being able to pressure you like this, your opponent must truly be exceptional. Tell me about him. This ice demon held great curiosity in his words. After I first beg the schoolmaster for forgiveness, I will return and tell you this in detail. The schoolmaster's in-name disciple was captured by the enemy. So right now I don't have time to deal with you. I don't know what punishment I'll receive for this blunder. The large bald man impatiently answered. Old Tai, you might not know, but unlike the others, it's as if we are all of one heart with the schoolmaster. How could the schoolmaster punish you? At most, he would rebuke you. The ice demon replied with objection. But these words soon lagged behind as the originally shut palace hall doors opened by themselves with a creak. An incomparably dark gateway was revealed, similar to that of a demonic beast opening its mouth to devour its chosen prey. When the large bald man saw this, he couldn't help but walk forward hesitantly. Qing Wan and Yi Shi? When the large bald man walked forward through the doors, he immediately asked the white silhouette to the side. They went to the blood prison to cultivate. For the time being, only I remained to take care of things. The image of the white silhouette erratically swayed in the shadows. His body was emitting faint white qi from all over, preventing the bald man from seeing his true appearance. Humph! That Qingwen is already at mid-foundation establishment, but yet he still cultivates so diligently. Could it be he isn't afraid of true essence backlash? And that brat Yi Shi, when has he ever been so hard-working? The large bald man revealed an expression of astonishment and asked this, puzzled. When you hear this, don't be envious. That Yi Shi said he felt that he was about to enter mid-foundation establishment. Who gave this guy such good aptitude? He can still keep up with us even without cultivating. What can be done? Although the ice demon advised the large man to not be jealous, his own words were filled with a sour tone. Ice demon. It isn't because you find this guy displeasing to the eye, but rather that you want me to pick a fight with Yi Shi, the large bald man coldly said, glaring at the ice demon. Hee, that could be true. Regardless, don't you want to go see the schoolmaster? It would be best to go now. The schoolmaster has yet to start refining qi from his latest blood sacrifice. The white silhouette addressed the worry on the large man's mind, changing the subject without care. The large bald man clearly understood that the other party's words were a slight towards him, but he simply snorted and walked into the darkness with large strides. After turning several corners and walking through 6 or 7 courtyards, the large man arrived at an extremely remote but expansive rock garden. At the sight of it, an expression of reverence had appeared on his face. Subordinate Taipei's respects to schoolmaster, the large man loudly greeted with a bow. So it's Tai Luo. How were you wounded? A middle-aged man's magnetic distant voice came from the rock garden where the black fiend schoolmaster had secluded himself. It was likely that this was completely unthinkable to Han Li and the others. Many thanks for schoolmaster's concern, but this subordinate simply used the demon transformation technique. There is only a bit of damage to my vitality. When the large bald man heard the schoolmaster's words, he gave a careful reply. For a moment, the schoolmaster didn't immediately give a reply. After a long while, he faintly said, "From what I can see, this mission was a failure. Otherwise, my in-name disciple should have followed you back for the mission debriefing. Please forgive me, schoolmaster." This subordinate didn't do his best to protect the young master and Protector Wang, both of whom fell into the enemy's hands. This subordinate willingly receives the schoolmaster's strict punishment. The large man gritted his teeth and said this with an appearance of shame. Punishment? Why would I punish you? Since you've already used the demon transformation technique, it clearly shows that this enemy was truly too strong. It wasn't because you didn't try your best. Besides, they were only a disciple and a protector, so losing them isn't anything too terrible. If you, on the other hand, were to fall into the enemy's hands, then I truly would have a headache. Many thanks for schoolmaster's forgiveness. This subordinate will certainly do his utmost for schoolmaster in order to make up for this failure. The black fiend schoolmaster had skillfully won over his subordinate's heart, stirring up emotions from the large bald man with his words. In response, the bald man immediately made a great display of loyalty. And very good. But before anything else, tell me about the fight that occurred. I want to know which sect this cultivator came from. He is unexpectedly so fierce. The black fiend schoolmaster was clearly very satisfied with the large man's words, but he still asked about Han Li with great curiosity. As you bid, the large man hastily agreed. The techniques of the Foundation establishment cultivator who we wanted to capture were extremely peculiar. He was unexpectedly able to control mechanical beast-like figurines. Furthermore, his strength was not lacking. At the time, the large bald man thoroughly narrated the events of his fight with Han Li and how he used the demonic transformation technique when the situation turned sour. After the large man finished, the rock garden was quiet for a moment. The black fiend schoolmaster seemed to be thinking of something. After a while, a clear and cold voice spoke. Based on the description of this cultivator's control of figurines, this should be the puppet technique of the Thousand Bamboo School, and thus he is likely a cultivator from this school. I heard earlier that a few thousand Bamboo School cultivators had appeared within the borders of Yuanwu. He is probably one of them. However, your intuition to immediately flee after your demon transformation was a very wise decision. Otherwise, you wouldn't be speaking here with me now, the Black Fiend schoolmaster said indifferently. That can't be. Although I am not confident that my transformed demonic body would be able to truly withstand his treasure talisman, were it not for the fact that I was unable to control my own body after the demonic transformation, I would have actually wanted to fight him. Even if I wasn't his match, I would have completely been able to flee without harm. The large man replied with some refusal. Tai Luo, I know that you were able to withstand a treasure talisman once before and came out unscathed. However, talisman treasures greatly differ in power from one another. Even if two treasure talismans were refined from the same magic treasure, their strength wouldn't necessarily be the same. Also, with this treasure talisman's strange appearance, I can conclude that you wouldn't be able to endure his attacks even with your fiend demon transformation. If it were Qing Wen's wood devil transformation, there may have been some chance of victory. The Black Fiend sect master smiled warmly and gave the large man an explanation. Many thanks for schoolmaster's advice. Still somewhat unconvinced, the large man still expressed his thanks with acknowledgement. Schoolmaster, how should we respond to this cultivator? Since the opponent isn't a cultivator from the seven sects, should us 4 blood servants be dispatched to capture him alive and present him for schoolmaster's cultivation? The large bald man eagerly asked. It was obvious he planned to find Han Li and settle the score. There's no need. It was only a guess that he was a 1,000 bamboo school cultivator. I'm not completely certain, and he may have other helpers. Also, I am at a crucial point of my secluded cultivation and do not wish to provoke any great enemies. Confine all the disciples within the capital in the coming days and have them all remain at the imperial palace. These matters will be put off until I reach great success stage in my cultivation. Even if there are no foundation establishment cultivators to serve as blood sacrifices, it will only delay my progress by a few months. At that time, apart from core formation cultivators, no foundation establishment cultivator will be my match. As the Black Fiend schoolmaster said this, his originally flat tone became filled with excitement. The Black Fiend schoolmaster's thoughts happened to be just as Han Li had anticipated. This subordinate wishes good fortune for schoolmaster's cultivation breakthrough to the great success stage. This one will immediately arrange for the school disciples at the imperial palace to fortify the number of guards. We won't allow them to disturb the schoolmaster in the slightest. The large man loudly declared with tact. Good. Carry out the arrangements. After the Black Fiend schoolmaster finished saying this, he seemed to be somewhat tired and didn't say anything further. Thus, the large bald man respectfully took several steps back, turned around, and departed. This location once again became an unremarkable corner of the cold palace. Time passed by quickly. It was half a month since Han Li passed on the newly acquired intelligence. At this moment, the Black Fiend School and Han Li had taken the same action and withdrew. Since the Black Fiend School didn't dispatch their troops to search wide for the Han Li's hideout, Han Li didn't dare to break down the stalemate and rush into the imperial city, showing his usual calm restraint. It appeared that nothing happened to both sides during this time. It would be reasonable to say that the Devil Dao should have already shown themselves, but no information of them had appeared, causing Han Li to let out a great sigh of relief. Han Li's most feared scenario where the Black Fiend School and the Devil Dao would collaborate together and simultaneously stir up vile trouble did not occur. Han Li couldn't help but secretly rejoice from this. According to Han Li's calculations, even if Li Huayuan sent people over, they would arrive in about 10 days at the earliest. Thus, he calmly cultivated every day and didn't rashly go out. At Han Li's suggestion, Qin Yan had also stayed in at the residence for the past recent days and evaded invitations to go out, claiming that he wanted to deepen and enjoy familial ties. But on the morning of this very day, as Han Li was meditating and refining qi on his bed, he suddenly opened his eyes, exposing a trace of cold light. Which fellow Taoists have come to visit? There's no need to be so secretive. Come out. After Han Li coldly said this, he patted his storage pouch and immediately took out the white scale shield, blocking his front. At the same time, his other hand grasped a fire cloud talisman. He appeared as if he were facing a great enemy. What caused Han Li to act so seriously was the feeling of shock in response to the appearance of 3 to 4 Foundation establishment cultivators lingering outside the door. Although they used Qi concealment magic techniques, Han Li, who cultivated the nameless chant, could faintly feel their presence. Han Li thought to himself with astonishment. Could it be that the 4 great blood servants of the Black Fiend School have all come? When this thought raced through his mind, Han Li endlessly complained to himself and immediately planned his escape. As for the 4 friends of Meng Mountain and those from the Qin residence, Han Li couldn't do anything for them. He could only leave them to find their own luck. While Han Li's mind was filled with these distracting thoughts, not a single magic tool or Taoist technique came from outside as Han Li had expected. Instead, he heard a bright and cheerful voice. Hee hee, how about it? I said you wouldn't be able to conceal yourselves from Junior Marshal Brother. Young Junior Marshal Brother has already entered mid-foundation establishment. Don't show off your mere skill in front of Junior Marshal Brother Han. This was an extremely familiar voice to Han Li. His mind stirred as he loudly answered, could it be that Senior Marshal Brother Song has arrived? Let Junior Marshal Brother give you his greetings. Han Li's words were filled with pleasant surprise. Junior Marshal Brother, you've guessed correctly. After the voice's owner said this, he opened the door and strut into Han Li's room. It was Han Li's 4th Senior Marshal Brother, Song Meng. 2 men and a woman stood behind him. Apart from the serious appearance of a young handsome man, the other 2 looked at Han Li with a smile. Among them, a man with a scholarly appearance said with a smile, 8th Junior Marshal Brother, I've heard your name from Master. It's unfortunate that 7th Junior Marshal Sister, and I haven't had a chance to meet you yet. Now that we've finally seen you in person, we're astounded that you've cultivated so quickly and had already reached mid-foundation establishment. I truly have no words to say. The man clicked his tongue. When that elegant woman standing by his side heard this, she concealed a chuckle and brightly sized up Han Li with curiosity. Han Li took another glance at the man and woman, but he still didn't recognize who they were. He immediately stood up from the bed and said with a respectful expression, so it's 3rd Senior Marshal Brother and 7th Senior Marshal Sister. Junior Marshal Brother has long heard of Senior Marshal Brother and Sister's great reputations. Unfortunately, I also haven't had the chance to meet you. As for Cultivation, Senior Marshal Brother had entered mid-foundation establishment far before me. How could this Junior Marshal Brother compare? Han Li's words were sincere and left a good impression on his 3rd Marshal Brother. At this moment, Han Li turned his head toward the handsome youth and politely said, 6th Senior Marshal Brother has also come. The affairs of this little brother have truly troubled Senior Marshal Brother. Wuxia indifferently responded with N and said nothing more. Han Li simply smiled, displaying nothing out of the ordinary. He clearly understood now that ever since that matter with Dong Xianer, this 6th Senior Marshal Brother did not find Han Li pleasant to the eye. However, Han Li himself didn't really mind much. After all, this person was much easier to deal with than hypocrites and other such vile characters. Right now, however, Wu Xian was looking at Han Li with a trace of amazement. Last time they had seen each other, Han Li was only at early foundation establishment. But now, after just a short period of time, Han Li had already entered mid-foundation establishment. How could Wu Xian, who was still lingering at early foundation establishment, not feel greatly astonished and envious? Senior Marshal Brothers, please come in. I'll go ahead and steep a pot of good tea for you. Han Li invited the 4 into the room with a smile and then turned around and went inside ahead of the others. There is no rush to drink tea. Let's first talk about the Black Fiend School's experts. I've always wanted to have a few truly great battles with Foundation Establishment cultivators. Unfortunately, when I was at Master's side, the old man didn't allow me or 8th Junior Marshal Brother to freely kill Devil Dao cultivators. Otherwise, I would possibly be in the same boat as Junior Brother Han and be dispatched to the border to engage in mutual combat. When Song Meng and the others entered the room and sat down, he hastily asked this with itching impatience and curiosity. This 4th Senior Marshal Brother normally treated people extremely coldly. But now that fierce close combat was imminent, he immediately acted like any other person, becoming excited and unafraid. Nonsense! I've heard that success in frontline battles doesn't rely solely on how many enemies you've killed before. What's most important is one's own cultivation. Because junior martial brother Han had bitterly cultivated beyond everyone else with great success, he was able to naturally succeed in this area. When the third senior martial brother Lu Jing heard Song Meng's words, he couldn't help but tighten his face and say this with a somewhat rebuking tone. Hearing this, Han Li felt greatly surprised. He hadn't thought that these three senior martial brothers would speak mercilessly. He believed that, with Song Meng's temperament, he wouldn't be immediately rebuked. This left Han Li dumbstruck. Song Meng only chuckled and then remained silent. While Han Li was left in shock, the three senior martial brothers had suddenly turned their heads to him and amiably said, "Master already gave us a rough explanation, but in these passing days, I'm sure that new information has surfaced. I hope Han Li could give us a detailed briefing." "Yes, I am also very curious. Who's part of this evil school that dares to abduct so many cultivators? They truly have great courage." Seventh martial sister Zhong Wenyang didn't appear to be much older than Han Li. She had a round face with great clear white skin, and her smile had two shallow dimples. She was truly adorable. However, Han Li clearly understood that this senior martial sister Zhong was a genuine genius cultivator. He had heard that by the age of 16, she had already entered foundation establishment. She was now only one step away from mid-foundation establishment and received much favor from Li Huayuan and his wife. With that thought, Han Li sighed and slowly said, "Senior martial sister Zhong probably already knows that the majority of the cultivators abducted by the Black Fiend School were used as blood sacrifices for cultivation. A small number of them were spared, threatened into becoming their wretched followers. As a group of evil cultivators unfit to be seen under sunlight, they would naturally have great courage. Furthermore, after so many years of development, they now have quite a few foundation establishment experts, each of them extremely vicious. Blood sacrifice, that evil cultivation art that raises one's cultivation by absorbing the blood essence of other cultivators." When Wuxian heard this, his face hardened, asking this with a trembling voice. Song Meng and the others also displayed similar shock. "Eighth junior martial brother, are you not mistaken? Is it truly that bloody cultivation art?" Lu Jing's scholarly face had a menacing air and a faint, ominous glint could be seen from his eyes. When Han Li saw this, his heart trembled. He had heard long ago that although this third senior martial brother did not have the greatest cultivation among Li Huayuan's disciples, he was famed among the junior generation of the seven sects for his bloody, obsessive hatred of evil and have slain countless degenerate cultivators by his hand. This was the main reason why martial idiots like Song Meng held such reverence toward third senior martial brother Lu Jing. "That's correct. They have cultivated like this for many years." Han Li naturally didn't conceal anything about the Black Fiend School and nodded his head with certainty. "Junior martial brother Han, tell us everything that happened," senior martial brother Lu solemnly said to Han Li. "The circumstances are as such. I had originally gone to attend a banquet at Prince Xian's residence with the Qin clan lord." Han Li slowly narrated through the events that occurred since that day at Prince Xian's residence. Naturally, secret details involving himself were excluded. However, Han Li did not expect that these three senior martial brothers were not easily deceived. They interrupted Han Li several times and carefully inquired about a few unclear details. Since the slightest mistake would cause Han Li to reveal everything, these questions truly caused sweat to flow down Han Li's back several times. This was the first time Han Li felt that weaving lies was truly difficult. After he answered all of Lu Jing's questions, the other three's complexions greatly changed. This small Black Fiend School actually had 4 foundation establishment blood servants, not to mention several altar masters with similar cultivation bases and that profound schoolmaster. Furthermore, what was more troublesome was that their nest was actually Yue Jing's forbidden city. "Senior martial brother Lu, should we ask master for instructions and ask the sect for more men? With just us, I fear it will be extremely difficult to capture the Black Fiend sect schoolmaster." Wuxian said with hesitation. It was obvious that he didn't want to violate the 7-sex entry ban and that he wasn't entirely confident in his own strength. What? It seems 6th junior martial brother is somewhat cowardly. When Lu Jing heard Wuxian's words, he raised his sharp eyebrows and spat this out with annoyance. Of course not. I only feel that acting as such is a bit unreliable. According to junior martial brother Han's words, they won't be able to run for quite some time. As such, asking for master's opinion seems more appropriate. Wuxian hastily disputed, naturally unwilling to admit this. Oh, that's good. This elder brother was just suspicious. However, junior martial brother Wu doesn't need to ask such a worrisome question. When we arrived, Master repeatedly warned us that if we encountered any difficulties, we should ask for assistance from Martial Senior Hui Ming's disciples, who were sent to the nearby South Crow City for sect affairs. With Master's and Martial Senior Hui Ming's friendly relationship, they will be certain to help us. Humph! Since we already know the Imperial Palace has already become a den of evil, how could I, Lu, turn a blind eye to them? Don't hesitate to follow me in. As for whether our charge into the Imperial Palace will violate the 7-sex prohibition, I, Lu Jing, will bear all the responsibility. Lu Jing declared with an ice-cold expression. Everyone at the scene looked at each other in dismay except for 7th senior martial sister Zhong Wenyang, who looked at him with enchanted eyes. It was obvious she had long fallen for this 3rd senior martial brother. Good. Since 3rd martial brother has said this, then junior martial brother naturally won't miss such a good show as this and will fight alongside senior martial brother. Song Meng became excited by senior martial brother Lu's words and heroically said this. I also won't leave senior martial brother. I will certainly charge together with him into the imperial city. Zhong Wenyang repeatedly agreed, having come to her senses. When Lu Jing heard these two speak, his face smiled, expressing his gratitude. Then he turned his head toward Han Li and Wuxian and asked, I don't know what you junior martial brothers intend to do. If you feel that senior martial brothers' methods are inappropriate and do not wish to participate in this battle, this senior martial brother will absolutely not force you. When he said this, Han Li hesitated, pondering about the advantages and disadvantages. Wuxian, on the other hand, clenched his teeth. After his face changed between red and white several times, he said, Unless Master permits it with his very own mouth, I will not deliberately violate the prohibition. If senior martial brother truly wishes to personally charge into the Imperial Palace, I will not take part in it. I must first ask Master for instructions. His reasons were completely justifiable. You what? Hearing these words, Zhong Wenyang stood up with fury filling her chest. She wanted to say something but was stopped by Lu Jing. 6th junior martial brother's words are reasonable. To charge together with me into the Forbidden City is a strenuous and unrewarding task. We might also incur further blame after we withdraw. 3rd senior martial brother calmly commented. What does junior martial brother Han think? Could it be you are also going to mimic this fellow's example? You are a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Surely you aren't so cowardly. In order to give her beloved a helping hand, Zhong Wenyang did not hesitate to use such shallow provocations. When Han Li heard this, he inwardly rolled his eyes. Han Li didn't immediately respond and instead lowered his head in thought, muttering to himself for a moment. This senior martial brother Lu was very considerate and did not rush Han Li. Instead, he calmly sat down and waited for Han Li's decision. All right, I will go. I was the one who originally raised this matter, so it would be inexcusable if I didn't go. Furthermore, I truly wish to experience the might of this mysterious black fiend schoolmaster. After a long while, Han Li lifted his head and suddenly smiled, saying this with a soft voice. When Han Li said this, Zhong Wenyang beamed with joy and couldn't help but praise Han Li. Lu Jing also revealed a grateful expression. As for Song Meng, he stepped forward and firmly patted Han Li on the shoulder 2 times. With a large smile, he said, If I hadn't already met you and you were actually unwilling to go, I certainly would have had a falling out with you. However, I already know junior martial brother is a valiant figure. With that said, Song Meng glared coldly at Wu Xian. It seemed that Wu Xian truly did not have a good relationship with his fellow martial brothers. When Wu Xian saw this, he snorted and said, "Since it is like this, I will find a peaceful place and won't disturb your grand event. I will tell Master everything that happened and hope that he doesn't blame you." Having said this, Wu Xian expressionlessly walked out of the room and left the Qin residence on his flying magic tool. Sixth senior martial brother is truly outrageous. He actually ran away as soon as a battle approached. It's unfortunate that he is my senior martial brother. Zhong Wenyang grumbled with great dissatisfaction. Enough. Everyone has their own ambitions, so don't force him. We must make our plans and arrangements as soon as possible. The faster we move, the safer we will be. After all, who knows if the Black Fiend schoolmaster is able to leave seclusion earlier than we originally thought. Lu Jing solemnly added. Senior martial brother has much experience in exterminating degenerate cultivators. You plan it. We will act as you say. In any case, when the time comes, I am fine so long as I take part in the fighting. Song Meng exclaimed with an excited appearance. Junior martial brother Song, you? Lu Jing was rendered speechless by Song Meng's complete lack of plans and was left not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. Zhong Wenyang's eyes became crescent moons as she smiled sweetly. Han Li also faintly smiled and did not speak. Seventh junior martial sister, you are quite familiar with Martial Senior Huaming's disciple, junior martial sister Chun. As such, it would be better if you were the one to go. Right now, she is at South Crow City. Please go and request their assistance. After Lu Jing regained his composure, he calmly asked this of Zhong Wenyang. Junior martial sister Chun is also here? I haven't seen her for some time. However, we have quite a good relationship. There should be no question about her assistance. Zhong Wenyang replied with complete confidence. When Han Li heard the words, Junior martial sister Chun, his heart shook. He thought to himself in confusion, what a coincidence! Is it really her? While Han Li was in doubt, he heard Lu Jing say something to him. Junior martial brother Han, I fear we will have to stay at the Qin residence for a while longer. We will require you to contact the members of the Qin residence and arrange a quiet residence for us, allowing for peaceful cultivation. The third senior martial brother spoke calmly. Han Li naturally agreed. Then what should I do? Song Meng couldn't help but impatiently ask. You will remain here and properly take care of the Qin residence in case the Black Fiend School suddenly launches an attack. I will go to the streets from time to time and look for any movements from the Black Fiend School. Since junior martial brother Han has already revealed their faces, it'll be harder for us to find them in public, Lu Ming answered indifferently. I understand. When he heard this, Song Meng dispiritedly agreed. The following days were extremely peaceful. Apart from Zhong Wenyang departing for Nanwu City to request assistance, the others generally remained at the Qin residence and cultivated. As for third martial brother Lu Jing, he went out several times in accordance with his previous words. However, he didn't acquire any useful information. It seemed as if all the Black Fiend School disciples had completely withdrawn themselves and went into hiding. Wu Xian was staying at an inn in Yuejing. Nobody knew what he wrote in his letter to Li Huayuan. But once he sent the letter, he casually and leisurely strolled through the bustling, lively parts of Yuejing without any thought of returning to the Qin residence. Nanwu City wasn't very far from Yuejing, so in less than 3 days, senior martial sister Zhong returned with 3 men and 2 women in tow. Among these was an exceptionally cool and elegant woman, whom Han Li recognized to be junior martial sister Chan Xiaoqian. This caused Han Li's heart to be on edge. When Chen Xiaoqian saw Han Li, she revealed slight shock, but she didn't say anything. Even if they hadn't spoken to one another, she was unable to consider Han Li to be a stranger. The other 3 men and 1 woman were Chen Xiaoqian's fellow apprentices. 2 were at mid-foundation establishment and 2 were at early foundation establishment. When they saw Lu Jing, they appeared very cordial. It seemed they all recognized him. Zhong Wenyang introduced Han Li to everyone present as her newly accepted junior apprentice brother. But after hearing Han Li's name, the new arrivals apart from Chen Xiaoqian revealed expressions of amazement. You are Junior Marshal Brother Han? You truly are quite young. We've all heard of Junior Marshal Brother Han's great reputation. A single person at the front lines was able to kill over 10 Foundation establishment cultivators from the Devil Dao. Truly amazing. Chun Xiaoqian's senior apprentice sister shouted with a sweet smile. This beautiful 27-year-old woman appeared to greatly admire Han Li. When these words left her lips, Lu Jing and Zhong Wenyang were greatly shocked. These two had been earlier dispatched on assignments and didn't participate in the second campaign between the Seven Sects and the Devil Dao. Naturally, they hadn't heard of Han Li's great acts in the slightest. Now that they heard their acquaintances say this, they felt greatly shocked. It should be known that although third senior marshal brother had killed countless degenerate cultivators, he only killed 2 or 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, each time being a bitter and long struggle for victory. However, Han Li had unexpectedly accomplished the great act of killing over 10 such Foundation establishment cultivators, causing these two to feel astonished. They couldn't help but size up this unremarkable junior marshal brother Han once more and feel far more respect toward him. Fourth senior marshal brother, we didn't know about junior marshal brother Han's accomplishments. Could you clearly explain why you never told me this? After she recovered her shock, Zhong Wenyang suddenly thought of something and loudly scolded Song Meng, who was standing to the side, concealing his laughter with his sleeve. It was a rather harsh criticism. Junior marshal sister, you never asked me. You only asked about junior marshal brother's cultivation. I believed that junior marshal sister already knew about this, Song Meng proudly huffed. He had long since anticipated seeing the flabbergasted faces of his 2 fellow apprentices upon discovering this. As he expected, it was quite the view. How could Zhong Wenyang not hear the half-heartedness contained in those words? She gave him a fierce glance. Even though she was unwilling to let the matter drop, Lu Jing stepped in and said with a large smile, "Good! I didn't think that junior marshal brother Han was so exceptional. Like this, we should be able to handle the Black Fiend schoolmaster with greater certainty." When he spoke these words, his face appeared overjoyed. However, Han Li felt a chill down his back. With great apprehension, he couldn't help but think to himself, surely this third senior marshal brother doesn't want to have me duel the Black Fiend schoolmaster by myself? Han Li immediately mocked himself for thinking such a ridiculous thought and threw it to the back of his mind. Following that, Han Li and his senior marshal brothers feasted with junior marshal sister Chun and her fellow apprentices. Although they all had similar cultivation bases and could abstain from eating for long periods of time, they were now in the mortal world. Naturally, they would enjoy their present circumstances and satisfy their desire for good food. After they finished eating, Han Li called for Qin residence servants to clean up the feast. The group then started to discuss how to deal with the Black Fiend School and how to charge into the Imperial City. Lu Jing immediately made it clear that he was willing to assume complete responsibility for violating the seven-sex prohibition. Thus, Junior Marshal Sister Chun and the others were relieved of their misgivings and agreed to go along with them. Based on the intelligence Han Li acquired, apart from the 4 so-called Great Blood Servants, the odds of the other altar masters being present at the Imperial Palace were quite low since they were stationed in various parts of the State of Yu where they managed school affairs. Thus, Lu Jing believed that with their current manpower, they were more than enough to handle the Black Fiend School, but they should nonetheless strike as soon as possible to prevent any future mishaps from emerging. The others that heard this felt this was reasonable and proceeded to cultivate the entire following day as they were weary from travel. On the night of the second day, taking advantage of the mortals' need to sleep, they would infiltrate the Imperial Palace in their plan to purge evil. At this moment, Han Li looked at everyone talking excitedly with a smile on his face, but he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. These people truly believed the Black Fiend School was feeble and weak. How could this possibly end well? After this great battle was concluded, it was hard to say how many of these people would still be left alive. Were it not for the secrets he obtained from the young prince and the usefulness it would have toward his chances of entering core formation in the future, he absolutely wouldn't make such a dangerous charge into the Imperial Palace. After all, he had no grudges against those who used the evil blood sacrifice technique to cultivate. All he had to do was leak information to the victims' clans and friends. In turn, they would take revenge and completely settle this matter. As for the principles of punishing the wicked, exterminating evil, and upholding justice, Han Li had always believed that acting in accordance to one's capabilities was enough. If there was no danger and he wouldn't have to waste too much energy, he would be happy to act. But if his opponents were too strong and they had nothing to do with him, to risk his own life to handle someone else's affairs made absolutely no sense. Although the actions of his sixth senior martial brother Wu Xian invited loathing from others, they weren't disagreeable. Leaving aside his methods, his decision was truly wise. Else, one may act with hot-blooded passion and recklessly brave terrible dangers. This time, Han Li had forced himself to agree to their charge into the Black Fiend School's nest, violating his own principle of self-preservation. However, Han Li felt that this danger was worth braving. Because Han Li's spiritual roots were truly inferior, so long as there was something he could do to increase his chances of entering core formation, he was unwilling to let such a boon slip by his fingers. Furthermore, he was somewhat certain of his safe return. This is because he had prepared a special trump card that could guarantee his own well-being. Otherwise, with Han Li's meticulous caution, how else could he possibly agree? In the dead of night, Han Li quietly slipped out of his room without anyone noticing and then flew by himself in the direction of the Imperial City on his flying magic tool. While standing on the Divine Wind Boat, Han Li looked down at a colossal pitch-black object from above, the huge entrance to the Imperial City. He faintly smiled and flew over it. In Han Li's eyes, the seven-sex mandate forbidding any disciples from trespassing into the Imperial City simply didn't matter to him. He would only comply with rules that he found to be beneficial to himself. Otherwise, he would be absurdly obeying empty rules that only served to stifle his actions. He had never been someone who strictly obeyed the rules. As Han Li coldly smiled, he had already flown more than 300 meters above the Imperial Palace and was clearly violating the prohibition. Taking advantage of the pitch-black night, Han Li silently surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sweeping across even the most desolate and unremarkable areas. His eyes suddenly brightened, and he flew toward an imperial garden filled with azure bamboo. Arriving above the bamboo forest, Han Li cautiously swept his gaze in every direction. Then he concealed his body's spiritual qi and slowly descended. Han Li clearly understood that although the Black Fiend School controlled the Imperial Palace, they weren't able to keep an eye on every place. Furthermore, although they had many sentries with his nameless qi vanishing chant, he didn't have the slightest fear of any Black Fiend School members discovering him. Besides, from what he learned from the young prince, he was very familiar with the usual arrangements of the Black Fiend School sentries. Even if they revised the sentry placements, so long as he doesn't mindlessly rush into a heavily guarded area, Han Li was completely unworried. This place was clearly a forgotten corner of the Imperial Palace. Not only was the bamboo forest filled with dried branches and rotten leaves, it also faintly released the smell of decay. The branches and leaves were left uncut, causing the forest to appear lush and thriving. Seeing this 5-acre-sized bamboo forest, Han Li revealed a satisfied expression. He cast incantation gestures and released a soundproofing barrier, shrouding the entire bamboo forest. Then, with a solemn expression, he took out a set of formation plates and flags. This was the improved 5 elements reversal formation that Xianxia had given him. Even if the Black Fiend Schoolmaster is difficult to deal with this 5 phases reversal formation, we can just take up an invincible position. Han Li looked at the set of magic tools in his hand and muttered this to himself. He then strode into the pitch-black forest with a resolute spirit. For hours later, Han Li slowly walked out with an exhausted appearance. Because time was short, he was only able to lay out a small portion of the formation, but it still should be enough. Han Li took a look in every direction, and upon seeing that there was no one there, he released the soundproofing barrier and then flew off on his Divine Wind Boat. Han Li had been quiet and hadn't alarmed anyone from the Black Fiend School during the time he infiltrated the Imperial Palace and set up the Great Formation. Although the 4 great blood servants were exceptionally vigilant due to the instructions of the Black Fiend Schoolmaster, the situation was as Han Li had predicted. They had only placed dense sentries outside of the Cold Palace, but the other locations were now even more lax than before. This was one of the reasons Han Li was able to leave and enter so easily. When he flew back to the Qin residence, the sky was still dark. Han Li chose to spend the remaining time before daybreak to meditate. When morning came, he walked out of the room and gathered together with the others in the large hall as if nothing had happened. He chatted and joked with the others as normal. Upon discussion of the upcoming great battle, he didn't mention the 5 elements reversal formation in the slightest. In Han Li's mind, the fewer that knew of this prepared life preservation measure, the better. If he didn't end up needing to use this formation in order to achieve a decisive victory, he would be even more happy. This 5 phases reversal formation would remain as his own trump card. Lu Ming and his fellow Yellow Maple Valley sect members naturally didn't know what Han Li was thinking. But when the topic of this night's upcoming great battle was mentioned, everyone revealed eager and excited appearances. Apart from Lu Jing and 2 or 3 others, the rest of them had no experience fighting other Foundation establishment cultivators. This was the main reason why Han Li didn't feel very confident about this operation. Han Li had continuously believed that cultivators that haven't experienced their baptism of blood were certain to have a disastrous end, even when facing experienced opponents with lower cultivation. To make a mistake and lose one's life wasn't a rare occurrence. Thus, when he saw these people happily chat and laugh, his eyes occasionally revealed a strange expression. After all, cultivators that were able to reach Foundation establishment were certain to have faced some hardship to reach where they were today. However, after tonight's battle, these people were likely to be buried there, which was an extremely pitiful thought. Junior Marshal Brother Han, could you accompany me for a moment? Xianxia, who had originally been bantering with Zhong Wenyang, then looked at Han Li's face and suddenly asked him to accompany her. Not only was Han Li amazed by these words, but even Chen Xiaoqian's fellow apprentices were silently gaping in surprise. With a gaze of disbelief, they glanced at Han Li and their young junior martial sister, who had always been cold toward male cultivators. Seeing Han Li's blank, foolish appearance, Zhong Wenyang rolled her eyes. It was unknown what she was thinking before she suddenly went to whisper a few words in Chen Xiaoqian's ear. Suddenly, this junior martial sister Chen blushed, and after giving Zhong Wenyang a fierce look, she walked out of the great hall in a relaxed manner. She appeared to be quietly waiting for Han Li to follow her. Young junior martial brother, what are you spacing out for? Such a beautiful woman as junior martial sister Chen is waiting for you outside. What are you hesitating for? Lu Jing smiled as he walked over and lightly patted Han Li's shoulder, saying this jokingly. Han Li rubbed his nose with all his strength and wanted to bitterly laugh, but for some unknown reason, he couldn't even smile. After dryly laughing a few times, Han Li walked out under the envious gazes of the male cultivators. If he further hesitated, wouldn't that appear as if he were truly lacking in confidence? He felt as if he had nothing to be afraid of. After he walked out of the hall, Chen Xiaoqian was still lost in thought as she looked in the direction of the garden with heart-moving attractiveness. As she heard Han Li's footsteps, without turning her head, she coldly said, "Accompany me to the garden. I wish to consult with junior martial brother about a few matters." With that said, Chen Xiaoqian didn't wait for Han Li's reply. She walked on as if she were certain Han Li would agree. Looking at her attractive appearance from behind, Han Li unconsciously wrinkled his brow. After some thought, he silently smiled and walked after her. To have a walk with such a delicate beauty was a truly delightful affair. Han Li was walking several steps behind Chen Xiaoqian, admiring her graceful and ample body. He already felt that this walk was well worth it. Besides, when he thought of his encounter with this great beauty during that year, he felt something unexplainable from his heart. When I and eldest brother saw you that year, we truly believed that your esteemed self-success during the trial of blood and fire was only due to luck. I truly did not think during that year junior martial brother Han was actually an expert, disguised as a pig to eat a tiger. Not only did you deceive us 2 siblings, but I fear you also kept all the other experts present there in the dark. As Han Li was letting his imagination run wild, Chen Xiaoqian indifferently said this with her back facing him. Han Li had somewhat anticipated these words earlier and didn't express any surprise. Instead, he scratched the back of his head and slightly smiled, saying, "Senior Marshal Sister Chan is quite funny, disguised as a pig to eat a tiger?" At the time, this little brother was truly fortunate and had only passed through with luck. When Han Li said this, his face didn't have the slightest hint of strangeness, as if he had spoken the truth. "Junior Marshal Brother Han, you still wish to deceive me even now?" Han Li's words seemed to anger Xianxia. After her voice grew cold, she suddenly turned around and her bright eyes turned ice cold. Seeing this, Han Li revealed amazement as if he had no idea as to why she was angry. When Junior Marshal Sister Chan saw Han Li act this way, she grew even more angry. "Fine. I won't further question you about the matters of the trial of blood and fire. But there is one matter that you must sincerely answer." Although her tone grew even colder, her face wore a peculiar expression. "What is it?" "Senior Marshal Sister Chun, do no hesitate to ask me. This one will certainly give a sincere answer." Han Li faintly realized something causing his heart to become restless. However, on the surface he still appeared extremely honest. 7 to 8 years ago, did you encounter anything on the east side of the Taiwei mountain range? When Chan Xiaoqian asked this, her cheeks became slightly red, as if she became somewhat shy as she nervously waited for Han Li's reply. 7 to 8 years ago. Han Li lowered his head in contemplation as if he were recalling something. In truth, Han Li's heart was pounding. How, after so many years, has this person still not given up her thoughts of finding me? Furthermore, her expression is bashful. Could it be she has fallen in love with her savior? Han Li thought, feeling greatly puzzled. This wasn't because Han Li was unromantic. Rather, it was because he didn't have any intentions of having a pair cultivation partner. Although Han Li had a somewhat ordinary interest toward Qin Xiaoqian, whenever the question of affection was raised, Han Li would automatically eliminate such thoughts without knowing why. Perhaps this was because of the affectionate scene that year between her and Senior Marshal Brother Lu, caused him to be unable to accept this woman until even now. No. 7 to 8 years ago, this one was helping Senior Marshal Brother Ma take care of his medicine garden, but wasn't that when the trial of blood and fire take place? Why is Senior Marshal Sister Chan asking this? Han Li calmly replied after he raised his head, wearing a flawless expression of curiosity. Chan Xiaoqian's complexion instantly became pale, before momentarily biting her red lips and stiffly saying, "No? Yet, I remember Junior Marshal Brother Han had gone out that year, and the timing matches almost perfectly." "Oh? That time I went out was in preparation for the trial of blood and fire, buying a few magic tools and talismans. However, when I went out, I didn't encounter anything out of the ordinary." Han Li calmly denied. Hearing Han Li's words, Chan Xiaoqian remained speechless for a long while. She only coldly glanced at Han Li, as if she were truly staring into Han Li's heart. "Since it is like this, there is nothing to say. Junior Marshal Brother, you may leave. I wish to be alone in a moment of peace." A trace of heartfelt disappointment appeared on Chan Xiaoqian's face. She gently turned her face to the side and said this with a tiresome voice. When Han Li saw this, he sighed. He knew, regardless of whether the other party trusted his words, this Senior Marshal Sister Chun would no longer disturb him. With his distant and respectful tone, this Senior Marshal Sister should come to a conclusion. But with her prideful nature, she naturally wouldn't take the initiative to find him again. "Senior Marshal Sister, I will take my leave." Han Li saluted, and without the slightest hesitation, he turned around and left the garden. When Han Li could no longer be seen, Chan Xiaoqian turned around and looked in the direction of the garden exit with a complicated gaze. She faintly whispered, "If it isn't you, then who is it?" During that year, the only one who went out at the same time and had strength was you, Junior Marshal Brother Han. With that said, she gracefully walked up to blooming peony flower and nimbly picked the lovely flower with her flawless fingers. She put it up to her nose and took a soft whiff. With the fragrant scent of the flower, Chan Xiaoqian sunk into a deep state of contemplation. After Han Li left the flower garden, he let out a long sigh. After he shook his head, he quickly returned to the hall with hurried steps. When the others saw Han Li's quick return, they were all a bit startled. However, none of them were so tactless as to take the initiative to ask about the matter. Even when a few people made some jokes about Han Li and Xianxia, Han Li laughed it away without paying it much mind. His expression wasn't the slightest bit strange. Not long after, Xianxia returned and sat down next to Zhong Wenyang with her normal expression. She continued to whisper with her. When the others saw this, they naturally found it embarrassing to further joke about the two and immediately changed the topic back to the matter of their battle with the Black Fiend School. Time seemed to pass by quickly and the bright sky quickly darkened. The Yellow Maple Valley cultivators had already returned to their rooms and were making preparations for their upcoming battle. Although they each felt that their party of Foundation establishment cultivators held a great advantage and that victory should be of no problem, each and every one of them felt very wary. After all, no one wants to carelessly throw their own life away. However, when they thought of the many benefits they would gain from exterminating the Black Fiend School's nest, it was hard for them not to feel excited. After all, such opportunities to surround and annihilate Foundation establishment cultivators without any recourse were incredibly rare. During their vicious fights with the Devil Dao cultivators, their minds would naturally be focused on the struggle of life and death instead. This time there wouldn't only be one or two Black Fiend School Foundation establishment cultivators. Also, they were certain to have no small amount magic tools and good materials on hand as well. In particular, receiving a share of such spoils was a large reason as to why Junior Marshal Sister Chen's fellow apprentices even agreed to help. Otherwise, who would be willing to risk their life from the mere talk of annihilating a nest of evil cultivators? Han Li returned to his room as well, calmly inspecting the puppets he had on hand. Meanwhile, the four friends of Meng Mountain were standing in front of him, respectfully waiting on him as if he was their leader. After Han Li naturally introduced them to his fellow sect members, the dark-faced old man thought to become closer to these few cultivators and see whether or not he could dredge some benefits. However, regardless of who it was, none of them attached any importance to this dark-faced old chi condensation rogue cultivator. After speaking a few blunt words, these several people sent them away. This caused them to realize that not every Foundation establishment cultivator of the 7 great sects were willing to associate with them. Thus, they became increasingly respectful toward Han Li. In this fight against the Black Fiend School, regardless of what happens, you are not required to come. It may be better for you to flee the capital during the night. The puppet beast in Han Li's hand flashed with white light and then he put it away in his storage bag. After that, he said this with an indifferent expression. But Senior, how could we flee from the battle? The dark-faced old man hastily spoke on behalf of all of them. This isn't a question of fleeing or not. You are all simply incapable of acting. If you were to personally join in, you would only be wasting your lives in vain. Here are some high-grade magic tools. Each of you may take one. Consider them parting gifts from a senior. After Han Li shook his head, he said this with a faint smile. With that said, Han Li then swept his sleeve as several exquisite, glimmering magic tools appeared across the table. It wasn't that Han Li didn't have a surplus of top-grade magic tools on hand. After he had killed so many Foundation establishment cultivators, the number of tools he had received naturally made an astonishing collection. However, Han Li had no intention of handing them over to these people as high-grade magic tools could be considered a rather good gift to rogue cultivators. He feared that taking out top-grade magical tools, he would provoke their greed from them and it would be harder to satisfy them in the future. As expected, when the 4 friends of Meng Mountain saw these magic tools, they all displayed joy as they repeatedly thanked him. They also stated that he shouldn't hesitate to find them at Meng Mountain as they would be happy to take care of any matters he had in the future. After receiving the promise that he wanted to hear from them, Han Li gave them face by personally sending them off from Yuejing, causing them to be grateful without end. But before they departed, the dark-faced old man suddenly pulled Han Li to the side and carefully said, "Senior, will 5th sister appear at the Black Fiend School?" Senior doesn't need to say anything as us siblings truly understand, but I fear that 4th brother may have already somewhat guessed. Even though we all don't want to open that window in the slightest, 5th sister sank far too deeply. It would also be good if she were to never appear in front of us again. After speaking these heavy words, the old man seemed to have released a heavy burden and respectfully bid Han Li farewell. Han Li waited in place, watching the four friends of Meng Mountain gradually grow farther away as pondered about the meaning of the dark-faced old man's last words. After a quarter hour, Han Li suddenly smiled, before flying back to the city soon after. After he returned to the Qin residence, the sky had already darkened and the group from Yellow Maple Valley were all waiting in the main hall. However, after entering, he shockingly discovered that his third senior martial brother was unexpectedly absent. Astonished, Han Li couldn't help but ask Song Meng, who was cleaning a blue longsword magic tool. Fourth senior martial brother. Where is third senior martial brother? Senior martial brother Lu went to go find sixth junior martial brother to persuade him, as our odds for tonight's battle will be far greater if junior martial brother Wu agrees to come. But from how I see it, senior martial brother Lu is just wasting time. If that fellow Wu Xian wanted to help us, he wouldn't have left in the first place, Song Meng said without raising his head. He went to find sixth senior martial brother? Han Li wrinkled his brow. Just as Han Li wanted to ask a few more particular questions, Lu Jing had returned wearing a queer expression. Junior martial brother Lu? Is your junior martial brother Wu still unwilling to come? If it's like that, then forget about it. Having one less person does not matter as the 9 of us are more than enough to deal with that black fiend school. The oldest male disciple of junior martial sister Chen's group said without care. If it was like, it would be fine. But the key part of my trip was that I simply couldn't find junior martial brother Wu. Lu Jing unhurriedly said with a bitter smile. At this moment all of them, including Han Li, had blank stares. How can that be, senior martial brother Lu? Wasn't that coward staying at a nearby tavern? Could it be possible that he returned to master early? Zhong Wenyang blinked with wide eyes and guessed. No. I already asked the inn's boss about this. After junior martial brother Wu went out yesterday morning, he never returned. The inn's clothes washer didn't clean anything of his, and nor does it seem he had returned to the sect. Lu Jin shook his head. His words were filled with worry. Hearing this, the others began spiritedly discussing about it, but nobody could figure out what had happened. However, while off to the side, Han Li faintly thought, could it be that Wu Xian was unlucky and had actually been captured by the Black Fiend School? Perhaps because Lu Jing's thoughts were the same as Han Li's. He made this decisive announcement after gazing at the night sky. Let's put off the matter of junior martial brother Wu for now. We're setting off. We must be victorious in our fight, so that we may thoroughly exterminate the Black Fiend School. As soon as the curtain of night descended, a group of unexpected visitors flew from the sky into the dark imperial city. The group consisted of Han Li and 8 other Yellow Maple Valley cultivators. With their magic tools, they arrived above the pitch-black walls of the Forbidden City. The leader, Lu Jing, glanced at this so-called forbidden area. After a slight moment of hesitation, he extended his arm forward with great heroism. Go! Without hesitation or doubt, Lu Jing resolutely said this, before he took the lead and charged in. When the others saw this, they naturally followed closely behind him. The fear toward the 7-sect prohibition had long ago been tossed to the back of their minds. Han Li wasn't at the front of the charge. Instead, he chose to fly at the back of the group and deliberately fell a bit behind. This actually wasn't because of any particular thoughts. Rather, this was because he was silently feeling out the 5 elements reversal great formation he had installed last night. When they arrived several kilometers away from the Imperial Palace, the corner of Han Li's mouth formed a mysterious smile. Excellent. The great formation was still intact and the spiritual chi mark he secretly placed wasn't damaged in the slightest. This caused Han Li to feel exceptionally happy. After a moment, the 9 of them were hovering above the Imperial Palace as they looked down at the entirety of it. Everyone listen up. For this operation, we will act according to our previously discussed arrangements. Our forces will be divided into 2 groups. The first group will hurry to the current Emperor of Yu's sleeping quarters and rescue him from the hands of the Black Fiend School, and prevent them from taking the state of Yu's Emperor as a hostage out of desperation. The second group will head to the Cold Palace where the Black Fiend Schoolmaster is located and first focus on killing the 4 Great Blood Servants. Then the 2 teams will regroup before finally subduing the secluded Black Fiend Schoolmaster. With a solemn expression, Lu Jing repeated his plans for the night, causing the listeners to repeatedly nod their heads. The members of each team have already been decided. The 2 female cultivators, Chun Xiaoqing and Zhong Wenyang, formed the first group and will be rescuing the Emperor of the State of Yu. Lu Jing and the rest formed the second group and would throw themselves at the 4 Great Blood Servants that were guarding the Cold Palace. Han Li was included among them. 7th Junior Martial Sister, Junior Martial Sister Chan, be very careful. Lu Jing urged them with great concern before they split up. After the 2 women gave a solemn response, they flew down to the side, they silently disappearing into the darkness soon after. From now on, if anyone sees a cultivator, do not hold back. Any cultivators casually moving about in the Imperial Palace are certain to be enemies from the Black Fiend School. We will begin now. Let us create an opportunity for our 2 junior martial sisters. Han Li and the others followed after them. After a short moment, the 7 of them descended from the sky in an arrogantly domineering manner and were immediately discovered by the Black Fiend School disciples guarding the perimeter of the Cold Palace. After many sharp whistles were blown, countless magic techniques and tools assaulted them from every direction. Even mere specks of light dare to outshine the moon. After Lu Jing grandly raised his hand, a sparkling silk scarf flew out from his hand. In an instant, the scarf had formed a huge barrier that protected Han Li and everyone else behind it from the incoming attacks. It seemed he was truly confident in the power of this magic tool. The moment the silk scarf unfolded, a barrage of magic techniques and tools fell upon it, causing it to release a dazzling white light. Not only was there not the slightest damage on the silk scarf as expected, but a few magic techniques had also been reflected, leaving a few Black Fiend School disciples battered and confused. Senior Martial Brother Lu? Good move! Upon seeing this, Song Meng, who was standing alongside Lu Jing, loudly shouted out in praise. Soon after, he threw away what he was grasping in his hand without any restraint. A huge blue sword then appeared out of thin air. This was Song Meng's favorite top-quality magic tool, the blue threaded sword. Go! Song Meng formed an incantation gesture with his hands. The huge blue sword then released a long shriek and started spinning itself like a wheel. The sword's great display left the anxious Black Fiend School disciples in shock. When Song Meng saw this, a wicked grin faintly appeared on his face. He pointed 2 fingers toward the blue threaded sword that had transformed into a disc. The disc's blue radiance suddenly shrank and then expanded, shooting out countless threads of blue light and enveloping everything underneath it within a range of about 100 meters. The Black Fiend School disciples that saw this felt their souls leaving their bodies from fright. They all activated various defensive magic tools and techniques in an attempt to block this heaven-shrouding attack. Successions of wretched screams could be heard. A majority of Black Fiend School disciples were unable to withstand the penetrating attack of the countless blue threads of light. They either died a miserable death after turning into honeycombs or managed to survive by protecting their vitals. But even then, the injuries they received from the attack would have left them unable to fight. Myriad threads under the heavens. Good move. As expected, Junior Martial Brother Song's long-famed technique is quite different from the rumors. When one of Chun Xiaoqian's senior martial brothers saw the might of this attack, he couldn't help but sincerely praise it. Song Meng's face revealed slight pride in response. At this moment, several people calmly landed at the great entrance of the Cold Palace. Those Black Fiend School disciples that managed to luckily survive had already lost themselves to fear and didn't dare to attack. Start the 4 symbols formation and trap them within. Just as the remaining Black Fiend School disciples were about to confront their group with fear and trepidation, an incomparably cold voice came from the Cold Palace. A white silhouette releasing a cold and hazy white mist had appeared at the entrance in the blink of an eye. This was the ice demon that happened to be on duty. He was the one who gave those orders from a moment ago, with teeth clenched in anger. Now, he was looking at the yellow Maple Valley cultivators in both rage and alarm. Humph! This monster will be taking your lives. When Lu Jing heard those words, he looked at this person's cultivation and immediately realized he was one of the great blood servants. After he coldly snorted, he shot 2 streaks of silver light straight toward his head. When the others saw this, their magic tools began to shine. They thought to immediately make a united attack against the newly appeared Black Fiend School expert. After all, this wasn't a practice match against fellow sect members. They naturally wouldn't fight alone. Han Li equivalently took out his 6 golden blades from his storage pouch and shot them out. If this attack was enough to kill this blood servant, Han Li would naturally be happy to do it. But before their attacks could land, the scenery before their eyes blurred for a moment and underwent a huge change. Everyone was greatly shocked to discover that, in the blink of an eye, they had suddenly appeared in a world of frost and snow. A vast expanse of whiteness surrounded them with bone-chilling winds, and huge drifting snowflakes filled the entire sky. Where did that white-clothed silhouette go? Although Lu Jing and company were shocked, they knew that they had fallen into the 4 symbols formation. Thus, after a brief moment of panic, they had all regained their composure. After all, they were Foundation establishment cultivators from the same sect and had nothing to fear from this minor formation. Hee. Your courage is quite great, actually daring to injure our school's disciples. Properly stay put for the moment in our school's great protection formation. That ice-cold voice sounded as if it came from every direction at the same time, causing a truly astonishing impression. 4 symbols formation? Does anyone here comprehend this formation spell? We had best break out quickly. Else, we will be letting the 4 great blood servants gather together, and that would prove troublesome. Lu Jing didn't take notice of the ice demon's infuriating words, and instead said this to the others with a calm expression. When he said this, the others mutually looked at each other and didn't speak for a short while. I understand a bit of the Tao of formation spells and have heard of this 4 symbols formation before. However, I didn't particularly study the specific method to break this formation. This formation spell can be considered to be an obscure type. As such, one normally wouldn't study such a formation. Chun Xiaoqian's senior martial sister hesitantly said, interrupting the awkward silence. This is a bit troublesome. Could it be we have to use brute force to break the formation? Lu Jing wrinkled his brow and muttered to himself with reluctance. Relying on brute force to break a formation is admittedly a simple and direct method. However, not only was it more time-consuming, but it would also consume a large amount of everyone's magic power, which would naturally put them at a huge disadvantage in the great battle following the destruction of the formation. Perhaps this was the true intention of why the enemy has used this formation. When the others heard this, they looked at each other with worry and dismay. At this moment, a very curious voice spoke out. Junior Martial Brother Han. What are you doing? Song Meng didn't understand the slightest bit about formation spells and wasn't troubling himself with thinking about how to break the formation. Instead, he was looking around and actually saw Han Li's actions. Han Li was currently grasping a clear crystal ball magic tool and placed it in front of his eyes. Gazing thought it, he was staring at a particular direction. This peculiar action strongly piqued Song Meng's curiosity, causing him to ask this without thinking. This question attracted the others' attention, causing them all to look toward Han Li with puzzlement. Han Li put down the crystal ball with an ordinary expression. Then he turned his head toward Lu Jing and said, I have likely found a gap in the formation. What? You found a weakness? Han Li's words caused everyone's face to reveal pleasant surprise. Lu Jing was particularly overjoyed. As expected, Han Li is far beyond ordinary, being able to find a hole so quickly. What is its weakness? Lu Jing praised Han Li and amiably asked. Han Li faintly smiled and suddenly handed the crystal ball over. Senior Martial Brother, look into this violet light orb and you'll understand. Han Li pointed in the direction he had just looked at. When Lu Jing heard this, he took the magic tool with great curiosity and carefully looked into it. After he took a glance, Lu Jing revealed astonishment. After a short moment, he passed the crystal ball back to Han Li and lowered his head, muttering to himself. Another moment passed by before he raised his head and anxiously said to the others, Han Li's words are true. For some unknown reason, the spiritual qi fluctuations in that direction appears much thinner. It seems that this formation was laid out in a hurry and exposed an unintentional flaw. Lu Jing's voice grew louder as if he were brimming with confidence. Then what does senior martial brother Lu intend to do? Chun Xiaoqian's senior martial sister couldn't help but ask. Concentrate all of our attacks at the weak point. I am confident we will be able to break this formation without expending much magic power. Lu Jing said with certainty. Since it is like that, we should act quickly. When Song Meng heard this, he could no longer wait. He immediately raised his hand and released his blue-threaded sword, causing it to spin above his head. The others wore expressions of eagerness after hearing Lu Jing's words. When Lu Jing saw this, he no longer hesitated and immediately exclaimed, "Good! Let's break through this formation and give our enemies a show." After this was said, over 10 magic tools emitted a dazzling radiance and fiercely shot toward the formation's flaw. Outside of the formation, the ice demon felt extremely anxious while commanding the school disciples to take up an encirclement formation. Ever since the Black Fiend schoolmaster had requested the 4 great blood servants to remain within the palace, they should have been taking turns to guard in pairs. But Xiaxia, who was originally supposed to be on guard with him, had recently reached the great success stage in his cultivation. Using the excuse of wanting to immediately enter mid-foundation establishment, he stealthily ran off to the blood prison to cultivate. As the ice demon was unwilling to offend the brilliant rising talent in the 4 blood servants, he had tacitly turned a blind eye. However, that moment of neglect had left him alone while guarding the entrance against an invasion of so many strong enemies. However, it was fortunate that he was quick-witted. He first used this for division's formation to trap the enemy, and then dispatched disciples to the blood prison and the rear palace to quickly fetch the other 3 blood servants without delay. He clearly understood that these few qi condensation disciples were no match against these strong enemies. But luckily, the enemy had been trapped within the 4 divisions formation, buying quite a bit of time. So long as he could stall for a bit of time, his 3 comrades would be certain to promptly arrive. With the 4 great blood servants acting together, the ice demon would have nothing to be afraid of. Just as he was thinking this, a loud rumbling vibration could be heard from within the 4 divisions formation. The thick white fog that filled the formation was then fiercely blown away, appearing as if the formation was about to be destroyed. What is this? It is impossible for the 4 symbols formation to break so quickly. Something must have went wrong. When the ice demon saw this, his pale face concealed by the cold qi had turned somewhat green. Sir Ice Demon, the enemies had struck far too quickly. A few of the disciples that were in charge of the formation had died in the attack, causing the 4 symbols formation to be insufficiently manned. It is possible that the enemy saw through the gap. When a nearby Black Fiend school disciple saw this, he carefully gave an explanation. When the ice demon heard this, he became alarmed and furious. Just as he was about to loudly rebuke him, he heard a gentle voice from behind him. "Ice demon, what happened?" The 4 symbols formation had actually activated, but it appears unable to hold the enemy. When the ice demon heard this, he immediately felt relieved. "Qing 1. It's good that you've quickly arrived." The ice demon couldn't conceal his happiness and hastily turned his head to look at him. At an unknown time, 2 people had appeared about 15 meters behind him. One of them appeared 30 years old with a beardless and unremarkable face. He was wearing an azure Taoist robe and looked at the 4 symbol formation's strange condition with a solemn expression. "Who is invading us? And where is that youngster, Xiaxia?" Tai Luo stroked his bald head with an expression of bloodlust. "Right now, Xiaxia's..." A huge rumbling from the 4 symbols formation interrupted the ice demon. The 4 symbols formation's dense fog ruptured and completely disappeared, revealing the silhouettes of Han Li's group. After clearly seeing the number and cultivation of these invaders, Qing Wen's complexion slightly darkened and Tai Luo appeared greatly astonished. "Ha! You evil cultivators believed that a broken formation was able to trap us Yellow Maple Valley cultivators? That's just wishful thinking. After Song Meng appeared once more before the cold palace, he couldn't help but loudly yell this with excitement. Yellow Maple Valley? Qing Wen and the other two were slightly startled. However, after a short moment of thought, they quickly recovered. Apart from the 7 great sects, who else could dispatch so many Foundation establishment cultivators in the state of you? Why have you stormed the imperial palace in the night? Could it be you are unafraid of violating the prohibition? Without waiting for Lu Jing and company to speak, Qing Wen calmly asked. He knew about the 7 sects ban and hoped he could use this to cause Lu Jing's group to become fearful of the consequences. Lu Jing coldly snorted, and before he could open mouth, he heard an alarmed cry from the bald man. It's you. Aren't you from the Thousand Bamboo School? How are you together with the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators? As the large bald man, Tai Luo, swept his gaze across them, he discovered Han Li among them and couldn't help but loudly ask this with amazement and confusion. These words left both enemies and allies stunned. In a flash, all eyes gathered upon Han Li. At this moment, Taoist priest Qing Wen had clearly recognized Han Li and couldn't help but twitch his face. Disbelief could be seen in his eyes. When have I ever said that I was someone from the Thousand Bamboo School? Han Li coldly gazed at the large bald man and then turned his glance toward Taoist priest Qing Wen. That year at the Great South meeting, Qing Wen had urged Han Li to travel together with him. Surprisingly, Han Li now found him here. As a result of this, he was able to answer the lingering questions from back then. Namely, why Qing Wen made such great efforts to journey together with low-grade cultivators and why that yellow-clothed man had pursued and attempted to kill Han Li. Now understanding the entire story, Han Li was furious and felt an intense desire to kill Qing Wen. Nonsense. If you aren't from the Thousand Bamboo School, then why can you use puppet techniques? The large bald man retorted, refusing to let the matter drop. Are we required to tell you the techniques that junior martial brother Han is able to use? Everyone, attack. These people are deliberately stalling for time. Do not fulfill their wishes. Lu Jing's expression darkened before suddenly saying this with a stern voice. With that said, he extended his arm and a streak of silver light directly attacked the ice demon in front. Upon hearing this, the Yellow Maple Valley disciples suddenly realized and inwardly cursed the enemy's craftiness. They then released their magic tools without restraint and immediately joined the fight. As Han Li had been staring at Taoist priest Qing Wen earlier, he immediately performed a pincer attack with Chan Xiaoqian's senior martial brother Wang, in an attempt to trap Qing Wen. Without speaking further, Han Li patted the storage pouch at his waist, causing over 10 streaks of red, black, and golden light to simultaneously soar out. After they hovered above Han Li for a moment, they shot toward the enemy with the sound of a faint explosion. Han Li didn't bother speaking to Qing Wen as he didn't have the slightest intention to reminisce about old times. When Qing Wen and that senior martial brother Wang saw Han Li's display of immense strength, both of their expressions changed significantly. Senior martial brother Wang revealed pleasant surprise, while inwardly praising Han Li. As expected, Han Li's reputation as an expert that had previously killed many Foundation establishment cultivators was well earned. He is truly outstanding. Taoist priest Qing Wen revealed a cautious appearance and faintly shrouded his body in a layer of azure qi. Upon seeing Han Li's vicious actions, he knew Han Li intended to kill him. Naturally, he wouldn't just wait for death like a sitting duck. In turn, he also didn't speak any rubbish before suddenly extending his hand toward the attacking magic tools. 5 azure bead magic tools flew from his hand and formed a pentagon around him in an instant. Then, with a flash of azure light, Taoist priest Qing Wen was enveloped in a cloud of azure mist as a pentagonal prism barrier appeared around him out of thin air, closely protecting him. Han Li's golden swarm blades, black dragon's grasps, and blazing chain tridents simultaneously struck Qing Wen's pentagonal prism barrier, producing an explosion of blinding light. Bursts of radiance flew in every direction. Yet the strange barrier was left unscathed from the attack. Han Li, my Azurewood True Barrier can only be broken by core formation cultivators. Foundation establishment cultivators like yourself aren't able to damage it in the slightest. You had best give up. Qing Wen suddenly said this with a slight smile, speaking to Han Li in a very intimate manner. I'm not so sure about that. Han Li coldly sneered. Han Li then formed an incantation gesture with his hands, causing his magic tools that were attacking the azure barrier to loudly howl, before flying into the sky and converging as one. This scene stunned Qing Wen as he didn't know what Han Li intended to do. However, as he was also of the cunning sort, how could he allow Han Li to perform his magic so easily? His hands immediately shined, producing a dazzling golden ring in each hand that released dense cold qi. One could tell from their appearance that the rings were extraordinary. Go! Qing Wen softly yelled as he threw out the rings without the slightest hesitation. They turned into twin golden streaks of light as they directly attacked Han Li. Han Li raised his eyebrows in alarm, and with a menacing expression, he tightly gripped his white scale shield. However, before those magic tools struck their target, 3 green foot-long streaks had suddenly flown in from the side and intercepted the 2 streaks of golden light. Fiendish Taoist, don't tell me you've forgotten about me? Senior Martial Brother Wang flashed Han Li a friendly smile as he controlled the green streaks of light. When Han Li saw this, he felt relieved and returned the smile. However, Qing Wen wasn't feeling calm like these two. His complexion darkened as his gaze started shifting everywhere. Not long after, he had reached his wit's end. After all, simultaneously controlling the Azurewood True Barrier and Goldlock rings had nearly used up the entirety of his spiritual sense. He was unlike Han Li, who had learned the Great Development Technique and was able to smoothly control so many magic tools. Although he possessed a few incisive magic tools, he didn't dare to lightly use them. Using the entirety of one's spiritual sense to control magic tools was very dangerous, as it left the user incapable of paying attention to their surroundings. Furthermore, cultivators being able to control over 10 magic tools simultaneously in an attack was something rarely seen. In part, Han Li was able to do this because these magic tools were created as sets, and only used the same amount of magic power as 3 magic tools. If it were truly more than 10 separate top-grade magic tools, even if Han Li's spiritual sense could support it, he wouldn't be able to produce enough magic power to activate them. Supporting about 5 magic tools was the limit of Han Li's magic power. This was why Han Li favored using complete sets of magic tools, as they allowed him to display the full power of the Great Development Technique. As for why Han Li was able to control the 8 children blades of the Golden Beetle Swarm Blades, it absolutely wasn't because of direct control. He instead completely relied on the mother blade in his hand to control the children blades. Its current power and flexibility was incomparable to before, as it was different as heaven and earth. As Qing Wen was hesitating on what action to take, Han Li had finished casting his technique. Giant Sword Technique. Han Li said those words with an ice-cold tone. Soon after, the magic tools that were spiraling above Qing Wen released a blinding radiance. In that tricolored radiance, the gold, black, and red streaks had intertwined, forming a huge sword of light that spanned over 30 meters in midair. This giant sword technique was something he had learned from the Azure Essence Sword Technique written compilation, the Golden Page. This was also the only sword controlling technique that he could use with his foundation establishment Cultivation. Naturally, its might was beyond ordinary. Although Qing Wen and Senior Martial Brother Wang were locked in combat with their magic tools, they both revealed expressions of astonishment. Even an idiot could tell just how immensely powerful Han Li's technique was. Qing Wen inwardly complained without end, immediately abandoning the 2 golden rings. Instead, he hurriedly searched himself and took out a shiny brass mirror. At this moment, Han Li pointed at the huge sword of light with an ice-cold expression. The huge sword fiercely chopped down from the sky without sound. The crushing blow was about to break through barrier and man with astonishing grandeur. Upon seeing this, Senior Martial Brother Wang had forgotten to take advantage of Qing Wen's moment of distraction to destroy his golden rings. Instead, he was mesmerized while staring at the huge sword's heaven-stunning might. His entire mind was occupied with the thoughts of whether or not he would be able to withstand such a strike. As the target of the attack, Taoist priest Qing Wen's expression grew extremely solemn, and he hastily tossed the brass mirror above him. The brass mirror quickly flew out of the light barrier and flashed, producing a yellow cloud about 3 meters wide above him. In the blink of an eye, it solidified into a huge shield that continuously revolved above him. Han Li's complexion sunk as he formed an incantation gesture with his hand. The huge sword of light thunderously roared and chopped down with even more astonishing might, reaching the brass shield in an instant. Along with the sound of an immense explosion, the shield released an immense yellow radiance. But underneath the huge sword's fierce blow, it was only able to endure for a short moment before releasing a wail as it broke into pieces. With nothing left to stop the sword of light, it chopped down on the azure prism barrier, causing it to groan underneath the huge sword's immense pressure. Seeing the huge sword's astonishing might, Qing Wen's expression finally became panicked. His hands flickered with azure light before he quickly pressed them against opposite sides of the prism barrier. He then did his utmost to pour spiritual power into the azurewood true barrier in an attempt to strengthen its defensive power. The three-colored light released by the huge sword strained the azure light barrier underneath it, causing the barrier to produce a crackle. With Qing Wen's desperate assistance, the azurewood true barrier managed to withstand the might of the light sword's downward chop. In the following moment, Han Li expedited his magic techniques. He wished to use the huge sword to forcefully break through the light barrier and kill him as revenge for his previous betrayal. On the other side, Qing Wen was madly pouring spiritual power into the light barrier in an attempt to exhaust the sword's strength and save his life. At this moment, Senior Martial Brother Wang finally came to his senses and quickly destroyed the 2 golden rings with ease. He then commanded his 3 streaks of light to strike Qing Wen in a relentless charge, clearly understanding that Han Li was stuck in a deadlock with Qing Wen. So long as he provided even the slightest assistance, he would be the final straw that would tip the scales and overwhelm the enemy, easily killing this formidable opponent. With this, he would be entitled to a significant share of this blood servant's treasure when the time came. With that thought, the fire in his heart became even more fervent. But as Senior Martial Brother Wang was dreaming, Qing Wen's complexion greatly changed, and a streak of yellow light shot toward Qing Wen at the speed of lightning. In the following instant, he had disappeared from his original location, allowing Han Li's tricolored sword of light to strike at the ground and create a large hole 3 meters deep. Senior Martial Brother Wang's 3 streaks of green light naturally missed its target, causing him to glance in the direction of the yellow streak of light with alarm and anger. As expected, Taoist priest Qing Wen's light barrier appeared nearly 100 meters away. A yellow-clothed youth with a lazy appearance stood by his side. He looked at Senior Martial Brother Wang and said with complete calm, "This person had previously saved my life. Could your esteemed self not kill him off so lightly?" After he said this, he chuckled and continued, looking at Han Li with a smile. "Brother Han, I truly didn't think that we'd one day meet again. Wu Jiuji pays his respects." The unperturbed youth was that young cultivator Wu Jiuji who had attempted to pickpocket Han Li that previous year at the Great South meeting. However, at this moment, his body was faintly emitting a strange yellow light and his cultivation had reached the early foundation establishment stage. "Jiuji, this person walks an entirely different path from us. Why must you speak so much? Since you've come, all 4 of us can now fight." Taoist priest Qing Wen retracted his previously thrilled expression and couldn't help but resentfully look at Han Li. When Wu Jiuji heard this, he sighed and didn't speak any further with Han Li. When Qing Wen saw this, he suddenly made 2 long whistles followed by a short whistle. When Tai Luo and the Ice Demon heard this, they revealed pleasant surprise. They immediately leapt out of the Yellow Maple Valley's joint attack and flew toward Qing Wen and Wu Jiuji. "What going on? Another one has appeared. This is going to be troublesome." When Lu Jing saw the sudden appearance of Wu Jiuji, he immediately understood the battle's circumstances had shifted and couldn't help but wrinkle his brow. Now that 4 of these truly unordinary blood servants had gathered together, it was clear to Lu Jing that the situation had become more difficult to deal with. In the previous battle against the 2 blood servants with his group of 5, they weren't able to even injure one of them. Even with their advantage of numbers, they had only been able to gain the upper hand. With that thought, Lu Jing prudently called out for Han Li and senior marshal brother Wang to stand beside them. As Han Li looked at Wu Jiuzhi who had just appeared, he felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. During that year, he had quite a favorable impression of that strange, spirited youth. However, gods make fools of men, and now the two had no choice but to fight to the death. Demon transformation. Qingwan and the other blood servants realized that by relying on ordinary means, they would be unable to win against Han Li's group, as they were outnumbered nearly 2-1. Following Qing Wen's cold declaration, their bodies all released a blood-red radiance. They then transformed into 4 cocoons of blood-red light and began their demon transformation, intending to eliminate Han Li's group in a single move. When the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators saw this, they were reminded of what Han Li had told them about the blood servants' demonic transformation. They all knew that during their transformation, the blood servants would become easy, stationary targets. Thus, they launched magic tools and techniques, assaulting the 4 cocoons of light without restraint. Naturally, they wouldn't let go of an opportunity like this to subdue the enemy. Unfortunately, as Han Li had said, the light spheres were incredibly hard. Despite the violent storm of attacks, the cocoons remained intact. They didn't appear to be even slightly damaged, causing the faces of the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators to become unsightly. Everyone, if you have any last resorts, use them. Do not hold back. If you don't use them now, we will be in dire straits when they emerge from their cocoons. With that said, Lu Jing immediately withdrew his magic tools and solemnly took out a golden talisman, pressing it between his 2 hands. He started muttering a mysterious incantation, causing the talisman to radiate with unceasingly dazzling golden light. Although Han Li didn't know what grade that talisman was, he grew alarmed upon seeing it. Since Lu Jing, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, required an incantation to activate it, it meant that this talisman was no common item. When the others saw this, they looked at each other and then revealed their hidden capabilities. The most eye-catching among them were Song Meng and Chun Xiaoqian's senior martial sister. They both took out an inscribed treasure talisman and then immediately sat down to activate them. Blue and gray radiance emitted from their treasure talismans, causing those who looked on to feel envious. Treasure talismans aren't easy to acquire for foundation establishment cultivators, even with the backing of a large clan. Only those who were looked upon with great affection by their seniors would be granted them. Otherwise, with merely their own wealth and status, how could they possibly acquire such a treasure? The others were unwilling to be outdone and made a display of their own. They either strenuously used impressive magic techniques or brought out wondrous magic tools for their attacks. Brilliance immediately filled the sky as their magic tools and techniques were chaotically flourished. Han Li used neither his talisman treasures nor his astonishingly powerful giant sword technique. Instead, he chose to use his most energy-efficient method. With a wave of his hands, several heavy objects fell to the ground in front of him, 4 of his puppet beasts. The puppet beasts opened their ice-cold eyes and their bloodthirsty maws, fiercely shooting out several beams of light in a well-practiced manner. Han Li stood behind them, taking advantage of the situation to restore the magic power used during the previous fight. As he had yet to encounter that Black Fiend schoolmaster, he wasn't willing to use the entirety of his strength and prematurely exhaust his magic power. Han Li intended to preserve his magic power in preparation for any contingencies in the upcoming battle. He had a few more hidden cards, but he wouldn't reveal them until the time came. The appearance of the puppet beasts had somewhat surprised the others, but they immediately went back to focusing on their own matters. After all, the techniques one used and the magic arts one cultivated were one's own secrets. Nobody would be so tactless as to ask about them. Those who knew the origin of the puppet technique would believe that Han Li had acquired it from Li Huayuan. As a core formation cultivator, it wasn't difficult to imagine that he had killed several thousand bamboo school cultivators and acquired a few of their school's magic arts along the way. Thus, the others only felt at most great curiosity toward Han Li's puppet beasts. At this moment, Lu Jing's golden talisman finished activating. Trembling lightly, it transformed into a streak of golden light before flying toward the blood-red light cocoons. An explosion rang out as a burst of golden light created a snowstorm of luminous floating specks that filled the entire sky. The dazzling scene was as fantastical as a dream. However, this beautiful marvel concealed an extremely sorrowful desire to kill. During this dazzling scene, Lu Jing formed an incantation gesture, causing the luminous specks in the sky to undergo a strange transformation. Gradually shrinking and expanding, they finally assumed shape of small golden swords. Although the swords were only an inch long, each one possessed a threateningly cold and incomparably incisive air. Thousand Blades Technique, Lu Jing said softly, revealing the name of his metal attribute magic technique. Everyone who saw this scene, aside from the two who were focusing on activating their treasure talismans, was left stunned. Metal attribute magic techniques were the rarest among the 5 elements, most commonly taking the form of defensive auxiliary magic techniques such as the Golden Armor Technique or the Iron Skin Technique. Lu Jing's offensive metal attribute area magic technique exceeded expectations, leaving Han Li and the others dumbfounded. They all slowed their actions, wanting to witness the entirety of this marvelous spell. Thousands of shining, sharp golden swords were suspended above the cocoons of light, emitting a frightening pressure. Lu Jing then chanted the activation incantation, causing the small golden swords to hail down and stab into the spheres of blood-red light. Poo-poo. Everyone heard a series of muffled stabs as the golden lights entered the blood-red spheres. Brilliance scattered in every direction like a dense storm of fireworks. Under the others' attacks, the light cocoons had displayed no change. But under this fierce attack, the cocoons began to gradually swell, as if knowing the fearsomeness of this attack, and responded by taking the initiative to reinforce the blood-red light as increasingly intense waves of light swords struck down. When Lu Jing saw this, he felt neither joy nor worry. Since his attacks pressured the light cocoons to change, they were shown to be effective. So long as he increased the power of his attacks, he would be able to break through the blood-red light. But at this moment, more than half of the small swords had already fallen and the light cocoons still appeared as red as they were at the start, looking as if they had handled the attacks with ease. Senior Marshal Brother Lu, allow me to lend a hand, Song Meng shouted loudly. The gray talisman in his hand transformed into a meter-long, gray spear that emitted a strange gray chi. Let's get rid of the blood servant on the left first. Do not scatter our attacks. Seeing that Song Meng had condensed the true form of his treasure talisman, Lu Jing said this with unsuppressed joy. Soon after, he pointed at the small swords that had yet to fall. Suddenly, the gold swords started falling in a dense barrage toward the cocoon of leftmost blood servant, the ice demon. Following the rumbling sounds of impact, the cocoon of blood-red light seemed to have shriveled significantly. Having seen this, the others joined in, using magic techniques and magic tools in a simultaneous attack. Song Meng followed with his gray spear, causing it to release a sharp chilling wail as it shot forth. As the Thousand Blades techniques and the others' instantaneous attacks whittled away at the remaining thin layer of the previously invulnerable blood cocoon, the silhouette within could vaguely be seen. The gray spear was able to finally penetrate the cocoon, causing a furious, deafening roar to echo in everyone's ears. 2 sharp, white crystal claws suddenly emerged from the blood-red light, immediately tearing away at the remaining shreds of the blood cocoon with ferocity and revealing the true appearance of the silhouette within. It was a half-demon transformed white monster. At first glance, this person appeared to be an incomparably beautiful and refined youth. However, 2 small white horns protruded from the top of his head, and a foot-long pure white tail sprouted out from behind him, each covered with faintly sparkling white scales. In addition to his 2 extremely sharp claws, his entire body exhibited layers upon layers of demonic properties. 2 bowl-sized bloody holes were present on his shoulders. The flesh around them continuously squirmed and contracted, causing onlookers to feel their blood run cold. But in the blink of an eye, the bloody holes completely healed. You're all courting death, the half-transformed ice demon yelled fiercely. Clearly, he had retained enough of his mind to be able to speak. Although he didn't finish his demon transformation, he believed that with the demonic characteristics of his current body, he would be able to buy time for his companions to finish their transformations. The complexions of Lu Jing and the others, who had yet to see the demonic transformation, paled after seeing this frightening appearance. Although they had previously heard Han Li mention the strange appearance of the blood servant's demon form, they became extremely shocked and apprehensive upon seeing it with their own eyes. Suddenly, several beams of white light struck the ice demon's bare body and immediately sent it tumbling, causing it to appear quite battered. Unwilling to hear the enemy's rubbish, Han Li had immediately ordered his puppet beasts to attack. When the others saw this, they came to their senses and madly resumed their barrage of attacks. However, the ice demon that fell to the floor released a cold mist from its entire body. As the mist spread, he disappeared from his original location. This left the others shocked, hastily looking in every direction. According to their previous experiences, when such a scene occurred, the opponent had used an evasion technique and quickly escaped. However, such a technique wouldn't have allowed them to flee far. Not a single person could be seen near the 3 remaining light cocoons. The ordinary Black Fiend school sect disciples had long fled as they weren't foolish enough to remain. When Han Li saw this, his heart trembled as he suddenly thought of something. He hastily patted his storage pouch, taking out his white scale shield and tortoise-shell magic tools. He hurriedly had them revolve around his body as he loudly yelled, "Everyone, be careful!" He concealed himself. Just as Han Li said this, a woman's miserable shriek could be heard, causing everyone to hastily look in the direction of the scream in alarm. They saw that Junior Martial Sister Chen's Senior Martial Sister, who was originally sitting down activating the talisman treasure, was now lying on her back. A large hole had appeared on her chest as if someone had reached in and torn out her heart. As she laid in a pool of her own blood, her beautiful appearance became slightly twisted as her limbs continuously thrashed about. Her eyes were filled with an incredulous fear before turning into unreconciled denial as her life slipped away. Shui Hong, one of Chen Xiaoqian's senior martial brothers, loudly grieved for her. It seemed they were pair cultivation partners. He waved his hands, immediately shooting a black light toward the woman's corpse that madly attacked its surroundings in an attempt to find the demon who killed her. It could be said that the death of the senior martial sister Shui Hong was truly unjust. Were it not for her competitive spirit, she wouldn't have used her treasure talisman and might still be alive. Before she attempted to activate the talisman treasure, a light muslin defensive magic tool had been hovering at her side. But, in order to hasten the activation of her treasure talisman and cut down magic power consumption, she had retrieved her magic tool, consequently, leaving herself defenseless and her life forfeit. It is truly unfortunate that this woman was inexperienced and made such an extremely careless mistake. Her enemies had turned into light cocoons in front of her, and her fellow sect members surrounded her. As a result, she dared to activate this talisman treasure with an easy heart. Who could have predicted that the ice demon would emerge from the cocoon half-transformed and immediately turn invisible before targeting her? At that moment, the woman had been in the final moments of activating the treasure talisman and was incapable of immediately stopping. Thus, she had fallen prey to the ice demon's malicious scheme. When Song Meng had activated his spear treasure talisman, he hadn't employed any defenses either. However, the might of his talisman treasure was comparatively smaller, enabling him to activate it sooner. Otherwise, he might have been targeted by the concealed ice demon instead. Furthermore, it wasn't just those two that hadn't set up any defenses. Neither had Han Li nor any of the others bothered to. They naturally wouldn't waste any magic power to deploy unnecessary defensive magic tools. After all, the light cocoons were targets incapable of striking back. They immediately set up defensive barriers with their magic tools after Han Li's reminder, preventing any further sneak attacks. Cold sweat ran down their backs from seeing Shui Hong's tragic death. Her heart was torn from her chest, leaving her to die in a pool of her own blood. But what was most distressing was that regardless of what methods they used, none of them were able to track down this demon. They occasionally spotted traces of him, but that demon would again disappear before they could react, as if he were constantly changing his location at great speed. The ice demon was half-transparent and would occasionally flicker in and out of their vision in every direction. Even with specialized autonomous magic tools, they were still unable to find a trace of him, as if he had completely disappeared. Suddenly becoming fearful for their safety, they began looking in every direction. They had actually been completely suppressed without addition action from the ice demon. Only Han Li looked at the present scene with a trace of bewilderment. Senior Martial Brother Wang, who fought alongside Han Li, had never seen such a bloody scene before. His currently wore fearful expression with pale complexion. Her death appeared to be a nightmare. He had originally imagined that this would be the time for him to show off his divine strength and easily wipe out the enemy. But things had turned out entirely different from how he imagined. Not long before, he had even joked about in which manner they could have possibly met their end. With that thought, he looked at the senior martial brother that was Xue Hong's pair cultivation partner, causing his face to appear even more unsightly. Could it be that the more one feared something would happen, the more likely it was to occur? It was unknown whether he was feeling guilty about the appearance of the ice demon or felt a desire to act from his helplessness. But as he despondently paced back and forth, a transparent ice-cold claw appeared from behind him from thin air, fiercely stabbing toward his heart. The small bronze shield that was protecting Senior Martial Brother Wang's body was completely autonomous. Without waiting for a command, it flashed toward the strike and blocked it. Dang! Although the sharp, ice-like claws were blocked by the small bronze shield, it was instantly frozen in a layer of thick frost and bluntly fell to the ground, temporarily becoming useless. At this moment, Senior Martial Brother Wang discovered the astonishing event occurring behind him and felt blood drain from his face. He unconsciously turned around, incessantly looking in every direction, losing his mind to panic. After seeing there was nothing behind him, he hesitated for a moment before crouching to pick up the small bronze shield. He wanted to thaw it so that he would be able to use it once more. Quick, dodge! The nearby Lu Jing loudly yelled in alarm after seeing his actions. Ha! But by the time he realized what was going on, the crisp sound of his protective water attribute barrier shattering caused him to feel a heart-chilling wind down his back. Damn it! At almost the same time Senior Martial Brother Wang realized what was going to happen. The ice demon had already left concealment to make a fatal strike. In this instant, Senior Martial Brother Wang's mind grew blank, filled with only the scene of Senior Martial Sister Xue Hong's tragic death. I truly didn't think that it would be my turn so quickly. This was the only thought that occupied his mind. But suddenly, his vision became hazy and he felt his body become light. His entire body flew as if he were a cloud being carried by the wind. Hearing sounds of wind and thunder underneath him along with a loud, furious yell of surprise. Soon after, his two legs met the hard ground and someone was standing before him with absolute calm. Senior Martial Brother Wang, are you all right? While not knowing whether he was alive or dead, he heard a familiar voice full of deep concern. Upon hearing the familiar voice, he blankly turned his head and saw Lu Jing looking at him with worry. Seeing his face, Senior Martial Brother Wang realized that he was alive and unharmed. With unconcealed happiness, he gratefully said, Senior Martial Brother Lu, were you the one who saved me? Senior Martial Brother was frightened from his own voice. From his coarse voice, it could clearly be seen that he had been truly shaken from the moment before. When Lu Jing heard this, he revealed an awkward, embarrassed appearance and said, I am quite ashamed to say Junior Martial Brother's survival wasn't my doing. Junior Martial Brother Han had acted a moment ago to save you and is currently fighting that demon. I actually wasn't completely convinced by your earlier words earlier that Junior Martial Brother Han had killed over 10 Foundation establishment cultivators due to his young age. But now my perspective has been broadened. Junior Martial Brother Han's strength is truly unfathomable. Junior Martial Brother Han? When Senior Martial Brother Wang heard this, he was shocked. He clearly remembered that Han Li had been over 15 meters away from him. How was he able to make it in time? With that thought, Senior Martial Brother Wang hastily turned his head toward the sounds of battle. What he saw left him dumbstruck. The location where he was attacked was now completely empty. However, he could hear the clangs of a fierce battle along with snarls and cries of injury. Furthermore, He could see sword chi and sharp streaks of light flying out of nowhere and strike the nearby terrain, leaving countless deep and shallow grooves. After a long moment, Senior Martial Brother Wang finally came to his senses. As he thought to ask something about that astonishing scene, a violent wind suddenly blew at that location. A shining, translucent white silhouette appeared, followed by a strange figure that shot forth to attack it, leaving Senior Martial Brother Wang breathless. The silhouette attacking the half-transformed blood servant appeared even more demonic than his target. His entire body was as transparent as clear crystal. Impossible! How are you able to see through my invisibility? How are you able to match my speed? The demon's sparkling face was full of furious surprise and even held a trace of fear. However, after those words left his mouth, he let out a bestial snarl and fiercely pounced forward, his body disappearing from sight once more. The sound of battle stopped for a moment and Han Li's cold snort could be heard amongst the silence. The sounds then resumed, becoming even fiercer and were no longer confined to their original location. The sounds began to appear from every direction, causing the others, who could only hear the battle, to retreat with blanched faces. The pair cultivation partner of the dead female cultivator was the same and could only helplessly fall back. He feared he would unknowingly become tangled in Han Li's fight with the demon and die without knowing how. They all knew in their hearts that they were unable to intervene in this unseen battle. Quickly, look at the ground, Song Meng shouted out in alarm. When the others heard this, they couldn't help but lower their heads and look. What they saw overwhelmed them with shock. At some unknown time, a layer of thick clear ice had condensed onto the ground. Underneath the moonlight, it appeared flawlessly smooth. This demon is quite crafty. He actually transformed the ground and put Junior Martial Brother Han in a disadvantage, Song Meng anxiously said with worry. That doesn't seem to be the case. Although I don't know what movement technique Han Li is using, we were all unable to discover any trace of him. And from what we've heard, it doesn't seem that Han Li is at a disadvantage. It is clear that the icy ground doesn't have much of an effect on him. However, the transformed demon's craftiness truly caught us by surprise, unexpectedly causing one of our sect members to lose her life. I am truly to blame for this. Lu Jing unhurriedly said this after a moment of silence. After hearing this and seeing Lu Jing's solemn expression, the others didn't know how to console him. However, these people didn't know that the Junior Martial Brother Han they spoke of was loudly scolding them in his heart as he fought with the ice demon. Han Li felt furious. His anger wasn't due to the fact that he had saved Senior Martial Brother Wang in a moment of benevolence, or even because he had to fully utilize his shifting smoke steps. Han Li's anger was due to the fact that Lu Jing and the others were squandering this opportunity to eliminate the 3 transforming blood servants. Once the 3 blood servants finished transforming, a huge dilemma would await them. Han Li was reminded of Senior Martial Brother Wang's kind assistance during his fight with Qingwen, and thus, when Han Li noticed that Senior Martial Brother Wang was on the verge of falling in the Ice Demon scheme, he instantly flashed forward into order to save him. Enraged from Han Li's intervention, the Ice Demon immediately pursued him, forcing Han Li to deal with him. But soon after, Han Li felt that this Ice Demon would prove extremely troublesome for his fellow sect members, and decided it would be better for him to take care of it alone. After all, if even more of his fellow sect members died, they would be lacking in numbers for the upcoming battle. However, during his fight with the Ice Demon, he didn't expect that the others would just stare blankly. They were actually squandering this great opportunity to attack the 3 remaining light cocoons. Even so, Han Li had a faint feeling that the others didn't even know this opportunity existed due to their fear of the Ice Demon's ambush. Although they realized that having to deal with the fully transformed blood servants would be even more troublesome, they were still hesitant and slightly desired to retreat. In reality, Han Li didn't come here in order to eradicate the Black Fiend School, but rather for another predetermined objective. As such, he was unable to run away in a rash manner. Ever since the half-transformed Ice Demon left his cocoon, he had been trying to kill Han Li. But Han Li found that so long as he was a bit careful, the demon did not pose much of threat to him. In fact, he felt that the large bald man was significantly harder to handle in comparison to the demon. Following the transformation, the ice demon acquired a transparent body, exceptional speed, and some control over cold chi. Thus, he was now able to utilize his speed to create an illusion of invisibility similar to that of the shifting smoke steps. But due to the ice demon's transparent body, he became even harder to detect. Since the strange movement technique could only be displayed on land, as long as they were above ground, they could force the ice demon to reveal itself by using large-scale magic techniques. After all, his high-speed movements were only deadly within a short distance. It was unable to keep up with a cultivator's flying magic tool. Because Lu Jing and company had never experienced this kind of close combat, they felt that their opponent was extremely monstrous and difficult to engage. Fortunately, Han Li had often fought in this manner and naturally held greater experience in fighting such battles. With that in mind, Han Li suddenly repelled the demon's sharp claws with a wave of his silver sword, buying himself a short moment. He then stood still to become visible and he loudly yelled, "Everyone, fly to the skies and continue to attack the other 3 blood servants. I will prevent this demon from attacking you." Following these instructions, Han Li's figure suddenly flickered, disappearing from sight once more. It was not surprising for Han Li that the silver sword, which had been looted during the trial by blood and fire, was able to withstand the demon's sharp claws. The fact that caused Han Li to become astonished was that the claws were also undamaged. When Lu Jing heard Han Li's instructions, he immediately understood what Han Li intended. Even so, he remained hesitant and felt extremely conflicted. Although Lu Jing originated from a large cultivation clan, he had been captured by evil cultivators during his childhood. During that time, he suffered from extreme, agonizing torment to the extent where he had almost lost his life. It was only afterwards that he was rescued by his clan and was apprenticed to Li Huayuan. Due to the trauma he had experienced in his childhood, Lu Jing held deep hatred toward evil cultivators. As a result, he followed an iron-blooded policy to kill all evil cultivators on sight, refusing to allow any evil cultivator from escaping his grasp, regardless of what freakish techniques they practiced. Much to his delight, these actions rewarded him with great popularity among other cultivators, even causing a few 7-sect cultivators with higher cultivation than him to look at him with a trace of admiration. Although Lu Jing continued to appear unfazed on the outside, his heart gradually began to indulge in these feelings of admiration. In fact, he later took the initiative to root out evil cultivators from every direction, mostly for the sake of seeing others gaze upon him with admiration. Naturally, Lu Jing hid this fact in the depths of his heart with extreme care and conducted himself as though he were a moral paragon. Thus, Lu Jing became known as an enemy of evil, the iron-blooded senior martial brother Lu. Now that another evil known as the Black Fiend School had appeared, he was compelled to eliminate it. However, they were the strongest evil cultivators he had ever encountered. He wasn't completely confident that he would be able to rely on his normal magic tools to eliminate the 3 remaining blood servants. His attack power was lacking and would only serve to end their transformations earlier, resulting in 3 more half-demons to fight. One half-transformed demon was already very difficult to handle. They did not know if they could handle additional half-demons or if they would just be throwing their lives away. But if they were to retreat now, they would have just scared the Black Fiend School away, resulting in the complete failure of their mission. If they allowed the Black Fiend School to disappear without a trace and conceal themselves once more, Lu Jing's painfully nurtured reputation would be thoroughly and irrevocably destroyed. The thought of others looking upon him with contempt caused Lu Jing to feel winded and extremely depressed. Han Li's exhortation had forced him to make a choice. "Senior martial brother Lu, should we retreat? The Black Fiend School is far stronger than we've imagined. If we're going to retreat, we must do it now or else it will be too late," Senior martial brother Wang softly said after approaching hesitantly. Lu Jing could clearly see cowardice from martial brother Wang's shifting gaze. "Retreat? If I retreat now, then I'll appear just as cowardly," Lu Jing thought with a bitter smile. "Everyone, fly to the skies and protect me as I cast my magic. Let me deal with the 3 blood servants," Lu Jing instructed. At the same time, he thought, "It seems I'll have to use my life-saving measure in this fight. Otherwise, I won't be able to win and preserve my reputation. Senior Marshal Brother Liu, you want to deal with the blood servants by yourself? However, when the others heard Lu Jing's words, they all looked at him in disbelief, causing Lu Jing to feel a bottomless ache in his heart. But still, his appearance remained calm. Without speaking, he flew directly to the sky on a magic tool as he solemnly retrieved a fire-red jade box from his storage pouch. At this moment, Lu Jing had completely recovered his calmness as if he were in complete control. When the surrounding disciples saw this, they glanced at each other and felt slightly more confident as they followed after him. A reluctant look covered Lu Jing's face as he stared at the jade box in his hand. But soon after, his expression became resolved and he placed his hands on the box. In an instant, the jade box shattered apart into minuscule pieces, revealing a peculiar talisman covered in red light. A fire-red flame bird was inscribed on the talisman. It incessantly flapped its wings as though it was flying freely like a real bird. The bird's glowing blue eyes even occasionally shifted. The most astonishing fact was the scorching chi the talisman emitted. It caused the temperature within 30 meters to abruptly rise, leaving his allies parched from the scorching heat. Song Meng and the others approached and saw the astonishing scene of the talisman unfold. Artifact seal, Song Meng exclaimed upon seeing the talisman. No, this isn't a common artifact seal. This is a true seal. After seeing the talisman's strange appearance, Senior Marshal Brother Wang cried out as if he had just seen a ghost. Those who knew of this true seal were dumbstruck. While this so-called true seal was considered an artifact seal, it was completely different from a common artifact seal. First of all, common artifact seals only contained a tenth of the original magic treasure's might at most. However, a true seal defied this convention, allowing it to contain a third of a magic treasure's might. Secondly, true seals could only be refined with the bloodline of the magic treasure's master. As a result, only descendants of this specific bloodline would be able to activate and make use of this true seal. If someone else were to attempt to use it, the true seal would destroy itself. With such great benefits, there naturally had to be some significant disadvantages. Otherwise, all the elders would leave their later generations with only true seals. While true seals contained several times more power than an ordinary talisman treasure, its greatest flaw was that it could only be used once. This single use would display the entirety of its might without restraint and leave no second use. As a result, it was far less practical than common artifact seals. Additionally, there was another reason as to why so few true seals were passed down. After a magic treasure went through the process of bloodline refinement in order to produce a true seal, the magic treasure would suffer permanent and irrecoverable loss in strength. After knowing these restrictions, elder cultivators felt it would be far better to leave behind several ordinary artifact seals for their descendants rather than ruining their own magic treasures which were as precious to them as their own lives. Thus, many cultivators joked that there were several times more magic treasures in the cultivation world than true seals. Although these words were slightly exaggerated, they weren't far from the truth. True seals were several times more difficult to activate compared to common seals. As a result of this, Lu Jing asked his fellow sect members to protect him as he did not wish to meet the same tragic end as his junior martial sister. Finishing his instructions, Lu Jing protected himself using his yellow ring magic tool before he sat down cross-legged on his flying magic tool. With a calm heart, Lu Jing began to pour magic power into the Firebird True Seal. As the fire-red talisman's glow gradually intensified in Lu Jing's hand, the inscribed Firebird's wings became increasingly nimble and lively. It seemed as though the Firebird would suddenly materialize and fly out from the talisman at any moment. Although Han Li was engaged in battle with the ice demon on land, he felt at ease knowing that his fellow sect disciples were taking action. He had feared that his fellow sect disciples would cower and run away in defeat. If he were left alone, Han Li would be unable to obtain the item he desired from the Black Fiend schoolmaster. No longer worried about being deserted, Han Li wholeheartedly focused on the enemy before him. Even as a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, the shifting smoke steps still placed a significant burden on his body. Thus, he couldn't let this battle of extreme speed drag on. he had to risk an all-out assault. With that in mind, Han Li incessantly flickered about while brandishing a silver sword in one hand, suppressing the ice demon and leaving him winded. With Han Li's other hand, he silently summoned an item from his storage pouch and wounded it around his ring finger. Killing intent flashed through his eyes. Han Li charged forward at a fearsome speed, sword grasped in both hands. He suddenly made a vicious attack, inspiring fear in the ice demon. The ice demon hastily fell back and raised his sharp crystal claws in defense. Dang! The ice demon coldly laughed. Taking advantage of the strike's momentum, the ice demon flew backwards and increased the distance between him and Han Li. At that moment, a slight sneer appeared on Han Li's face. When the ice demon saw this, he felt extremely uneasy. Han Li let go of his sword with one hand and pulled. In turn, the ice demon felt an indescribable force halt his retreat and could no longer avoid Han Li's fierce strike. At that moment, Han Li grasped the sword in both hands once more and expressionlessly moved to strike. When the ice demon saw this, he turned pale and hastily started struggling with all his might. Unfortunately, it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, Han Li had already appeared before him. Han Li's sword blurred momentarily and countless silver streaks assaulted the ice demon as they flashed past each other. At the following instant, two figures appeared beneath the moonlight. Han Li standing with a sword in his grasp and the ice demon falling to the ground. Having clearly seen this, Song Meng and the others couldn't help but feel extremely nervous. The ice demon staggered to his feet and looked at Han Li's back with an evil grin. As he thought to say something, his expression suddenly froze. The sound of a series of sharp ruptures could be heard, revealing countless fine cracks on the ice demon's transparent body. As the sounds continued, the cracks grew larger, eventually turning the ice demon's body into a pile of broken, translucent ice. As the translucent crystals broke down, a complete undamaged claw weakly reached out with its sharp tips still emitting dense cold chi. This was the only thing to survive Han Li's rapid cuts. It was also left completely unharmed. Han Li dispassionately looked at the ice demon's remains. Then he turned his gaze toward the dazzling three light cocoons, wrinkling his brow. He silently pulled his hand, causing the ice claw to fly toward him. From the reflection of the moonlight, a thin transparent thread could be faintly seen between the sharp claw and Han Li. This was precisely the ice demon's cause of death. Taking advantage of their close distance during the previous strike, Han Li had controlled the transparent thread on his ring finger to stealthily wind around his claw. Unfortunately, while the demon transformation left the ice demon's body transparent and strong, it had also dulled his senses, allowing Han Li to succeed in taking his life. Han Li lowered his head to look at the ice claw, and after a moment of hesitation, he threw it away. Since the ice claw was able to withstand his silver sword without harm, he understood it was certain to be exceptionally good material for refining magic tools. But with the knowledge that it was originally a person's hand, his heart shivered and he was unable to overcome his disgust. He walked to the side of the ice demon's remains and casually slashed at the ice pile a few times with a silver sword, fishing out a storage pouch from within. After taking a quick look at it, he carefully put it away. He then silently flew to the sky, wanting to see how his fellow sect members would deal with the three transformed blood servants. Han Li didn't know that during the moment that the ice demon had lost his life, a middle-aged man in meditation suddenly opened his blood-red eyes and muttered to himself, "Ice demon has already died? That's fine. It'll save me the effort of dealing with him in the future." With that said, he calmly closed his eyes as if nothing had happened. A shriveled corpse laid before him. From the clear outlines of the bone, it appeared that there was no flesh underneath the skin. The corpse was wearing the clothes of a yellow Maple Valley cultivator. Han Li flew to the sky, and before he opened his mouth, Song Meng and the others had surrounded him. With expressions of admiration and shock, they all showered him with praise. Their words even held a trace of reverence. Senior Martial Sister Shuehong's pair cultivation partner was flushed with thankfulness toward Han Li. Han Li said a few humbling words. He then noticed the blinding red talisman in Lu Jing's hand and curiously asked about it. Someone immediately gave Han Li an explanation about true seals, causing Han Li to feel overjoyed and relieved. Naturally, Han Li had heard of true seals before. However, he hadn't expected that senior martial brother Lu would have such a treasure and would be willing to use such a critical life-saving measure. Han Li hadn't known Lu Jing for long and had no way of knowing about Lu Jing's complicated dilemma over paying such a heavy cost to preserve his reputation. In Han Li's case, he basically didn't care how others looked at him. So long as his own reputation didn't get in his way of his rewards, he didn't care. Naturally, if Han Li had the opportunity to leave a good impression without expending much effort, he would be quite willing to do it. But to use something as precious as a true seal in order to maintain his reputation, Han Li wouldn't be willing to do such a foolish thing even if he would be killed. Even so, Lu Jing's action had truly left an impression on Han Li. He even doubted the validity of his long-held belief. If there were those in this world that truly acted to exterminate evil, then what would that make him? Could he be considered a good person? Just as Han Li was feeling slightly ashamed, he suddenly heard a ferocious roar filled with the desire of blood and massacre from below. Han Li and company hastily looked down in alarm. One of the 3 light cocoons had undergone a huge change, appearing as if the blood servant within was about to emerge. Han Li's heart trembled. It seemed he would have to fight another blood servant in order to buy time for senior martial brother Lu to finish. With that in mind, Han Li started to take action but was interrupted by a tranquil voice from behind him. "Everyone, step aside. Allow me to eliminate those 3 demons." Upon hearing this, everyone revealed joy. Han Li hastily turned around and saw Lu Jing looking at them with a smile. He had a small, exquisite red bird in his hand. It fluttered about and appeared extremely adorable. Additionally, the scorching qi in the vicinity had disappeared without a trace at an unknown time. That is the appearance of the true seal? Han Li looked at the small red bird with astonishment. "Thank you very much for protecting me, everyone." Lu Jing flew to the front of the group in a relaxed manner. Under the gaze of the others' amazement, he acted without the slightest hesitation and lightly blew at the small bird in his hand. With a clear chirp, the small firebird quickly flew forward from Lu Jing's hand. At that moment, a light cocoon beneath them had finished its transformation. Pucci, a demon wrapped in azure light, emerged from its cocoon. Its shape was quite similar to the half-transformed ice demon, however. Its appearance was a deep azure. From the demon's appearance, one could clearly tell that it was Taoist priest Qingwen. But at this moment, he appeared completely crazed, as if he didn't possess the ability to think. He let out 2 mad roars and raised his head to look at the small fluttering firebird. His body immediately grew still and the insanity displayed on his face was restrained, revealing an expression of great fear. He then lost himself to panic and looked around him. He suddenly flew to the skies covered in azure light. It seemed he wished to escape. But at that moment, a fierce explosion erupted from the small red bird, changing it into a large blazing bird about 3 meters wide. It spread its wings and traveled over 30 meters in an instant, appearing before the demon-transformed Qingwen. With its sharp red beak, it lightly pecked at him. The blazing firebird flew over 20 meters into the air and pecked at Qingwen with its huge beak, turning him into a huge, plummeting fireball. When he landed on the ground, he only managed to wretchedly scream twice before turning into a pile of ash without the slightest resistance. As Han Li watched on in complete astonishment, the huge firebird sharply cried out. Turning its head toward the 2 remaining light cocoons, it fiercely charged toward them. As a result, a huge pillar of fire erupted into the sky from the location of the cocoons. The 2 nearly transformed blood servants were instantly engulfed in an ocean of fire. The light cocoons were only able to bitterly resist the raging flames for a short moment before completely disappearing. The defenseless blood servants then silently swayed for several steps before completely turning to ash. The blazing flame appeared extraordinary. Its unexpected ferociousness greatly shocked Han Li, leaving him with another memory of a core formation cultivator's magic treasure's might. Apart from Han Li, his fellow cultivators all had expressions of pleasant surprise. That true seal is incredibly powerful. We were able to eradicate this evil school all because of Lu Jing. The others excitedly spoke to each other in great excitement. From their point of view, with the blood servants eliminated, all they had left to deal with was the Black Fiend schoolmaster. As a group of many Foundation establishment cultivators, there was no reason to believe that they wouldn't be able to deal with a lone evil schoolmaster. As Lu Jing saw the Firebird's raging flames gradually disappear, he greatly lamented. But after hearing the others' praises, his spirits were raised. We've wasted quite a bit of time. Let's enter and exterminate the Black Fiend schoolmaster. Lu Jing waved his arm with a mighty, heroic air. The others nodded in agreement and followed after him. Han Li faintly smiled, but as he was about to follow after them, he spotted Senior Marshal Brother Wang blankly staring in some direction with a strange expression. This somewhat surprised Han Li, and he couldn't help but follow Wang's gaze. Aside from the white ash of the transformed blood servants and the pitifully arranged remains of Xuehong, what else could he be looking at? Senior Marshal Brother Wang? Did you discover something? Han Li couldn't help but doubtfully ask. No, I didn't discover anything. Junior Marshal Brother Han. You are being overly suspicious. When Senior Marshal Brother Wang heard Han Li's question, he immediately shifted his gaze before answering. When Han Li saw this, how couldn't he tell that something was strange? This person had certainly discovered something important but didn't want to tell the others. Why else would he act like this? Han Li became somewhat depressed, but with a slight smile he said, "Since it is nothing, let's quickly descend. Everyone wishes to go in." Pointing in the direction of the cold palace, Han Li wordlessly descended, leaving Senior Marshal Brother Wang to be the last one remaining in the sky. Uncertainty and doubt fluctuating on his face, he eventually stomped his foot and helplessly followed after them. As Han Li landed on the ground, he heard a lovely voice from the sky. "Senior Marshal Brother Lu? Junior Marshal Brother Han? Wait for us." After a moment of surprise, Han Li slowly turned his head toward the sky. When the others heard this, they stopped and looked in the direction of the voice with happy expressions. Underneath the soft moonlight, Zhong Wenyang and Chen Xiaoqian were slowly descending from the sky with an extremely pale middle-aged man in tow, suspended by his collar on the flying magic tool. The middle-aged man wore golden clothes and had a deathly pale complexion. When he saw Han Li and the others, he appeared to become even more panicked. When Lu Jing saw them, he welcomed them with a slight smile. "It seems that you two were able to smoothly succeed. So this is the emperor of you." After the two female cultivators landed, Lu Jing turned his gaze to the middle-aged man and asked without paying much mind. "That's right. This guy was in meeting with a few officials in some hall. After Senior Marshal Sister and I knocked out the officials and grabbed the emperor, two Qi condensation disciples rushed out in an attempt to stop us, but we were able to easily dispatch them. Senior Marshal Brother Lu, it seems you haven't encountered any problems either." "That's great." When Zhong Wenyang saw Lu Jing was completely unharmed, she incessantly chattered, expressing unmistakable concern for him. This caused Lu Jing to appear embarrassed, much to the entertainment of Han Li. "Junior Marshal Sister Chen, are you also all right?" Two of Chen Xiaoqian's senior marshal brothers asked cordially. With an indifferent expression, Chen Xiaoqian confirmed this and swept her gaze past the group. When she saw Han Li, she stared at him for a moment before turning away with a complicated expression. "Where is Senior Marshal Sister Xuehong?" Chen Xiaoqian wrinkled her delicate brow and asked with a feeling of foreboding. When those words were asked, everyone's faces sank, revealing a heavy expression. "We lost Xuehong in the battle." With great difficulty, Senior Marshal Sister Xuehong's Dao companion said this with a voice full of sorrow. As soon as they heard this, Chen Xiaoqian and Zhong Wenyang's expressions instantly became unsightly. Zhong Wenyang immediately became furious, saying, "How could you?" However, she was only able to say half of that sentence before she was interrupted by a miserable cry. Han Li and the others were frightened and immediately looked in the direction of the scream with great vigilance. A blue-robed man had appeared near them at an unknown time. They saw his hand flicker with red light as he withdrew it from Senior Marshal Brother Wang's chest. In the following moment, Marshal Brother Wang's lifeless corpse then fell to the ground. I originally hadn't thought to kill you. However, children really shouldn't take what isn't theirs, the blue-robed man said with a beaming smile. He appeared about 40 years old and had a very fair complexion. With his slight wrinkles at the corner of his eye, he had a rather benevolent appearance. With that said, he bent over and picked up a thumb-sized azure bead from the corpse, causing his smile to grow even larger. After they saw this person, Lu Jing and Han Li's faces sunk at the same time, revealing expressions of extreme caution. Your esteemed self must be the Black Fiend schoolmaster, Lu Jing probingly asked with a thoughtful expression. Hee, how smart. I truly am the founder of the Black Fiend School. So, you must be the leader. The old man chuckled. When they all heard that this person was supposed to be the Black Fiend Schoolmaster, even Han Li couldn't help but appear shocked. Each of the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators then took out their magic tools as they faced this great enemy. After Lu Jing's expression sunk, he deeply exhaled and suppressed the panic in his heart. Soon after, he stealthily made a careful gesture to the others and coldly asked, Correct. I am Lu Jing, the leader of this mission. I've come to exterminate your evil Black Fiend School. Even now that you are alone, you still dare to violently kill. You are truly courageous. Lu Jing said this awe-inspiring, righteous speech in a fearless display. Although he was very satisfied with his own performance, he became even more imposing as he continued. So long as he eliminated this evil school's master, his name would reach even greater heights among the seven sects. In turn, others would look upon him with even greater reverence and admiration. With that thought, Lu Jing's mind gradually became drunk with fervor, and he took out 2 silver hooks along with a ring. Without waiting for the opposition to act, the Black Fiend schoolmaster suddenly flashed a strange smile to him and softly whispered to Lu Jing in a voice only he could hear, Then you can die. At that moment, Lu Jing felt a pain from the center of his chest. Without knowing what had happened, a blood-drenched arm had already pierced through his chest, revealing a round, squirming object in its hand. What is this? Lu Jing couldn't help but think this in amazement. Perhaps he truly understood what happened, but he was unwilling to believe it. Soon after, he felt the world spin around him and his vision turned black. He could still hear several shrieks and the mourning cries from his unrequited admirer, Zhong Wenyang. However, those sounds became increasingly unfamiliar and distant as time passed. Sigh. This young girl really loves to cry. Lu Jing had one last, anguished thought before sinking into eternal darkness. Han Li's expression became very unsightly. Before the battle even started, the enemy had already killed 2 mid-foundation establishment cultivators. Even Lu Jing, the leader of the group, had actually died so easily. With hands stabbed through the corpses of Lu Jing and Senior Marshal Brother Wang, Lu Jing's attacker flashed toward the Black Fiend schoolmaster's side and flashed evilly grin toward them. This had happened so fast that Han Li had been unable to react. After Lu Jing died, Zhong Wenyang was thoroughly stunned and was only able to release heart-wrenching screams. When Chen Xiaoqian saw this, she hastily pulled Zhong Wenyang behind her in an attempt to protect her. She then looked at the attacker with a face filled with fury and remorse. Thud, thud. Lu Jing's and Senior Marshal Brother Wang's corpses were casually tossed to the ground by the ambusher. The corner of Han Li's eye twitched when he saw this. Since you've come, don't think about leaving. I am still lacking foundation establishment blood sacrifices. The ambusher smiled sinisterly, causing his white teeth to twinkle underneath the moonlight. The ambusher was none other than the Emperor of Yu, who had appeared to be scared stiff just a moment ago. But now, he was no longer that sorry figure that lost himself to fear but a late foundation establishment cultivator with magic power fluctuations no weaker than those of the blue-robed man, the Black Fiend schoolmaster. Han Li's expression grew ice-cold in response to the sudden appearance of an opponent with such deep cultivation. Han Li didn't know what technique the Emperor had used a moment ago, but he was able to completely conceal his cultivation from all of the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators. This reminded Han Li of his prior inability to detect magic power from the young prince and Steward Wang. Unlike the previous occasion, Han Li didn't perceive a queer premonition of danger, instilling him with even greater fear and caution. Han Li flicked his finger, causing the white scale shield and the tortoise-shell magic tool to unhurriedly revolve around him. As the yellow Maple Valley cultivators nervously glanced at the Emperor of Yu and the blue-robed man, they took out their magic tools and closely wound them around their bodies, protecting themselves. Seeing the yellow Maple Valley cultivators act as if they were facing a great enemy, the Emperor of Yu and the Black Fiend Schoolmaster looked at each other and coldly laughed. The Black Fiend Schoolmaster suddenly flashed, appearing over 30 meters away next to the sparkling ice pile, which were the fragmented remains of the ice demon. The Black Fiend Schoolmaster glanced at the ice pile and casually held out his hand towards it, which caused a blue bead to fly from the ice demon's remains into his hand. At that same moment, the treacherous Emperor of Yu flashed toward the two blood servants that were turned into ash by the Firebird True Seal. He fiercely slapped the ground, causing a golden and a yellow bead to fly from the ground and toward his hand. Those are? When Han Li saw those beads, he drew a connection to the azure bead that was taken from Martial Brother Wang's corpse. He immediately came to a faint realization on what they were and felt his heart tighten. He truly didn't expect that his objective for coming here would suddenly appear before his eyes. These were certain to be related to the 5 elements blood cores, concerning core formation that the young prince had mentioned. However, there were only 4 such beads here. Where could the final one be? At the same time Han Li came to this conclusion, the Emperor of Yu and the Black Fiend Schoolmaster beamed with joy, having gathered the beads. Facing towards the sky, the group suddenly broke into laughter. As they continued laughing, they turned their cold gazes toward Han Li and company, revealing an unconcealed desire for murder. Han Li and company couldn't help but slightly pale in response. Everyone, take to the skies! Thoughts suddenly surged through Han Li's mind before he finally shouted this and summoned his divine wind boat, flying first to the sky. The others were startled at Han Li's shout. But Song Meng and Xue Hong's Dao companion, who held great confidence in him, unconsciously flew to the sky as instructed. However, when Chen Xiaoqian heard Han Li, she hesitated for a moment before dragging Zhong Wenyang along with her to the sky. When the Emperor of Yu and the Black Fiend Schoolmaster saw this, their faces flashed with astonishment before sneering in unison. While it was clear they were 2 completely different people, the smiles they gave Han Li left him with the strange impression that they were one, causing Han Li's heart to tremble. That boy is quite quick-witted. It seems you'll have to sacrifice your body earlier than expected. Me? Why not you? Once you take it, it will be irrecoverable. The Emperor of Yu and the blue-clothed man faintly spoke beneath them. Hearing their strange comments, Han Li and company felt a cold chill down their backs. Junior Martial Brother Han? What are they talking about? Song Meng gulped and moved closer to Han Li. Having seen so many fellow sect members die before him, even the battle-obsessed Song Meng was unable to maintain his originally fearless drive. He asked Han Li in order to calm his heart. After all, Han Li gave him a feeling of mystery and slight reliability. When Han Li heard the question, he bitterly smiled in his heart. As he was thinking of what to say, something occurred below them. Han Li's expression vastly changed, and he immediately swallowed what he was about to say. Chen Xiaoqian then cried out, drawing Song Meng's fearful gaze to the scene below. He saw the Emperor of Yu stick his hand into the Black Fiend Schoolmaster's chest. The Black Fiend Schoolmaster had held his arms wide and didn't struggle in the slightest. Instead, he wore a smile on his face. The Black Fiend Schoolmaster and the Emperor of Yu each emitted a dazzling bloody light. Through the Emperor of Yu's arm that pierced the Black Fiend Schoolmaster's chest, their bloody lights joined together and the light from the Black Fiend Schoolmaster madly surged into the Emperor of Yu's body. It appeared that the Black Fiend Schoolmaster had taken the initiative to deliver himself to the Emperor of Yu, leaving Song Meng dumbstruck. The Black Fiend Schoolmaster's brilliance grew increasingly weaker and his flesh grew increasingly shriveled. Conversely, the Emperor of Yu's light grew stronger by the moment and even appeared slightly younger. What evil technique is this? Song Meng cried out with shock. Han Li's expression grew incomparably dark, and he paid no mind to senior martial brother Song's outburst. Instead, he took a deep breath and suddenly flung his hands outward. No less than 200 fire attribute talismans raced from his hands toward the Emperor of Yu and the Black Fiend Schoolmaster. This talisman barrage, consisting of fire serpents, fireballs, and other such fire attribute techniques, was made up of all the fire attribute talismans that Han Li had on hand. Halfway through, these talismans turned into a heaven-shrouding display of fire attribute techniques, a huge and overbearing wave of fire. This grand display exerted an even greater pressure than that of Lu Jing's Firebird True Seal. Such a display of over 100 talismans being thrown out was extremely rare in the cultivation world. After all, someone would have to spend hundreds of spirit stones to acquire that many talismans. This mighty display left the group of Yellow Maple Valley cultivators in shock. Even the despondent Zhong Wenyang blankly stared at the scene in surprise. Initially, the Emperor of Yu was also greatly shocked at the scene. But after he saw they were merely low-grade magic techniques, he brushed it off with disdain beneath contempt. He understood that the bloody light protecting his body would leave him completely unscathed from those magic techniques, allowing him to pay attention to the important matter before him. So long as he finished this, killing the opposition would be as easy as throwing out trash. But for an instant, palpitating fear could be seen in the Emperor of Yu's eyes as the flames that filled the sky surged down to submerge him and the Black Fiend Schoolmaster. But as he expected, regardless of how deafening the attack, or how the flames soared, the bloody light surrounding their bodies kept them safe and sound. By then, over half of the Black Fiend Schoolmaster's light had flowed into the Emperor of Yu's body. The Emperor of Yu now appeared about 30 years old, much to his pleasure. When Chun Xiaoqian and the others saw Han Li's attack, they each followed up by sending down their magic tools. After all, it appeared the enemy was using some sort of evil technique and couldn't retaliate. Chun Xiaoqian and the others would naturally want to use this opportunity to beat down the enemy. Just as they launched their magic tools, a blinding white light ruptured from the Emperor of Yu and the blue-robed man, followed by a deafening explosion. The fluctuating, volatile white light had enveloped the two within it. The fearsome amount of spiritual power contained within the white light left the Emperor of Yu with an expression of fright. When Chun Xiaoqian and the others saw this, they were pleasantly surprised and looked to Han Li. This scene must have been the work of their fellow sect member. However, Han Li didn't appear happy in the slightest and instead appeared solemn and cold. "You are all celebrating far too early. They still aren't dead," Han Li coldly said with an indifferent glance. His words startled the others, causing them to hastily turn their gaze. Underneath the concealment of the resulting smoke and dust, the Emperor of Yu's spiritual qi was still faintly discernible. Although it was still present, his magic power had been greatly decreased. The spirits of the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators shook from what they saw with their spiritual sense, and they commanded their magic tools to spiral around them. Once the Emperor of Yu was visible, they would make a joint attack and get revenge for the tragic deaths of their fellow sect members. Coup. Good. Coup. I truly made an error in judgment. Who would have thought that your esteemed self was the most troublesome among the group? You actually hid something among the talismans and managed to break through my protective blood light. A burst of coughs came from the smoke, but as the Emperor of Yu gradually regained a steady voice, his tone became increasingly cold. When the others heard this, their expressions massively changed. Han Li was also overwhelmed with shock. A heavenly lightning seed. I truly did not think that there were Foundation establishment cultivators capable of surviving a heavenly lightning seed. Han Li slowly said under his breath. He then waved his hands and a burst of white light appeared in front of him. Each of the silhouettes gradually became clear as the light faded. The silhouettes were various puppet beasts and soldiers all aiming at the ground. After seeing the puppets appear, Song Meng and the others fiercely attacked the Emperor of Yu without hesitation. However, a burst of red light flashed and severed the magic tool's connections to their owners. Covered in blood and filth, the Emperor of Yu walked out of the smoke and rigidly stared at Han Li with bitter resentment. Han Li didn't look at the Emperor of Yu's resentful gaze. Instead, he looked at the darkened bloody light that remained on his body. A golden ruler, a pair of jagged purple blades, and a blue long sword floated within the bloody light. They were the magic tools of Song Meng and company. At this moment, they were motionless within the bloody light. It seemed they had completely lost their spirit. Han Li's eyes flashed with thoughtfulness. It seemed the devilish light protecting the Emperor of Yu's body was capable of corrupting common magic tools. The only item Han Li currently had on hand that could resist this evil technique was the Black Dragon's grasps. Until now, the only person to appear from the cloud of debris was the Emperor of Yu. It appeared as though the blue-robed man, who had claimed to be the Black Fiend's schoolmaster, had truly died from the heavenly lightning seed. With that thought, even though Han Li's heart relaxed, he had no intention of giving the enemy an opportunity to catch his breath. Han Li immediately issued a mental order to his puppets to start their attack, launching an unending barrage of light beams and arrows toward the enemy. Now fearful of losing even more of their magic tools, the group of Yellow Maple Valley cultivators chanted incantations and formed hand seals instead, continuously throwing down magic techniques and talismans alongside Han Li's attack. They all understood that the only way to free themselves from this nightmare would be to strike with all their might. Otherwise, even more of them would suffer tragic ends. When the Emperor of Yu saw this, he expressionlessly swept his arm in front of him. A huge shield of blood-red light appeared, easily blocking the oncoming attacks. However, the bloody light emitted from his body was becoming increasingly weaker and gave the impression that it might fail at any time. This caused Han Li and company to attack with even more fury. The Emperor of Yu coldly snorted as he wordlessly took out a small dark green bottle from his bosom. He nimbly tossed out a scarlet, longan-sized pill from the bottle that reeked of blood. It didn't appear to be any sort of good medicine, but he still threw it into his mouth without the slightest hesitation and threw the bottle away. It actually only held a single medicine pill. Once the scarlet pill reached the Emperor of Yu's stomach, Han Li witnessed a shocking scene. The Emperor of Yu's expression shook and his bloody light became brilliant once more. In addition, his wounds were healing at a speed visible to the eye. In that short moment, Han Li watched as the enemy recovered all of his magic power and healed all of the wounds he received from the heavenly lightning seed. Damn it! How could such a thing happen? When Song Meng saw this, he muttered in disbelief, forgetting to throw out his tens of already prepared ice spikes. Han Li also couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't know what pill the opponent took, but it had heaven-defying effects. He had read all sorts of ancient books, but none of them had mentioned something like this. He used a cultivation essence pill, a life-saving medicine pill that can only be refined after cultivating several particular devilish arts and by harming one's own cultivation. This pill can only be used by its creator as it is fatal for anyone else who takes it. A clear, cold voice came from Chen Xiaoqian's side, leaving Han Li stunned. Even Chen Xiaoqian turned around with a face full of surprise. "Senior Marshal Sister Zhong, you're all right?" "I'm fine. However, the demon that killed Senior Marshal Brother Liu is before my eyes and I must kill him." Zhong Wenyang had finally come to her senses. She smiled with great difficulty at Chen Xiaoqian, before saying this with a cold expression. "We all wish to kill him, but the problem is that he wishes to do the same to us." Han Li indifferently replied without turning his head. Zhong Wenyang turned and looked below in surprise. What she saw suddenly caused her expression to become unsightly. As they were talking, the Emperor of Yu, who was below them, withdrew his shield of light. The bloody light that surrounded his body surged and expanded until it was about 10 meters thick. The magic tools that were trapped within the bloody light had then started to gradually melt away. The radiance protecting his body was now several times larger, and his cultivation was far greater than it was previously. As such, the bloody light on his body was now able to easily resist the assault of magic techniques and puppet attacks. The Emperor of Yu raised his head to stare solely at Han Li with ice-cold eyes. He abruptly reached his hand out from behind him and grabbed at the air. A fire-red bead then suddenly flew out from somewhere and accurately dropped into his hand. Seeing this, Han Li's eyes flashed with surprise as he thought of the blue-robed man that had died from his heavenly lightning seed. It seems that this bead was from his remains, and now the 5 elements blood cores could be considered complete. So long as Han Li could kill this fiend, he would be able to acquire this treasure that would greatly benefit his core formation. Boy, do you have any more heavenly lightning seeds? If you have them, then I'll stand right here and receive them. I want to see whether your heavenly lightning seeds or my protective devilish art is greater. The Emperor of Yu carefully put the bead away and said this to Han Li in a cold voice. Once those words left his mouth, the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators were startled and couldn't help but look at Han Li. Han Li's expression didn't change, but he inwardly snorted. He calmly replied, "This one is also quite curious whether you are the Black Fiend school sect master, or if that other person was. Furthermore, it appears from the current circumstances that your esteemed self had previously absorbed over half of his cultivation before you were interrupted. I am quite puzzled as there are rarely such people willing to act as a sacrifice in this world." Han Li didn't answer his question but asked a question in return. He returned derision with derision. When the Emperor of Yu heard this, he revealed a strange expression that resembled both regret and mockery. But soon after, for some unknown reason, his face appeared increasingly menacing as his eyebrows became downward slanted. Han Li's heart trembled and he opened his mouth slightly, quietly sending the 4 remaining Yellow Maple Valley cultivators a sound transmission that left them shocked. Having finished that, Han Li then indifferently said, "Whether or not you believe my words is up to you." Han Li didn't use sound transmission for that last sentence, allowing the Emperor of Yu to clearly hear him. The Emperor's face grew cold, and he suddenly pointed a finger at Han Li, shooting a beam of red light as thick as a thumb toward him in an instant. Although the red beam of light was astonishingly quick, Han Li was still barely able to cause both his white scale shield and tortoise shell to superimpose in front of him. Soon after, a barrier of blue light covered his body. Han Li didn't dare to be careless against this unknown attack. Pooh-pooh. When Han Li heard this, he unconsciously leaned to his side, before feeling heat in his right shoulder, followed by acute pain. After seeing a bleeding, finger-sized hole in his shoulder, Han Li's face became unsightly. He licked his dry lips and turned his gaze toward his 2 magic tools with disbelief. A similar, small hole appeared on the superimposed white scale shield and the tortoise shell. The red light had penetrated both of them without resistance. As for the azure essence sword shield on his body, it didn't have the slightest of effect. Upon contact with the attack, it completely dissolved without a trace. What Han Li saw caused his heart to drop. If his body wasn't nimble from his long practice with the shifting smoke steps, then his heart would have been struck and he would have died immediately. A single moment of carelessness like this could cause anyone to lose their life. The more Han Li thought of this, the greater the fear he felt. Although he knew that the Emperor of Yu had absorbed a majority of the blue-robed man's magic power, the Emperor's drastic increase in strength was far beyond his expectations. However, Han Li didn't know that as he was stricken by fear from his near-death experience, the Emperor of Yu was even more amazed that Han Li had survived his strike. Although it appeared that his last move appeared effortless to use, this blood spirit drill was actually a single-use move. Only after compressing one's true essence by several tens of times would one be able to unleash this surprise killing move. This was one of the devilish art's killing moves that he cultivated. Not only was the preparation for this unbearably painful, it also required far too much time. When the Emperor had previously used this technique, not a single cultivator had managed to survive it. But now, Han Li was merely lightly injured from it. How could he not be shocked? Only one blood spirit drill remained within his body. He hesitated, unsure whether or not to use it on Han Li once more. When the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators saw that Han Li was injured from the recent attack, their expressions vastly changed. Unconsciously, Han Li had already become their pillar of support. For him to be injured so unexpectedly greatly alarmed them. "Go!" Han Li spit this out without the slightest hesitation after he shifted his gaze away from his wound. He madly poured magic power into his divine wind boat and swiftly flew off to the side. When Song Meng and the others heard this, They gave each other a mutual glance before following Han Li's orders to flee. When the Emperor of Yu saw this, he was initially surprised, but then sneered soon after. He flashed forward into the air, wanting to chase after Han Li. However, he now saw that over 10 uniquely shaped puppets had surrounded him. "Get lost!" the Emperor of Yu yelled gloomily. With a long whistle, the bloody light hurriedly enveloped the group of puppets. Then, with a savage appearance, he chased after Han Li and company, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After a short moment, the motionless puppets suddenly fell from sky. They were all broken into fragments. Han Li arrived at the great formation he had set up. Having felt his puppets being destroyed from his threads of consciousness, Han Li felt very regretful. He then called out to the other cultivators to descend and enter the small bamboo forest. As Han Li and the others hurriedly descended, the Emperor of Yu had already broken through the puppet encirclement and clearly saw Han Li and the others enter the bamboo forest. This greatly surprised and puzzled the Emperor of Yu, but he inwardly rejoiced. When he arrived above the bamboo forest and saw that Han Li and the others hadn't left, he sinisterly smiled and immediately waved his arms. A small chunk of his body's bloody light then separated itself from him. Poo-poo. The bloody light flashed and fiercely shot into the bamboo forest. Midway, it suddenly enveloped the entire bamboo forest in a huge, shining red barrier. Having seen the bloody light silently entrap the bamboo forest, the Emperor of Yu revealed a somewhat pleased expression. So long as this devilish light barrier firmly surrounded the bamboo forest, he would be able to use another secret technique to completely dissolve everything within it. Since the enemy had trapped themselves there, they had better not blame him for being merciless. His hands formed a series of dazzling movements, the incantation gestures to activate the secret technique. As he performed these gestures, the bamboo forest was suddenly covered in a blue and white dome of light that easily stopped the barrier of bloody light from further shrinking. After a moment of surprise, the Emperor of Yu's expression grew cold. As expected, that group came here for a reason. They had actually laid out a formation spell here. The Emperor of Yu thought with bitter resentment. But this is nothing. How formidable can a hurriedly established formation spell be? At worst, I'll just refine the people along with their formation. In any case, I cannot allow them to flee from the imperial city. The Emperor of Yu thought resolutely. With a plan in mind, he formed incantation gestures without restraint and immediately cast secret techniques. The bloody light that had been stopped then flashed with a brilliant radiance and attempted to further pressure their spell formation. However, the bloody still had little effect. But the Emperor of Yu didn't stop there. He shallowly cut at himself with his finger, sending off another chunk of bloody light to merge with the devilish light barrier. The color of the bloody light barrier grew even deeper, faintly releasing the scent of blood. Anyone who smelled it would feel the desire to vomit. Having seen this, the Emperor of Yu appeared slightly pleased. He repeatedly formed more incantation gestures with his hands and cast a series of magic techniques toward the bloody barrier. The magic techniques shot into the barrier, causing the barrier to fiercely expand in every direction and its bloody light to become a richer crimson. The azure-white radiance bitterly resisted the increased pressure, appearing as if it would collapse at any moment. The Emperor of Yu felt at ease after seeing this. From what he currently saw, the deaths of the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators was only a matter of time, and it was impossible for them to escape. However, the aftermath would be troublesome to deal with. It seems that I can no longer act as the Emperor of Yu. I'll have to conceal my identity and start all over, the Emperor of Yu thought regretfully. As the Emperor of Yu was considering his possibilities in midair, Song Meng and the others were overwhelmed with fear inside the bamboo forest. Having heard Han Li's sound transmission, the others quickly retreated to save their lives. With confidence stemming from Han Li's display of strength, everyone had decided to trust him without discussion. But none of them had expected that they would arrive at such an obscure bamboo forest and actually be trapped within such a dangerous situation. Although a defensive formation spell was established at this location, they were surrounded by an impenetrable bloody light. In addition, this formation spell appeared to be on the verge of collapse. With imminent danger approaching, how could these people not panic? Junior Marshal Brother Han, is this the defensive preparation that you had prepared? Song Meng muttered this question without confidence. That's right. Is there a problem? Han Li indifferently said, observing the circumstances before him. In an instant, Song Meng's face turned extremely pale. The faces of Zhong Wenyang and Chun Xiaoqian's senior martial brother also turned very unsightly. Only Chun Wenyang looked at Han Li with a calm appearance. A strange appearance of thoughtfulness flashed through her eyes. Han Li, if you have any other methods, please speak of them. Don't keep us in the dark. I am confident that you have other methods prepared, not just this magic formation. Chun Xiaoqian suddenly said this in a calm manner. The others were startled upon hearing this, and looked at Han Li with lifted spirits. From the caution Han Li had displayed during this night, there was no way that he would have made such a foolish move. When Han Li heard this, he lowered his head in thought. He then faintly smiled to the others. Be at ease. Since I've brought my senior apprentices here, I naturally have something in mind, he said with a calm expression, before patting his storage pouch and taking out a small purple flag. The flag was densely filled with incantation symbols and appeared to be an extraordinary magic tool. Is that a formation flag? Zhong Wenyang asked with astonishment. Formation disc and flag-type magic tools were very rarely seen in the state of Yu. Senior martial sister is quite knowledgeable. Han Li agreed, lightly praising his 7th senior martial sister. This greatly surprised the others and slightly strengthened their confidence. It seemed that junior martial brother Han truly did have something else prepared. Under their attentive gazes, Han Li held the small flag with both hands. The small, exquisite flag grew several times larger in the blink of an eye and faintly emitted a purple radiance. Han Li laid the formation flag flat in his hands and softly muttered an incantation, before loudly spitting out the word, swiftly, at the end. Whoosh! The formation flag immediately shot off and could no longer be seen. Han Li then took out 3 more identical formation flags from his bag and did the same thing, having them fly off in other directions. After doing this, Han Li coldly glanced at the sky with an almond-yellow formation disc in his hands. The formation disc was unremarkable and held no light. However, Han Li then solemnly held the disc flat above his head, causing it to lightly glow. A thick beam of yellow light soared from it and into the sky, striking the azure-white light barrier. At nearly the same time, beams of gold, azure, red and blue light shot from the sky from 4 different directions. Upon receiving the 5 pillars of light, the azure-white barrier that was on the verge of collapse immediately stabilized and the faint sounds of ocean waves could be heard from it. The sounds above them gradually became larger and more frequent, eventually becoming the sound of unfettered thunder. Those who heard it couldn't help but feel fear. As the sounds grew louder, the appearance of the azure-white light barrier unexpectedly changed, becoming a barrier of rainbow light. Despite how the exterior red light attempted to collide with it, the new rainbow light barrier was like a reef below a stormy sea, completely unfazed. Seeing this, Song Meng and the others grew at ease and realized that Han Li's formation was rather extraordinary. It seemingly would have no problem in preserving their lives. The Emperor of Yu saw this strange scene and cast several devilish techniques in response. However, as his techniques had little effect against the colorful light beneath his red barrier, he felt that this matter was anything but good. His stern, cold face flashed with hesitation and he wrinkled his brow. Then, he abruptly stamped his foot and had the red light flow back to him in streams of various sizes. Then, he turned his body into a ball of red light without hesitation and flew off into the sky at a speed that would leave even Han Li ashamed. Strangely, while this person flew off at great speed, he returned at even greater speed. It was unknown why he had returned despite attempting to flee. The Emperor of Yu's face revealed an expression of disbelief as he attempted to fly off another 8 times. However, he was unable to fly off more than 100 meters away each time before obediently flying in a circle and returning to his original location. By this time, the Emperor of Yu no longer appeared bewildered. Instead, his face was filled with terror. Upon seeing this, Han Li laughed coldly while the others were wide-eyed and speechless. From joy and surprise, Zhong Wenyang had tightly clenched her fist, not noticing in the slightest that her long fingernails had dug into her flesh, causing her to bleed. In addition to surprise, other, more complicated emotions had also surfaced on Chen Xiaoqian's face. Han Li took out his tortoise-shell and white scale shield and had them revolve around his body. Lacking the time to explain the secrets of the 5 elements reversal formation, he said with a deep voice, "If anyone has a treasure talisman, use this opportunity to activate it. In a moment, we will launch a joint attack to exterminate him. Since he is already trapped in this great formation, he won't be able to quickly escape from it." Han Li's words were filled with great confidence. Han Li's confident words along with the self-assured manner in which he sat down with his azure talisman inspired Chen Xiaoqian and Zhong Wenyang to do the same. They took out red and yellow artifact seals respectively from their storage backs and silently sat down cross-legged to activate them. Chen Xiaoqian's senior martial brother and Song Meng looked at each other with a bitter smile. It wasn't as if neither of them had artifact seals. Although Chen Xiaoqian's senior martial brother had his deceased Dao companion's blue artifact seal, he was familiar with neither its power nor its usage. Naturally, he couldn't just take it out and recklessly use it. As for Song Meng's gray spear artifact seal, its power had been completely exhausted during the fight with the ice demon. As a result, the two could only insipidly wait for the 3 and protect them. At this moment, the Emperor of Yu realized that madly flying around like a housefly was ineffective and stayed motionless in midair. After he lowered his head and momentarily muttered to himself, he sinisterly took off the golden crown on his head and allowed his long, disheveled hair to flow in the wind and cover over half of his face. His increasingly demonic and mysterious appearance contrasted with the bloody light emitted from his body. He took in a deep breath and suddenly used a sharp fingernail to cut a cross on his wrist. Blood profusely poured out of the cut and merged with the bloody light on his body, causing it to suddenly darken, instantly turning it dark red. Although they were separated by such a large distance, the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators were still able to smell that bloody, vomit-inducing scent. Their faces slightly grimaced, but they could only bitterly continue to look on as the enemy casted his magic. Seeing that the color of his body's bloody light had finished its transformation, the Emperor of Yu opened his mouth and spat out 2 streams of red qi toward his wrist. This unknown magic technique immediately stopped the bleeding and caused the deep wound to gradually fade away. However, his complexion was greatly paled from the loss of blood. With a stern expression, he took out a dull, jet-black hilt. The hilt was only half a foot long, but it appeared extremely worn and completely unremarkable. From the way the Emperor carefully handled the object, it didn't seem to be a useless item but rather extremely dangerous. As he rigidly stared at the hilt, he started to softly mutter an incantation. The incantation was neither loud nor easily understood. But from its slow chant, a faintly savage qi pervaded the air, which gave the others an impression of ancientness. What is he doing? As he watched this from far away, Song Meng couldn't help but ask with great surprise. I don't know, but it's likely that he's using a formidable magic technique, Chen Xiaoqian's senior martial brother said with worry. He was also unable to understand the words of the incantation. Although the two didn't understand what the enemy intended, from seeing him bleed himself, they knew that the Emperor of Yu had taken desperate measures and was giving it his all. As the two restlessly watched on, the cadence of Emperor of Yu's incantation grew quicker and that savage aura became progressively stronger. As the Emperor's eyes flashed with red light, an astonishing scene occurred. The hilt suddenly burst out into a ball-black light and floated in midair. It rose about a foot above his head before remaining motionless. The Emperor of Yu grew increasingly cautious and formed strange hand seals one after another with exceptional skill. The bloody light on his body turned into strands of blood that hurriedly flew toward the floating hilt. At the start, there were only several strands of black blood. But not long after, the threads of blood proliferated, becoming 10, several tens, and finally over 100 strands of black blood. Like moths to a flame, they all flew toward the hilt. In an instant, The hilt was densely enveloped in the threads of black blood. After wriggling for a moment, the threads condensed into a large sphere of corrupt blood, thoroughly wrapping the blade handle within. If one were to carefully look at this foul blood, one would notice a strange red radiance emitting from its otherwise dark appearance, leaving a demonic impression on one's soul. When the emperor saw this scene unfold as he formed hand seals, he revealed a happy expression. He stopped his hand seals, intending to use a different technique. But as he did so, the sphere of black blood released a blinding black light and started squirming fiercely. Then it started to boil and expand, appearing extremely unstable. Seeing this, the emperor's expression of joy was completely replaced with one of fear. He frantically turned his head, looking in every direction, but when the emperor once again laid eyes on the blood sphere, his face became misshapen by uncontrollable fear. His expression immediately became full of certainty, and he spit out a few profound incantations with a soft roar. He then fiercely bit off the tip of his tongue, and sprayed a mouthful of foul blood along with a chunk of his tongue toward the deformed sphere. Once the sphere of black blood absorbed this, it immediately stabilized and its dazzling radiance dimmed. Still uneasy, the Emperor of Yu formed over 10 rapid incantation gestures in a blur, leaving him out of breath. As a result, every bit of radiance from the blood sphere had disappeared. Then the Emperor finally let out a breath of relief. However, having previously spit out blood essence, his appearance had suddenly aged over 10 years, becoming extremely haggard. Despite that, he was currently unable to attend to this issue. Instead, he suddenly cut off a chunk of his body's bloody light and sent it over to the bloody sphere. At the same time, he chanted once more in a deep voice, but because he no longer had the tip of his tongue, his words were unclear. The sphere of black blood gradually grew longer. Eventually, when the incantation was complete, the jet-black hilt appeared once more with a blade created from black blood as its saber's edge. This newly formed saber emitted an astonishingly bloody chi. Upon seeing this saber, the Emperor of Yu appeared to become mad with passion. Without further hesitation, he reached out to grab the handle of the saber and casually waved it. Although he didn't reveal the slightest bit of its might, he still appeared to be extremely satisfied with it. After taking a deep look at the saber, the Emperor of Yu let out a long, sharp whistle, turning himself into a huge sphere of black light along with the saber. After which, he suddenly charged toward the bamboo forest, causing Song Meng and company to feel greatly nervous. But at that moment, Han Li opened his eyes and stared at the oncoming blood sphere with a cold gaze. Although Han Li had been activating his artifact seal a moment ago, he had a clear understanding of his enemy's actions from his formidable spiritual sense. Previously, as the black blood saber had been taking form, Han Li's wandering spiritual sense had been strongly sucked in by the blade, which wanted to completely absorb it. With great fright, Han Li hastily withdrew his spiritual sense. Fortunately, the black blade's attempt to absorb his spiritual sense was autonomous and wasn't the doing of the Emperor of Yu. Thus, he was able to easily retrieve his spiritual sense from the black blade's grasp. Still, this fearful event had left Han Li drenched in cold sweat. If his spiritual sense had truly been absorbed by that evil saber, the consequences would be unspeakable. Although Han Li knew how fearsome the saber currently was, he remained completely confident in the strength of this hurriedly established 5-element reversal formation. After all, even Lei Wanhe, a core formation cultivator, said that it would be difficult to break through his original 5-element reversal formation. Even without completely setting up this upgraded, stronger version of the formation, he was completely confident that a foundation establishment cultivator would be unable to break through it in a short amount of time. Thus, although he had opened his eyes, his heart remained completely at ease. As these thoughts churned through Han Li's mind, the Emperor of Yu knocked against the multicolored barrier of light with great force. Zizi! The rainbow light barrier easily resisted the attacks. The Emperor of Yu had expected this and evilly grinned. He then tightly grasped the black blood saber in his hand and fiercely slashed at the rainbow light barrier. With a sharp whistle, a huge streak of black radiance surged from the saber. Swoosh! The astonishing black saber streak, which was over 30 meters long, had chopped off a large portion of the rainbow light, creating a 3-meter-wide gap. When the Emperor saw this, he felt great joy and charged toward the gap without the slightest hesitation. With the incessantly flickering black streak in hand, he had actually entered the rainbow light. No, this is far from good. Song Meng immediately cried out in panic. Although the other idol senior martial brother didn't speak, he appeared far from okay, with an expression filled with worry. There is no need to be alarmed. That rainbow light is only the first layer of defense. This great formation isn't so easily broken. Having heard Han Li's indifferent voice, the pair calmed down and faintly smiled. Still, they were both greatly astonished that this junior martial brother Han had enough leftover concentration, while activating his artifact seal, to pay attention to their conversation. How truly amazing! The Emperor of Yu had immediately charged over 30 meters into the barrier of rainbow light and had clearly seen the yellow Maple Valley cultivators beneath him. He was able to vividly see Han Li and 2 others activating their artifact seals. He smiled sinisterly and flashed over 10 meters, appearing over where Han Li sat. With a light wave of his black blood saber, a black saber streak over 30 meters long chopped down. When Song Meng and company saw the Emperor of Yu attack the cross-legged Han Li, their hearts grew shocked. Although they were aware of their inability to affect the saber's attack, Song Meng and company still raised their arms in defiance. In hopes of slowing down the attack, they unleashed a torrent of fireballs and threw 8 talismans which transformed into huge stones. Unfortunately, their attacks were of no effect. With a light swing, they were easily swept away by the saber's huge radiance and had completely vanished without a trace. The saber streak changed direction once more and fiercely chopped down with vicious intent. As Han Li saw the sharp saber streak about to strike him, his expression didn't change except for forming a slight sneer. When the Emperor of Yu saw that Han Li was so calm, he was startled for a moment. Without thinking much more, he continued chopping down with the saber streak. The Emperor struck at thin air, as Han Li had suddenly disappeared. He discovered that he had returned to his original position at an unknown time, about 100 meters above the barrier of rainbow light. The Emperor of Yu's appearance became extremely unsightly, and he struck at the rainbow light while clenching his teeth. As the Emperor split open a hole and charged in, he saw Han Li indifferently gazing at him while still seated in his original position. This time, the Emperor of Yu didn't impulsively charge down. Instead, his entire body trembled, shooting out a huge beam of bloody light with astonishing momentum. He immediately followed this up with a black saber streak. Since the Emperor of Yu had prepared himself, he was able to clearly observe what followed. When the bloody light was about 3 meters away from Han Li's head, it disappeared without a trace, as if it had been swallowed by something. At that same moment, he felt his devilish light suddenly return to its original location above him. The Emperor of Yu was astonished. Naturally, his following strike wasn't effective in the slightest. Once again, he was outside and high above the rainbow light. The Emperor's face turned pale, revealing panic for the first time. He no longer charged downward and instead continuously waved the demonic black blood saber. Endless streaks of crescent saber light flew in every direction in an attempt to break through the formation. Not long after the saber streaks flew off, a flash of white light caused the attacks to shoot back towards their original location. He was flustered for a moment before furiously continuing his incisive attacks. If the Emperor of Yu had been able to escape formation, he would have believed it contained a mere illusion technique and wouldn't have felt so anxious. If this were the case, he could easily break through this minor formation by relying on his devilish arts. But now that he was being teleported and his formidable attacks were being bounced back, he felt his heart plummet. Only great formation spells known as the Great Unbreakable Formations would have this type of restriction. Already perturbed by this abysmal turn of events, the Emperor of Yu felt a powerful surge of spiritual chi from the rainbow light barrier below him, causing his heart to tremble. He tightened his grip on the black saber and his bloody light hastily revolved around him, enveloping him in an impenetrable, blood-red whirlwind. Another two equivalently powerful spiritual pressures surged from within the rainbow light. Soon after, the rainbow light hummed for a moment and opened a 3-meter-wide passage. A dense cloud of small azure rods swarmed through the passage and rushed toward the Emperor of You in a grand torrent. These rods were from the Azure Rod artifact seal Han Li had just activated. Closely following the cloud of rods, a small blazing sword and a yellow crystal ball flew out. After the two exited the passage, they underwent a strange transformation. The small red sword grew incredibly large, and the crystal ball emitted a blinding yellow light. Under Chen Xiaoqian's and Zhong Wenyang's control, the two artifact seals silently split into different directions, attempting to flank the Emperor. As he watched these events unfold, the Emperor's face grew ashen. He madly flourished the black blood saber in his hand and shot out 8 huge saber streaks from within the whirlwind. With a sharp crackle of explosions, a majority of the small rods smashed into pieces upon meeting the attack. Han Li's face turned slightly white. Because his mind was connected to the rods created by the artifact seal, he had suffered damage from the strikes. This blood saber was powerful beyond expectation. But fortunately for Han Li, he didn't have to forcefully defend against its blows. As for the Emperor of You, he was currently making his last stand. Even with the obstruction of the saber streaks, the small red sword, the yellow crystal ball, and the remaining swarm of azure rods were able to seize an opportunity to charge into the bloody wind. A storm of sharp whistles immediately rose from within the whirlwind as countless bursts of azure, red and yellow radiance surged against the black streak in confrontation. It was clear that the struggle within was incomparably intense. Suddenly, an abrupt yell of fury burst forth, accompanied by the sound of an explosion. The black, red, and yellow streaks of light all violently flashed for a moment before completely disappearing from the blood-red whirlwind. At that same moment, the complexions of Chen Xiaoqian and Zhong Wenyang paled and their eyes became spiritless. 7th Junior Martial Sister, are you all right? When Song Meng saw this, he hastily asked with concern. It's nothing. His blood saber is just truly demonic. It was actually able to take down Mai and Zhong Wenyang's artifact seals in mutual destruction. Now we will have to see whether or not Junior Martial Brother Han's artifact seal will be able to kill him, Chen Xiaoqian softly said. She took out 2 blue medicine pills, swallowing one and handing the other to Zhong Wenyang. Your artifact seals were destroyed? When the other Yellow Maple Valley cultivators heard this, their expressions became astonished. In their minds, only magic treasures should be able to contest with artifact seals. Impressive. I suspect our enemy's demonic saber is actually a ruined fragment of some kind of magic treasure. After Zhong Wenyang swallowed the pill, her face became flushed and her lips reddened. The ruined fragment of a magic treasure? How is that possible? Chen Xiaoqing asked with astonishment. A series of earth-trembling booms suddenly rang out from above them, causing them to hastily look up in surprise. Separated by a thin layer of rainbow light, a great battle consisting of dazzling, chaotic bursts of azure and blood-red light was occurring above them. After a short moment, the bloody light greatly lessened and was thoroughly overwhelmed by the azure light. Afterwards, all traces of light had gradually disappeared, revealing the Emperor of You standing upright. His face had a vacant expression and his lips were trembling much like a piece of porcelain about to collapse. The Emperor fell straight from the sky without resistance and softly landed on the rainbow light above them. His body nothing more than a pile of crushed flesh. Having seen this, all of Han Li's fellow sect members were rapt with joy. Song Meng even went over to Han Li and excitedly yelled, Junior Martial Brother Han, you've killed that monster. I knew you could do it. I released the entirety of my artifact seal's strength in a single instance to break through his bloody light. Otherwise, it might have taken quite a while. Han Li faintly smiled and spoke with a content tone. Being able to draw out such a great amount of an artifact seal's might in a single instance wasn't something that everyone could do. Only after using and seeing so many distinct artifact talismans did Han Li receive the experience to do this. Although such an incisive method to take down the enemy greatly decreased the number of uses for an artifact seal, its power would explosively increase. Such a method proved extremely effective against powerful enemies. Han Li had just comprehended this method a few days ago and was able to use this technique when it was least expected. As a result, he was able to deal the finishing blow to his heavily injured enemy. Naturally, this artifact seal was fully consumed in the process and turned to ash. At this moment, those fire element's blood cores were at the forefront of his mind. After saying a few words to Song Meng, he released 2 puppet beasts without any hesitation and had them directly head over to the Emperor of Yu's corpse. When the others saw this, they didn't mind in the least. After all, the death of this enemy was almost entirely due to Han Li. Naturally, no one would fight Han Li over the spoils. Zhong Wenyang unexpectedly appeared somewhat pleased after seeing her sweetheart avenged and repeatedly expressed her thanks to Han Li. She also said that when the fallen hear of this in the underworld, they would certainly be grateful that Han Li had avenged them. Those words caused Han Li, who had come here with another objective in mind, to feel a bit embarrassed. He hastily changed the subject and suggested that the others hurriedly search other areas of the Imperial Palace for any Black School fiend disciples that remained hidden. He also said that he had to stay behind and attend to a few matters, such as withdrawing the Great Formation. Hearing Han Li's words, how could the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators not understand what he had meant? He was clearly giving them the opportunity to loot the remains of the Black Fiend School's nest. Song Meng beamed with happiness while the others found it somewhat embarrassing. Han Li then said, "Let's rendezvous after I finish putting everything in order. As for the Black Fiend Schoolmaster, he should have enough high-quality items on his body to satisfy me." The others felt this was reasonable and did not further refuse. After all, everyone had suffered quite a bit from today's great battle. Thus, after Han Li withdrew the Great Formation, the others flew away on their magic tools. Only when the others could no longer be seen did Han Li feel reassured enough to wave his 2 puppet beasts over. They flew back toward Han Li with the results of their search. When Han Li saw that the 5-element blood cores were among the Emperor's items, he was jubilant. He immediately took them from the puppet beast's mouth and closely examined them. From the great spiritual power contained in the cores, Han Li verified that their medicinal properties were genuine. Relieved, Han Li took out an exquisite jade box from his storage pouch and carefully placed the 5 blood cores inside. Han Li didn't know the specific effects of the 5 elements blood cores mentioned by the young Prince Xian. But from how urgently the Emperor of Yu had collected these items, their usefulness toward core formation should most likely be true. Han Li then shifted his attention to the other items. A pitch-black alms bowl, an awl with an inch-long, blood-red spike, and a jade slip emitting a light gray chi. Upon seeing these items, Han Li felt somewhat fearful of them. These kinds of magic tools were commonly used by devilish and evil cultivators. It was likely that such items would have restrictions or curses placed on them, so he wasn't in any hurry to fiddle with them. Instead, he took in a deep breath and covered his hands in a layer of faint azure light. With this protection, Han Li was able to pick up the jade slip with his heart at ease and carefully examine it. Apart from releasing a strange aura, the jade slip didn't have any sort of obvious restrictions. Han Li let out a sigh of relief and slowly submerged his spiritual sense into the slip. As his spiritual sense entered the jade slip, Han Li stood motionless. However, his expression underwent strange changes. First, he appeared pleasantly surprised, then dismayed and finally, extremely cautious with a slight trace of fear. After the time it took to make a cup of tea, Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense and found himself in a daze. The jade slip's contents went far beyond Han Li's expectations. It contained information on all of the Black Fiend School's cultivation arts, such as the young prince's Black Fiend Azura art, the 4 blood servants' Fiend Demon art, the Emperor of Yu's Divine Bloodlight, and so on. Han Li was shocked to discover that all of these cultivation arts mentioned a book called the Profound Scriptures. It seemed to be the origin of all these arts. This greatly piqued Han Li's curiosity. But as Han Li hurriedly scoured the jade slip, he was unable to find anything related to the whereabouts of the scripture. With no other choice, Han Li could only bury his desire to find the scripture in his heart and focus his attention to some of the strange secret techniques. A few of these greatly pleased Han Li. Not only did they resolve some of his long-held doubts, but they also mentioned the true use of the 5 elements blood cores. Han Li calmed himself and carefully examined the passage. It turned out that the 5 elements blood cores were formed within the bodies of cultivators who practiced the fiend demon art, much like how a demonic beast condenses a core within their body. It was the most important aspect of the fiend demon art. The reason as to why they were able to turn into fiend demons and didn't need to use Foundation Establishment pills to enter Foundation Establishment was because of the formation of this core. Although this fiend demon art didn't require the use of blood sacrifices, it still greatly increased the speed of cultivation. However, Foundation Establishment was the highest layer this cultivation art could achieve. There would be no hope of reaching core formation. In fact, the rest of these cultivation techniques were more or less the same and held the fatal flaw of being incapable of reaching core formation. Of course, their speed of cultivation left others astonished through the additional assistance of blood sacrifices. It seems these 5 elements blood cores were supposed to be a solution to the defects of these kinds of cultivation arts. The Jade Slip also mentioned a secret technique called the Fiend Core Technique. According to what was stated by the secret technique, even if one were a late Foundation Establishment cultivator with poor aptitude, so long as they consumed the 5 elements blood cores in accordance with the technique, there was a 1/3 chance of forming a fiend core. This false gold core would be similar to a genuine core formation cultivator's gold core. With the successful formation of a fiend core, while one's strength would be inferior to a genuine core formation cultivator, the difference wouldn't be that great. In addition, it would have the wondrous effect of extending one's lifespan similar to genuine core formation. When Han Li read this, his heart nearly jumped out of his chest. A 1/3 chance of forming a core? The 5 elements blood core was truly heaven-defying. He immediately felt an urge to set everything else aside and consume the 5 elements blood cores. However, a flaw later mentioned in the description of the secret technique had left Han Li astonished. Since the fiend core was an artificial golden core, there was no possibility of further improvement. This implied that for the rest of one's lifetime, there would be no way to further one's cultivation and progress past early core formation stage. If it were only this, Han Li still wouldn't allow such an opportunity to pass him by. This was because the method, the 3 essence revolutions technique, used to form a core was truly unpredictable and unreliable. Even if he were able to scatter his cultivation 3 times, Han Li wasn't confident it would work. After all, this cultivation method was something created from the mere conjectures of the founder of the Azure Essence Sword Art. No one had ever successfully cultivated it before. On the other hand, from the tone of this text, the Fiend Core technique was certain to have previously been used. A 1/3 possibility of core formation was extremely enticing to Han Li. As for the inability to reach nascent soul stage after forming a fiend core, this matter was too far removed from Han Li's current situation for him to consider. Nascent soul stage was still something Han Li could only dream about. At the moment, being able to achieve core formation was his highest objective. As for whether or not he could extravagantly hope to condense a nascent soul, he would only think about it after he reached core formation. But the following details of the Fiend Core technique left Han Li dumbstruck. It said that after the Fiend Core was formed in one's body, Fiend Demon Chi would be continuously released for a long period, and it would be capable of gradually eroding a cultivator's mind. Although the erosion wouldn't leave one completely without mind or memories, decreased mental acuity along with gradually reduced intellect were unavoidable. This caused Han Li's heart to tremble without end. What Han Li was most confident of was his mind and quick-wittedness. These were the main reasons that he had been able to remain so free and unfettered in the cultivation world until now. Thus, when he read that passage, Han Li had only a moment of internal struggle before completely severing any intentions of using the 5 elements blood cores. After reading about the drawback, Han Li was extremely vexed. He had done so much to acquire the 5 elements blood cores, but it proved to be of absolutely no use to him. After a moment of further consideration, Han Li felt that something was amiss. If the drawback was so severe, then why would the Emperor of Yu specially cultivate these cores? That cunning old fox certainly wasn't going to directly consume it. With that thought, Han Li looked through the secret techniques once more, and his attention was caught by a very interesting secret technique, external reincarnation. This was a renowned top-grade secret technique of the devilish Tao. Han Li had heard about it long ago. Although there were many techniques called reincarnation techniques, the specific cultivation method and effectiveness of these techniques were exceedingly strange and varied. Regardless of the reincarnation technique, to a devil Tao cultivator, they were all as precious as their own lives. They were all fundamentally the greatest secrets of each sect. The 7 sects of Yu had previously attempted to collect all the cultivation arts related to reincarnation, but ultimately ended up empty-handed. Han Li quickly read through this technique several times and grew rapt with joy. He had found a use for these 5 elements blood cores after all. If he had guessed correctly, the Emperor of Yu must have had the same plan in mind. Thus, he had painstakingly cultivated those blood servants in order to condense those 5 elements blood cores. As for the blue-robed man, the self-proclaimed black fiend schoolmaster who had died from the heavenly lightning seed, that was an incarnation he had refined. Only that would explain why the blue-robed man was completely willing to allow his cultivation to be absorbed without the slightest resistance. The distracting thoughts that Han Li had pushed to the back of his mind resurfaced as he read through the secret technique. As for secret techniques such as the cultivation essence pill and methods of blood sacrifice, since Han Li didn't cultivate devilish arts, he had little interest in them. Only the condensation method of the blood spirit drill caught Han Li's eye as he read on. He read through it several times and memorized it. After Han Li withdrew his consciousness from the jade slip, he properly digested the information before moving on to the next 2 items. The blood red all was the solidified form of the blood spirit drill after leaving the body. It should be quite a useful magic tool. As for the pitch-black alms bowl, it must have been the rarely seen magic tool, the soul congregation bowl. It was specialized in holding the souls of cultivators. Any soul that entered this magic tool would gradually lose its intelligence and become a feral, common soul suitable for refinement or control. After only briefly examining this soul congregation bowl, the dark, cold chi that the bowl contained caused Han Li to shiver, and he hastily deposited it into his storage pouch. The magic tool's dark, cold chi gave an impression that countless cultivators' souls must have been ruined within. The more he made contact with this bowl, the more ill he felt. Han Li clearly understood that without cultivating these kinds of dark arts, he would have no use for this magic tool. The more he made contact with this bowl, the more ill he felt. After muttering to himself, Han Li slowly replied while Wenchang watched expectantly. Since Brother One is also an exquisite sound sect member, he should know I am a member only in name. I have never involved myself with the inner affairs of the sect. However, if this matter is as Brother One described and fellow Taoist Siue has been greatly wronged, I will mention this matter to Fairy Violet Spirit the next time I see her. But if she doesn't do anything about this, I'm not quite sure what can be done. Having heard that Han Li was unwilling to personally take matters into his own hands, Wenchang felt slightly disappointed. He also knew that his friendship with Han Li wasn't deep. Even saving him and his daughter could already be considered as cherishing their old friendship. He repeatedly expressed his thanks without any complaints and had Wenxiue kowtow in respect to Han Li. But Han Li had refused with a smile. However, Han Li then asked with slight confusion, "Isn't fellow Taoist Siue the personal disciple of the envoy of the right? Why don't you raise this matter to her?" When Siue appeared even sadder and explained with a soft voice, "Senior Han doesn't know this, but this mission was assigned by a close relative of my master. My master had wished for us to become Tao companions, but my refusal caused her to become very angry." With that said, the woman wore a helpless expression, revealing an appearance of tragic beauty. Han Li couldn't help but stare for a moment before forcing himself to turn his head towards Wenchang for fear of looking longer. He said, "I am here on an important matter and cannot journey together with you. I will be taking my leave." Han Li cupped his hands towards them. The pair naturally refrained from making any unpleasant requests for him to stay and hastily said words of thanks. Han Li then faintly smiled and shot through the sky as an azure streak of light. The father-daughter pair looked in the direction that the azure streak disappeared. After a long while, when Cus spoke in an angry, cute voice, "Father, you never told me that you were actually old friends with our sect's elder Han. From your chat, you also seem to have met him before he entered core formation. Could you tell your daughter about it? Elder Han is actually quite a mystery to us." Near the end, her angry voice had turned to one of strong curiosity. When Chang sighed and lovingly said, "Your father and Senior Han had only met several times. We don't have a deep relationship. In addition, I had met him when our cultivations were quite low. When I suddenly saw him in the offerings hall, I was truly shocked and felt restless several days later. For this person to actually enter core formation and become our sect elder is a truly inconceivable affair." When Chang couldn't help but then recall the moment when Han Li recognized him. He then stopped talking and became absent-minded for a short time. When Cus saw that her father was thinking of something and silently waited at his side. The father and daughter peacefully floated in the sky with their clothes fluttering in the wind. The nearby empty oceans suddenly flooded with activity. Every few days, cultivators hurriedly flew across this location high above with pleasant surprise. At this location, there was a huge palace floating in the sky without the slightest movement. The palace was about 400 meters tall and was crafted from flawless white jade. It was exquisitely beautiful and released sparkling twinkles of light. Surrounding it was a layer of dense golden light that encompassed about 4,000 meters in height. The cultivators that were traveling to it flew into the palace without any hesitation and easily passed through the barrier with a flash of white light. One day, a streak of azure light arrived below the palace and came to a sudden stop. The azure light faded away to reveal a youth with a common appearance. Han Li, who had followed the direction of his map. He looked at the embroidered clothed map with slight hesitation and glanced around, ensuring that nothing else was nearby. He had found nothing after looking down at the sea for a long time. Han Li's hesitation only grew stronger. With a sudden thought coming to mind, he abruptly raised his head. Upon seeing the exquisite jade palace floating among the clouds, Han Li gasped with surprise. He blankly stared at the palace for a long while before he recovered from his shock. He didn't immediately approach the palace hall, instead deciding to deliberate for a moment. But suddenly, his expression stirred and his body flashed with azure light, causing him to disappear without a trace. A short moment later, a scarlet cloud rushed over and stopped close to where Han Li had just been. The red cloud scattered to reveal a red-haired old man with an embroidered cloth in hand. He looked at the embroidered cloth in his hand and coldly examined his surroundings. When he turned his head to the sky and saw the palace, he couldn't help but reveal joy. Soon after, the red-haired old man flew up into the sky in a red cloud without a second thought. Then, with a flash of white light, the old man passed through the gold light barrier. Han Li reappeared nearby shortly after. With a creased brow, his expression began incessantly shifting. In the following week, Han Li patiently concealed himself nearby and saw two other core formation cultivators enter the palace's light barrier. They also had an embroidered cloth map. One day, Han Li's patience had finally run dry, and he flew towards the golden barrier. With a flip of his hand, he took out his map and slowly poured spiritual power into it. The map then released a white spiritual light and wrapped Han Li within it. Taking a step forward, Han Li easily passed through the barrier as if nothing was there. After turning his head back toward the light barrier, Han Li flew towards the beautiful palace without any lingering hesitation. After flying closer to the palace, Han Li became aware of the huge, silver ancient characters that hung 40 meters above the entrance of the palace, Heaven Void Hall. Not only were these characters grand and imposing, but the stroke edges were extremely incisive. After only a quick glance, his eyes felt a faint, dull ache. He hastily lowered his head in fright, not daring to look any further. With gritted teeth, Han Li then carefully walked into the palace as he gazed into its depths. Han Li was amazed once he entered. He saw a straight, narrow passage made completely of translucent, fine jade. He couldn't see its end. It was 9 meters wide and 12 meters tall, causing those who walked through it to feel an uncomfortable mental pressure. Han Li frowned and released his spiritual sense after some thought, but his expression immediately revealed surprise as his spiritual sense met a wall in every direction and was forcibly bounced back. He couldn't even spread out his spiritual sense, let alone search the palace with it. Han Li's eyes flashed with spirited light, and he attentively examined a jade wall, discovering a flicker of faint sparkling light. He would have missed it had he not been paying close attention. It seemed this entire passage restricted those with great capabilities. Han Li then extended his finger and lightly stroked the fine jade. Although he couldn't recognize the exact type of restrictions, he knew they contained deep and immeasurable spiritual power, causing Han Li's heart to slightly tremble. He silently withdrew his finger and pondered for a moment with chin in hand before raising his head and deciding to walk forward. With narrowed eyes, Han Li calmly looked around the interior of the passage as he walked through. Since there were restrictions in place, he didn't have to be fearful that someone was concealed nearby and was about to ambush him, allowing him to continue on without fear. However, this ravine-like passage was truly long. He walked for the time it took to finish a meal, before finally reaching its end where an exit made of water-blue radiance appeared before his eyes. With roused spirits, Han Li hurriedly walked through it. Han Li's eyes shrunk and he instantly grew alarmed. The blue radiance revealed huge hall. The hall spanned 1,500 meters and was extremely imposing. Even if several thousand people were present, it wouldn't be crowded in the slightest. But even odder was that several tens of huge jade pillars were evenly distributed throughout the hall. Not only was the jade pillar several meters thick, but it was also exquisitely carved with all sorts of rare, strange beasts that some of which he had never seen before. Each one was vivid and lifelike, containing their own unique spiritual chi. At the very top of these pillars were several tens of cultivators, each wearing their own clothes and standing or sitting at their own volition. Apart from a few cultivators, each of them were monopolizing a single pillar. Furthermore, there was nobody loudly talking. They were all minding their own business. Han Li's arrival had lazily drawn the attention of a small portion of the cultivators. However, a few of them revealed shock upon seeing him. Han Li revealed a bitter smile as he had also recognized them. Immediately after Han Li agreed to accompany Xianxia, he felt slight regret. He had previously came to a clear decision to no longer be tangled with this woman. But now, he had agreed to accompany her for some unknown reason. It seemed he wasn't as determined as he had thought. Han Li inwardly shook his head and replied, "All right, then how about Senior Marshal Sister ride with me in my divine wind boat? We'll be able to arrive there much faster." With that said, Han Li took out his spotless white divine wind boat and invited Chun Xianxiao to ride with him. When Chun Xiaoqian saw this gesture, she smiled sweetly and entered the boat without any objections. After a moment of flight, Han Li brought Chun Xiaoqian to the Yuejing's famed white chrysanthemum mountain. The mountain was covered with all sorts of chrysanthemums, a majority being white. The scene was truly mesmerizing. Contrary to Han Li's expectations, Chun Xiaoqian didn't speak to him after arriving on the mountain. They merely walked along the small mountain path minding their own business. Only when they occasionally saw a particularly breathtaking scene would they stop for a moment. Han Li did not speak as he followed behind her, dispassionately gazing at her charming body without the slightest shame. After 2 hours, Chun Xiaoqian had climbed to the mountaintop and stood on a small pavilion with Han Li to the side. At that moment, no one was on the mountaintop aside from the two, not even a single traveler. As the two were unwilling to speak, it was extremely quiet. It was unknown how long this subtle mood continued before Chun Xiaoqian broke it with a few faint words. "Junior Marshal Brother Han, after the great battle is concluded, I fear that I am going to be married off." Upon hearing those words, Han Li couldn't help but tilt his head and reveal an expression of astonishment. The groom is a direct lineage disciple of the great Qin cultivator clan, a disciple of Heavenly Imperial Fortress, and a cultivator that has just reached foundation establishment. I've seen him several times and he seems decent. If nothing unexpected occurs, Then he will marry into my Chun clan and become my Dao companion. Chun Xiaoqian spoke calmly and turned a blind eye to Han Li's appearance of amazement. After a moment, Han Li's astonishment gradually waned, and with some hesitation, he politely said, "Then I must congratulate Senior Marshal Sister Chun on finding a suitable marriage partner. Junior Marshal Brother will certainly prepare a gift for you later." It became clear as Han Li started to speak that Chun Xiaoqian had no intention of listening to his words. Those were not the words she had wanted to hear. She trembled for a moment before releasing a disc-shaped flying magic tool and flying off with a cold face. After seeing Chun Xiaoqian disappear into the distance, Han Li motionlessly stood in place with a cold expression. After a long while, he let out a long breath and dispiritedly flew off. Although Han Li had already made his decision about Chun Xiaoqian, he still felt at a loss when confronted with her interest to marry him. This was perhaps a common flaw that all men possessed. Even if they were called cultivators, they had the same emotions as mortals. Han Li mocked himself as he flew back to the Qin residence. After returning to the residence, Han Li learned from the others that Chun Xiaoqian had already departed, starting her journey early. When Han Li heard this, he bitterly smiled in his heart. It seemed that he had greatly disappointed Chun Xiaoqian, and now, she was preparing her heart to marry someone else. Although he was a tad depressed, Han Li wasn't of the normal sort. With an ordinary expression, he nodded his head and joked around with the others for a while longer. Like that, the morning of the second day had arrived and the others left the Qin residence. Han Li was the last cultivator to remain. Before setting off on his journey, he went to secretly pay a visit to Fengwu. After all, they were acquaintances and he wanted to bid her farewell. But when he arrived outside her home, Han Li spotted Fengwu through a window, causing him to change his mind. This was because Fengwu was accompanying an old woman of about 50 years old that was reading scriptures out loud. She appeared completely at peace. After Han Li silently looked on for a moment, he ultimately decided not to disturb her. He turned around and quietly left. Toward this particular girl, it may be better if he didn't meet her. Perhaps living a peaceful life without being reminded of those painful memories is best for her. Han Li thought with melancholy. Han Li then left Yuejing and first made a trip to Jiayuan City. Since he had promised to avenge the Missouri estate, he figured that he may as well pay a visit and take a look. Although the Devil Dao hadn't come to stir trouble, he reckoned that Jiayuan City didn't currently contain any high-level cultivators due to the upcoming Great Battle. He only had to secretly get rid of the Rainbow Sect's sect master. Even if he angered a few Spirit Beast Mountain disciples, they wouldn't be able to find out it was him. In addition to causing trouble for the Rainbow Sect, he thought he'd take a look to see how Sun Ergu was managing the 4th-level gang. He had left behind this backup plan several years ago, and now he wanted to see if it still held any use. With that in mind, Han Li rushed toward Jiayuan City on his Divine Wind boat. The last time he was in Jiayuan City was over 10 years ago. However, many of the memories remained vivid in his mind and left a deep impression on him. 5 days later, a youth appeared in front of a long-established restaurant in Jiayuan City. This person stood on the side of the street and looked at the restaurant sign with squinted eyes. The person with the strange expression was Han Li, who had just entered the city. After standing there for a moment, he sighed and calmly walked in. He went to the 2nd floor and saw that the table by the window where he had sat at all those years ago happened to be empty. Han Li happily walked over to it without the slightest hesitation. Just as he sat down, a waiter politely wiped down his table and asked Han Li what he would like to order. Han Li faintly smiled and ordered a few delicious appetizers, sending the waiter off to deliver his order. However, he did not come here just to satisfy his desire for delicious food. With that in mind, Han Li turned his gaze outside the window. The Mo estate's huge residence still remained, and it still had a burly man standing outside its gates. However, the huge sign on the gate no longer read Mo Residence, but instead read Li Residence, in large, golden words. Looking at the Li Residence sign shining under the sunlight, Han Li unconsciously wrinkled his brow. From what he had heard, the Rainbow Sect master seemed to be surnamed Li. It seems they now occupied their defeated enemy's nest. Not knowing why, Hanli felt particularly bothered when he saw the sign saying, Li Residence. He found the previous Mo Residence sign somewhat more pleasing to the eye. As Hanli was lost in thought, his dishes were brought by the waiter and simultaneously the sounds of banter were heard on the floor below. Several youths wearing embroidered silk clothes walked up the stairs followed by their burly guards. They appeared to be the young masters of a noble family. Among these young masters was a man so thin he might blow away in the wind. He casually swept his gaze over the floor and impolitely beckoned to the waiter. The waiter complacently ran over and hastily said with an enchanting smile, Young Master Xia, do you have any instructions? Call for the shopkeeper. Today we're inviting an esteemed guest to dine with us. Have everyone on the third floor leave. We will pay for the damages. This skinny man spoke quite arrogantly. The waiter didn't reveal the slightest bit of dissatisfaction, repeatedly nodding his head before hurrying off to inform the shopkeeper. After a short moment, a 40-year-old man arrived. Once he saw the thin man, he immediately agreed to his request with a smile. He then brought the waiter to the third floor to apologize to the customers who were already there. It was unknown whether this shopkeeper was naturally so quick and efficient or whether this young master had a truly great background. Not long after, all of the customers on the third floor had paid their bills and left. Not a single one of them had dared to complain. Hanli lazily looked over before he returned his gaze to the bustling streets outside the window. The newcomer was only a young master among mortals, an arrogant person only relying on the might of his clan, commonly found at all places. Hanli had absolutely no interest in him. At that moment, the youth in charge, young Master Xia, then nodded with satisfaction and descended to the ground floor. Later, the sound of footsteps came up from below. This time, Hanli was startled and couldn't help but turn his head around and stare. This was because among those heavy footsteps, feather-light footsteps could be faintly discerned. Only a Jianghu martial artist who practiced Qigong to a certain stage would be able to display such control. This greatly piqued Han Li's curiosity. A refined and cultured youth was escorted by the young masters to the second floor. The 30-year-old youth had a dashing appearance. From seeing his faint smile, one would have received a greatly favorable impression of him, as if they had felt a spring wind. Those near silent footsteps came from him. The youth and the young masters were bantering with one another as they swept their gazes across the second floor. As Han Li's common appearance did not catch their attention, they headed up to the third floor. It seemed that this youth was the so-called esteemed guest. Just as they arrived to the third floor, a stream of servants carrying fine delicacies followed. Afterward, the food was delivered. The servants and guards descended. It seems they didn't want others to hear their conversation. Having seen this, Han Li's interest was piqued, and he secretly extended his spiritual sense upstairs, allowing him to clearly hear their conversation. Senior Brother Li, it is fortunate that you've come or else we would have suffered a terrible fate. You've given us face by agreeing to come here. Come, let us drink a cup in honor of Brother Li. The thin youth's voice was filled with appreciation. It's nothing. Those outsiders dared to seize someone underneath the eyes of our rainbow sect. Thus, they were violating our sect's laws and I only did what should have been done. The dashing youth courteously said. He appeared quite modest and friendly. Hearing the words, rainbow sect, and Senior Brother Li, Han Li revealed slight amazement. Could there be such a coincidence? I happened to run across someone related to the rainbow sect already. Han Li was stunned. Regardless of how it is said, we would have encountered great danger were it not for you. In the future, if Senior Brother Li requires any assistance, we will do our best. A different young master said this as he patted his chest. Many thanks for these brothers' kind intentions. However, the person who attempted to kidnap you all must be a renowned character in Jianghu. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have dared to act in a place like Jiayuan City. The dashing youth changed the subject. That's right. Those kidnappers were quite ferocious. I had been sleeping in my bed, but when I opened my eyes, I was already at another place. At that moment, I was truly scared. Fortunately, our elders managed to find your esteemed father. Otherwise, we would have suffered greatly, the thin youth said, horrified of what might have happened. In fact, Sir Wang and the others actually didn't find. The youth surnamed Li and the others continued to chat. From the brief words Han Li heard from their conversation, Han Li was able to piece together a general idea of what happened. These prestigious young masters had been kidnapped by a Jianghu expert. As such, their elders anxiously sought the Rainbow Sect for help. This youth should be the Rainbow Sect master's son, who had quickly come to their rescue. Now, a banquet was being held to thank this young sect master. As Han Li appeared to be absent-mindedly looking out the window, he was sifting through the young master's flattery of the young sect master for any useful information regarding the Rainbow Sect master. Not long after, the thin youth paid some words of respect which caused Han Li's heart to tremble with excitement. Senior brother Li, I heard that Sect Master Li's 60th birthday is coming soon. He is still hardy and vigorous despite his years and doesn't appear old at all. Your estate should currently be making preparations in celebration of this event. At that time, we must drink a cup with him in his honor. Hee. Father's cultivation is quite deep, incomparable to that of ordinary people. If you all wish to come, then I will naturally welcome you. Furthermore, my father has returned from his sect branch inspections and is personally presiding over the preparations. That elderly man feels quite strongly about this birthday celebration. Then, having heard this, Han Li recalled his spiritual awareness. Since he found out that the Rainbow Sect Master was in the Li estate, he didn't need to know anything else. Han Li then set down his cup of wine and put a few pieces of silver on the table, saying with a deep voice, "Waiter, I've paid the bill. Keep the change." With that said, he nimbly descended. The waiter opened his eyes wide and repeatedly expressed his thanks. After leaving the restaurant, Han Li gazed in the direction of the Li estate with a trace of a sneer. The Rainbow Sect Master wasn't leaving anytime soon. Once night fell, he would pay a visit to the Li estate. If there were no Foundation establishment cultivators nearby, he would be able to easily take the life of the Rainbow Sect Master and fulfill his promise. But since it was still day and he was short on time, he thought that he should take advantage of this opportunity to handle his other affairs. With that in mind, Han Li disappeared into the bustling crowd. The fourth-level gang held an impressive reputation within Jia Yuan City. Although they were incomparable to the largest powers, they were among the strongest of the mid-level gangs. Their leader, Sun Ergu, rose to prominence in a single feat naturally, as Sun Ergu's status was now completely different. No one would dare to address him by name. If anyone saw him now, they would address him as Gang Leader Sun. The fourth-level gang was no longer located where it had previously been, over 10 years ago. It had relocated to a more prosperous street inside the city. As for the gang members, they were no longer impoverished luggage carriers from the docks. Instead of fiercely working to make a living, they created great profits from their territory and had even built a restaurant, pawn shop, and other such businesses. As a result, the fourth-level gang had become increasingly wealthy and Gang Leader Sun's quality of life had improved in kind. As a matter of fact, Sun Ergu had married his 9th young concubine, a famous courtesan in Jia Yuan City, during the last month. This young concubine truly knew how to seduce. After this middle-aged Sun Ergu married her, he had lingered in her room every day and had forgotten to leave. As for his other concubines, they had long been placed in the back of his head. When it was still day, Gang Leader Sun would joyfully head over to her courtyard. With one thought of that coquettish young beauty, he felt a heat in his heart that couldn't be quelled. However, when Sun Ergu entered the fragrant room this day, he was immediately stunned. As he entered, he unexpectedly saw a young man sitting in front of him. Once this man saw Gang Leader Sun enter, he lazily said, "Sun Ergu, I hadn't thought that you held such skill. The management of the fourth-level gang is quite good. It seems I had chosen the right person." Not only did this youth address him by his full name, he also spoke to him in a superior tone. This youth was Han Li, who had secretly infiltrated into the fourth-level gang's headquarters. When Sun Ergu saw Han Li, He immediately recognized him as the person who had originally helped him that year. After all, Hanli looked exactly the same as he did 10 years ago, due to the fact that he had taken the face-setting pill. This shocked Sun Ergu and caused a storm of perilous uncertainty to rage in his heart. After a short moment of his expressions changing incessantly, Sun Ergu revealed a respectful appearance as he hastily stepped forward and saluted Hanli. So it turns out that young master had arrived. Sun Ergu pays his respects to young master. This was quite difficult for the current gang leader Sunday. He hadn't spoken with a humble attitude for many years but was unexpectedly still able to do so quite skillfully. Hanli raised his eyebrows and revealed surprise upon seeing Sun Ergu's bearing. Quickly after, he faintly smiled and said with slight curiosity, "It's all right. You're a gang leader now. There is no need to be so courteous. My current visit is to see how you've grown. I'll be leaving soon anyways." Sun Ergu immediately grew at ease. He had feared that he would have to hand over his authority. As he had held a high position for so many years, he knew a bit about cultivators and that mortals like him couldn't hope to resist such characters. Even knowing this, Sun Ergu was also aware that this person was extremely elusive. He had originally believed that Hanli had given him such great benefits because he would have to act as Hanli's puppet. But he hadn't thought that Hanli would release his grasp and conceal himself for so many years. As such, Sun Ergu got a taste of what it was like to be above others. He hadn't expected that this young master would suddenly reveal himself. He had believed that Hanli had completely forgotten about him. As he didn't know Hanli's objective, he grew truly apprehensive. Hanli looked at Sun Ergu with surprise. "Come over here and let me see your wrist." Hanli wrinkled his brow and gave an indisputable command. Sun Ergu was startled. After hesitating for a moment, he obediently walked over and extended his wrist. Hanli impolitely grabbed his wrist and poured a bit of spiritual qi into his body, quickly circulating it through his meridians. After a short moment, Hanli released Sun Ergu's wrist with an indifferent expression and said a few words that left Sun Ergu pale from fright. "A hidden poison has started to take effect in your body. At most, you have a month to live." Hanli's voice was ice-cold and emotionless. "Poisoned? That's impossible. I am quite careful and have a specialist responsible for testing my food and drink." After a moment of terror, Sun Ergu revealed an appearance of unease. Hearing this, Hanli was too lazy to explain any further. With a wave of his hand, a streak of azure light flashed and flew into Sun Ergu's body. "Young master, this is WH-. What did you—" Sun Ergu hadn't dared to dodge but was still alarmed. "This is true spirit technique. It's capable of visualizing the poison within your body. Go ahead and take a look in a mirror." Hanli sat on a chair and played it down. When Sun Ergu heard this, his heart dropped. Then he hastily ran to the corner of the room with a dressing table. He hastily scoured the dressing table for a small mirror and then looked into the mirror with great caution. What he saw left him dumbfounded. He saw that his entire face was covered in blackish-purple qi. From a single glance, he could tell he was severely poisoned. "Young master, please save my life. This one has remained faithful to young master this entire time and possesses no trace of disloyalty." Sun Ergu rushed over to Hanli with an expression of fear and knelt while imploring Hanli to save him. At this moment, he was almost entirely convinced. As Hanli was a cultivator, it was impossible he would waste so much effort to deceive someone like Sun Ergu. If Hanli had truly meant him harm, he could have killed him with a flick of a finger. After having seen this display of loyalty, Hanli faintly smiled and calmly said, "Be at ease. Although the poison is quite hidden, its toxicity is weak. It won't be able to kill you in a few days. There is no need to be so fussed over nothing." Although Sun Ergu had calmed down a bit, he continued his pitiful pleas. "Young master possesses great power. Please give this one a method to dissolve the poison so that I, Sun Ergu, may continue to serve you faithfully. If young master does not trust me, then I can swear an oath under poison." This one. Although Sun Ergu was now a gang leader, we was still very much afraid of death. Without even waiting for Hanli to speak, He took the initiative to swear his own oaths, much to Han Li's amusement. Serve me faithfully? It seems more like he has been receiving benefits without giving anything in return. Han Li thought, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This is a detoxification pill. After you take this, you'll be fine, but just make sure that your poisoning does not continue. Han Li shook his head before tossing a blue medicine pill to Sun Ergu. Many thanks. Many thanks, young master. Sun Ergu received the pill with great joy and repeatedly expressed his thanks. He then quickly climbed up from the floor and properly put away the pill. This poison doesn't affect one so deeply after only 1 or 2 exposures. It should have taken at least several months for it to get to this point. I believe that you should be able to find the poisoner. Surely you can do that at least. Isn't that right, my dear gang leader son? Han Li lightly chuckled and said half-jokingly. Young master teases. However, as for who poisoned me, I do have a few suspects in mind. Sun Ergu rubbed the back of his head with a smile. As his life had been just saved by Han Li, he was naturally now even more respectful towards him. And, as a cultivator, I can't be too involved in the affairs of you mortals. I'll leave it to you. The reason why I came here was because I wanted to see Crooked Soul and take him away. Now that I have quite a bit of cultivation, I shouldn't have any problem bringing him along. Do you have any complaints about this? Han Li's smile disappeared as he said this with a deep voice. Young master wishes to take Sir Crooked Soul away? But young master, Sir Crooked Soul is no longer in the 4th level gang. When Sun Ergu heard Han Li's tone, he incessantly complained in his heart, but he still had to summon the courage to reply. What do you mean? You lost him? Han Li's face darkened and the temperature in the room dropped several degrees, causing Sun Ergu tremble in fright. Young master, please calm down. It wasn't that I had lost him, but that Sir Crooked Soul had run off on his own. Although he is not in the city, he is not too far away, at a nearby mountain forest. I had sent a few people to follow after Sir Crooked Soul. Sun Ergu explained at great speed, fearing that Han Li would act on his anger. He ran off on his own? What going on? Explain it clearly. If it isn't as you say, then don't blame me for coming back to punish you. Although slight astonishment had flashed across Han Li's face, he still managed to respond with a relaxed expression. It was good enough that Sun Ergu knew about Crooked Soul's whereabouts. But since Crooked Soul was only a walking corpse, Han Li found it hard to believe that he could have run away on his own. Seeing that Han Li wasn't angry, Sun Ergu felt relieved. Not daring to neglect him, he hastily explained, Ever since young master had handed over Sir Crooked Soul to me, I have followed young master's instructions to only use him as a last resort and to not allow others to see him. But an anomaly occurred 6 years ago with Sir Crooked Soul. That period of time was a crucial moment of expansion for my gang, and we were against a mid-level gang with a great amount of experts. I had Sir Crooked Soul help me deal with them. During that battle, Crooked Soul had displayed great might and won our gang a decisive victory. But a few days after the battle had concluded, a subordinate I tasked with watching Crooked Soul suddenly came and reported that he had actually started talking. I was extremely astonished and rushed over with the soul-guiding bell. Then, Sun Ergu stopped there and bitterly smiled. What happened? Don't tell me that Crooked Soul attacked you while still in possession of the soul-guiding bell. Having heard that Crooked Soul could speak, he was greatly astonished. But having seen that Sun Ergu had deliberately kept him in suspense, Han Li unhappily rebuked him. Frightened, Sun Ergu continued, He didn't attack me, but before I entered his room, Sir Crooked Soul seemed to know that I had arrived. He suddenly broke the wall and ran away as if he was flying. I was completely unable to chase after him. As Sun Ergu said this, he revealed an expression of helplessness. He ran away? With raised eyebrows, Han Li's mind seemed to have wandered off into thought. That's right, young master. Although Sir Crooked Soul has done this for several years, for some reason, he is still lingering at the boundary of the forest. Although I've tried several times to find Crooked Soul and bring him back with the aid of my gang's experts, he was always unwilling to see me. Whenever I approached him, he would immediately flee. I had a few experts block his path, but nobody proved to be Sir Crooked Soul's opponent. 2 of my gang's experts have even died, Sun Ergu said, perplexed. It isn't a great mystery. It's likely because of the soul guiding compass that you carry. Although I don't know why control over Crooked Soul was lost, it seems the restrictions I originally put on him were still effective. Han Li coldly laughed before saying this with an indifferent expression. So it was like that. Sun Ergu had appeared to be convinced. It seemed that he had previously come to that conclusion as well. Tell me about Crooked Soul's whereabouts. I will deal with him later. As it seems that this matter isn't your doing, I'll have to personally go to see what had happened. Since you no longer have a use for the soul guiding bell, give it to me. After a moment of thought, Han Li said this calmly. Yes, young master. My subordinates reported of Sir Crooked Soul's whereabouts 2 days ago. He is currently in the west side of... Sun Ergu respectfully gave directions to a place about 100 kilometers outside of Jayuan City. He then carefully took out the soul guiding bell magic tool and offered it to Han Li with both hands. Han Li nodded his head and examined the magic tool for a moment. He then placed it in his storage pouch, having found that it was in good condition. In addition to Crooked Soul, I came here because I also had a few questions to ask you about the Rainbow Sect. You must answer me honestly. Han Li's face suddenly grew stiff, his voice once more becoming cold. Han Li's change in tone had clearly stunned gang leader Sunday. After a short pause, he repeatedly nodded his head like a baby chick pecking grain. What kind of person is the current Rainbow Sect master? What family does he have? Have any outsiders recently appeared in the Li estate and have any of them remained? Han Li fired these questions off with a stiff expression. Sun Ergu felt his heart tremble, but he answered without the slightest hesitation. As for the Rainbow Sect master, this one truly doesn't understand what sort of person he is. This one had only previously seen him at a distance, and I only understand that his martial arts are unfathomable. With regards to family, he has 2 sons and a daughter, all of whom are married. I've heard that his eldest son is presiding over at the Rainbow Sect's previous headquarters. His second son has followed the Rainbow Sect master to the Li estate and is presiding over that. I've also heard... Sun Ergu gave a very comprehensive explanation. It was clear that he regularly put forth great effort into gathering intelligence on the Rainbow Sect. As Han Li calmly listened, he unconsciously placed his hand on the table and started to tap. It appeared he was digesting the information. When Sun Ergu saw Han Li stay silent for a moment, his heart stirred and he carefully asked, Could it be because of that matter with the Missouri estate several years ago that you wished to act against the Rainbow Sect? Once Han Li heard this, his brow wrinkled as his face became gloomy. You speak too much. Don't randomly ask about matters you have no right to know. Even more so, do not guess. You wouldn't want to tragically become one of those poor souls who have lost their memories, right? Han Li's ice-cold voice caused Sun Ergu's expression to drop, and he immediately begged for forgiveness. Han Li snorted, letting the matter drop. One couldn't afford to be polite when establishing authority. Seeing that Sun Ergu's face had broken out in a cold sweat, Han Li knew that his limit had been reached and prepared to give a few benefits to him. Enough. In the future, you can continue to act as gang leader Sunday. If there is nothing that I need you for, then I won't be coming to find you. However, I must tell you that I do not know when we'll meet again. As such, you should take this and put it away. In the future, your descendants will be able to recognize me with this item. So long as your descendants are willing to serve me, I will protect their lives, wealth, and prestige. As Han Li said this, he took out a sheet of common blank talisman paper. Swoosh! He clearly tore it in two and handed one half to Sun Ergu while putting away the other. When Sun Ergu first heard Han Li's words, he first appeared astonishment. Soon after, he appeared wrapped with joy and knelt down in front of Han Li. He sincerely kowtowed, knocking his head 3 times against the ground. He then raised his head and earnestly said, Many thanks for young master's great kindness. Young master, please be at ease. My Sun clan shall revere young master for many generations and will never renege on this agreement. Else, my clan may face extermination and calamity. With that said, Sun Ergu kowtowed, knocking his head against the floor once more before standing up with a respectful appearance. Han Li was somewhat startled from seeing this. His original intention was to coax Sun Ergu, but he hadn't thought that with a mere promise, that he would be rendered grateful to the point of tears. But after a moment of thought, Han Li came to a realization. In the mortal world, the continuation of one's bloodline along with their clan's prosperity were most important. As such, it was natural for Han Li's guarantee of the prosperity of Sun Ergu's later generations to be met with sincere servitude. After all, Han Li hadn't given Sun Ergu any unreasonable orders these past years. As such, he felt that having his descendants continue to serve Han Li was best. With that figured out, Han Li felt quite happy. Having Sun Ergu handle his affairs sincerely instead of half-heartedly would be of much greater effect. Good. Since you've now sincerely paid allegiance to me, I will naturally leave behind a few good benefits. Take these 2 pill bottles. This bottle is filled with medicine that is used for the treatment of external wounds. So long as they still draw breath, they will make a full recovery. As for the other bottle, it is the same as the poison detoxification pill I gave you before and will cure all poisons under the heavens. These should help preserve your life. With a flip of his hand, 2 exquisite porcelain bottles appeared in his hand, and he handed them over to Sun Ergu with a calm expression. Sun Ergu naturally felt grateful beyond words and would later strive his hardest. Afterwards, Han Li gave a few warnings to Sun Ergu before having Sun Ergu respectfully send him off, flying away from the headquarters of the 4th level gang. This backup plan still continues to exist, but when will I next have a use for it? Han Li silently thought. He was standing at the edge of a street and had turned his head to look around. He had just arrived at the Li estate underneath the pitch-black night. In an instant, his figure blurred and he flew toward the sky on a magic tool. Not long after, he was above the Li estate. Taking advantage of the curtain of the night, Han Li effortlessly descended from the sky and made use of several concealment techniques, noiselessly disappearing into the Li estate. With his previous experience of infiltrating Prince Xian's mansion, Han Li was able to skillfully restrain powerful experts with soul-lock talismans and used the soul-controlling technique to inquire about the Rainbow Sect Master's whereabouts. The result left Han Li quite happy. The Rainbow Sect Master was not in a heavily guarded location such as the back mansion and was instead located at his second son's residence. It seemed as if he was discussing a few matters with him. After interrogating a servant in the side garden, Han Li turned him into ash with a fireball without hesitation. Since this person had heard his questions and voice, he couldn't mercifully spare his life. Soon after, Han Li slipped past layers of sentries and arrived at the front of a large courtyard. What he saw left him surprised. 4 white-clothed men were securely guarding the courtyard gate. Their temples were tense and their eyes attentively shot in every direction. They appeared to be extremely skilled martial artists. Han Li wrinkled his brow. It seemed these were the Rainbow Sect Master's personal guard. As they were posted outside, it was likely that the Rainbow Sect Master was currently inside. Han Li coldly glanced at the 4 guards and pondered for a moment. In a blur, he suddenly appeared in front of them. The 4 white-clothed men were greatly startled and immediately thought to act. However, Han Li's body grew blurry once more and turned into 4 afterimages that simultaneously waved their hands toward the 4. Suddenly, the 4 guards silently fell to the floor as corpses. Each of the corpses had a glistening ice spike protruding from their hearts and were covered in a layer of white frost. Han Li expressionlessly turned their corpses into ash with fireballs and arrogantly pushed open the gates, entering the courtyard. On the way there, Han Li had already searched the Li estate once through with his spiritual sense. He had found no cultivators, setting his heart at ease and kindling his desire to kill. It seemed the Rainbow Sect Master would truly die by his hand. Han Li had already made up his mind. Once he entered the courtyard, he would just kill everyone. If he left behind any witnesses, Spirit Beast Mountain cultivators would investigate. A rather troublesome matter. With that thought, he walked into the courtyard filled with the desire to kill. But when he clearly saw the scene there, he stopped in his tracks. There was a young woman in the courtyard embracing a 3-year-old girl and singing a lullaby for her. Although this woman had lowered her head and he could not clearly see her face, her gentle, loving voice caused even Han Li to clearly feel the love the woman had for the child. Such a scene was far beyond Han Li's expectations. The desire to kill had unknowingly disappeared from his mind, and he now found himself in a difficult dilemma. This woman was the young sect master's wife. However, Sun Ergu hadn't mentioned that they had a young daughter. Because Han Li hadn't concealed his movements when he entered, the woman knew someone had entered, despite not raising her head. Eventually, she stopped singing her enchanting lullaby and unhappily said, "You're not going to speak? I had you wait outside so you wouldn't wake up my Ingning." With that said, the young woman coldly turned her head. She had clearly considered Han Li to be one of those 4 guards. After the young woman and Han Li saw each other's appearances, they both cried out in surprise. "It's you. What are you doing here?" The expressions on young woman's face continuously changed from clear and dark. Her beautiful face was covered in shock while containing a trace of bewilderment. She appeared as if she had been caught having an affair while in bed with another man. It was quite ridiculous. Han Li did not find this funny in the slightest, and his expression became extremely unsightly. After a long while, Han Li lightly sighed away a breath of his melancholy and coldly said, "Should I address you as Senior Martial Sister Mo? Or would Mistress Li be better? What will it be, Mo Yuju?" This young woman was actually the eldest among the 3 Mo sisters. During that year, she had a majority of Jiayuan City's young masters head over heels for her, the peerless beauty of her generation that had no mind for others. Although she was now dressed as a young married woman, her beauty hadn't faded in the slightest, still revealing an astonishing charm that would drive men wild. Having heard Han Li's words, Mo Yuju's face became incomparably pale. She lost the strength in her legs and her body swayed, nearly causing her to fall on her backside along with her child. "Yuju, why do I hear an unfamiliar voice? Who are you speaking with?" The people inside the house seemed to sense that something was amiss outside. The speaker's voice sounded familiar to Han Li. The house door opened, revealing an old man with white hair and a 30-year-old youth. During the day, Han Li had previously seen the young Master Li at the fragrant restaurant. As for the old man, his hair was as white as snow, and though his face was wrinkled and red, it gave an amiable impression. When he saw Han Li, his face appeared slightly strange. "This person is the Rainbow Sect Master?" Han Li turned his ice-cold gaze to the old man, asking Mo Yuju without a trace of politeness. However, Mo Yuju could not speak. She was tightly embracing her young daughter, and was staring at Han Li with her mouth rigidly shut. "Who are you? What did you do to my wife?" When the youth saw that an unknown young man was standing in the courtyard, he was stunned. But when he heard him call her Mo Yuju, he grew furious and charged forward, wanting to teach Han Li a lesson. However, before he had even taken a step forward, the Rainbow Sect Master stopped him and calmly said, "You are grown now, but yet you so recklessly want to charge forward." This person was capable of silently charging through our expert guards. He is certain to be no simple character. Do not be spurred into taking action. As expected, this old man was quite capable. From the Rainbow Sect Master's careful gaze, he was able to deduce that Han Li was not a common character. If he truly was a Foundation establishment cultivator, Han Li was certain to be very cautious and view him as a formidable opponent. Unfortunately, he was but a mortal with a sharp mind. In terms of absolute power, Han Li wouldn't even put him into his eyes. "Since your esteemed self is standing here, it seems that you aren't an unknown figure. May I ask if Sir is Yuju's old friend? If this is true, then your esteemed self cannot be considered an outsider. Please, enter the room and chat with us." The Rainbow Sect Master suddenly asked this with a chuckling smile. He appeared quite polite. These words stunned the youth beside him, who revealed a trace of astonishment. When Han Li heard this, his expression darkened, and his mouth formed a sneer. "Many years ago, I had learned many skills under the tutelage of Mo Juren. This daughter-in-law of yours can be considered my senior martial sister." Naturally, I cannot be considered an outsider. However, before we go and confuse our relationships, how about we first address the extermination of the Missouri estate? Having seen Mo Yuju married off to an enemy clan, he felt gloomy after recovering from his astonishment and intended to act. You're a survivor of the Missouri estate, the youth cried out with an appearance of complete surprise. The Rainbow Sect Master revealed astonishment, but soon after, his face darkened and his eyes grew indistinct. His body suddenly swelled without warning and gave off a grand pressure. Since you are a remnant of the Missouri estate, don't think about leaving. Your life will remain here, the Rainbow Sect Master loudly shouted, wearing a completely different expression. He then made a large step forward with his hair fluttering about. Left behind in the bluestone that he stepped on was a 2-inch deep impression. It seemed this person's power was quite shocking. When the youth saw this wordlessly slipped to the side, planning on coordinating with his father's movements. Han Li expressionlessly looked at the father and son's movements. Without saying anything further, he wordlessly raised his hand. Poochie. Several fist-sized fireballs appeared above his hand, releasing a scorching air. The Rainbow Sect Master had froze, halting his advance. Cultivator, he hoarsely said with an expression of complete disbelief. The youth at his side was also dumbfounded. Humph! Han Li didn't intend to waste more words. He pointed his finger, intending to kill the two with fireballs. But at this very moment, Mo Yuju, who was originally embracing her young daughter, appeared resolute. In an instant, she appeared in front of Han Li, blocking his attack. Don't do it. I forbid you from killing this child's father. If you kill him, then you must kill me and my daughter as well, she said with a grieved expression. Han Li wrinkled his brow. With a burst of loud crackles, the fireballs suddenly swelled to the size of bowls and became even more scorching. Although Mo Yuju appeared miserable, she still would not move. Cultivator, there must be a misunderstanding. Our Rainbow Sect. Seeing that Mo Yuju was protecting him, he felt greatly moved and felt fear that Han Li would truly kill her along with his daughter in anger. Thus, he hastily mentioned their great backer. Without waiting for him to finish, Han Li coldly interrupted. Shut your mouth. Neither you nor your father are in any position to speak. I know of your backer, Spirit Beast Mountain, but I don't care in the slightest. If I hear you two speak again, I will exterminate your entire residence. The youth's complexion became flushed and he didn't dare to do anything else. He couldn't help but look at his father with burning anxiousness. Although the Rainbow Sect Master still appeared calm, his heart had sunk with worry as his son anxiously looked at him. Give me a reason why I shouldn't kill them. This is revenge for the Missouri estate. Furthermore, Feng Wu had personally requested this of me. Han Li spoke to Mo Yuju with an indifferent tone. Feng Wu is still alive? That's great. I was always so worried. Only later had I realized that she had attempted to drown herself. When Mo Yuju heard this, she revealed an expression of happiness. Not only Feng Wu but fourth martial brother and Saihuan are also alive and well. However, I feel quite disappointed with you. I'll give you a moment to convince me. Otherwise, I will be taking their lives, Han Li said with an indifferent tone. He then raised his hand and caused the floating fireballs to disappear without a trace. Having seen Han Li restrained from attacking, the Rainbow Sect Master and son let out a breath of relief. At the very least, their lives were preserved for a moment more. They feared that Han Li would not listen to Mo Yuju's explanation as he was overwhelmed with fury. As they had more knowledge of cultivators than ordinary mortals, their fear of them was far greater as well. They were fundamentally unable to resist them. Mo Yuju's expression also became relaxed, and after a moment of thought, she spoke in a soft voice, Junior Marshal Brother Han, considering that you've traveled a far distance in order to avenge the Missouri estate on behalf of my father, I must first give you my thanks. However, I must ask Junior Marshal Brother, for what reason are you moving to take revenge on my husband? He didn't move to harm any of those from the Missouri estate. He had only given the order, an order not decided by him but by another party. As for who they are, Junior Marshall brother should know of them as they are also cultivators. Han Li grew startled and muttered to himself for a moment. How could Han Li not understand what Mo Yuju said? The main culprit of those who ruined the Missouri estate were, without doubt, the cultivators of Spirit Beast Mountain. How could Han Li afford to provoke such an enemy? But what's more was that Han Li could not believe the Missouri estate had created an enemy of such a degree. With that in mind, he had only considered to vent anger for Mo Fengwu on behalf of their previous friendship. If it was just that, it would have been fine. After all, regardless of whether the Rainbow Sect Master and his son were innocent, they were still involved in the extermination of the Missouri estate. But now that Mo Yuju had appeared, married to this enemy clan, Han Li began to feel that his assumptions were amiss. He could only let out a long sigh towards the sky. The heavens do love making fools of men. Since a member of the Missouri estate had an opposing view, Han Li naturally would not strain himself to perform such an undesirable task. Thus, after a moment, he slowly spoke with a relaxed expression. Senior Marshall sister's words do hold reason. But regardless of how it is said, these two are complicit and killing them could not be considered unjust. What's more is that once they heard I was a member of the Missouri estate, they had wanted to execute me. It is hard for me to be convinced that they had nothing to do with the extermination of the Missouri estate. With that said, his face was shrouded once more in a layer of cold frost, causing the Rainbow Sect Master and his son to appear fearful once more. However, since Senior Marshall's sister is involved and the wishes of both sisters differ, I have no intention of becoming the evil one and will leave this to be disputed among sisters. I hope that when the time comes, you will be able to talk it over with Fengwu. With that said, he passed on the whereabouts of the Mo Caihuan and Mo Fengwu to her. Having heard this, the Rainbow Sect Master and his son now realized that this cultivator had renounced his desire to kill them and couldn't help but sigh in relief. The Rainbow Sect Master stepped toward with a grand smile, hoping to incur Han Li's favor. However, Han Li's ice-cold gaze caused the old man to shiver. He no longer dared to continue forward. I don't know what methods you used to marry my Senior Marshall sister off to your son, but I don't plan on investigating this irreversible affair. But from now on, you had best treat her well, otherwise. Han Li did not finish his words, but the threat was clearly heard. Junior Marshall brother, you misunderstand. Mo Yuju hastily thought to resolve this misunderstanding, but before she had finished speaking, the old man had interrupted her. Sir Immortal, do not hesitate to be at ease. I will be certain to have Quanzi treat Yuju well. She will not be wronged in the slightest. The Rainbow Sect Master was rather quick-witted, realizing that Han Li didn't want an explanation but a promise. Thus, he gave a sincere agreement. Han Li nodded his head, expressing satisfaction. Mo Yuju's eyes flashed with appreciation. After a moment of hesitation, she gently handed over the young girl sleeping in her arms. Junior Marshall brother Han, since you are an immortal now, please carry her. Her name is Ingning. Perhaps by touching Junior Marshall brother's immortal chi, she will be bound to receive good karma. Mo Yuju softly said. Having heard the beautiful woman say this, Han Li was slightly startled. He then faintly smiled and wordlessly received the child, lowering his head to look at her. The child possessed an innocent appearance lacking any evil, delicate facial features, and white, rosy skin. Although she was still very young, Han Li could faintly see a future Mo Yuju in the making. The young girl still remained soundly asleep with a sweet smile, perhaps because she was too tired from her daytime playing. Han Li strongly resisted his urge to pinch the toddler's chubby cheeks. After a light sigh, he took out a misty white jade pendant from his storage pouch and gently placed it in the child's grasp. He then passed the girl with the pendant back the Mo Yuju. This is passing spirit jade. Although it isn't some rare item, it remains warm during the winter and cool during the summer. In addition, bugs won't dare to approach her. I'll give it to her as a token of remembrance. After going through several great battles, Han Li acquired many spoils of war. Not only did he receive all sorts of magic tools, but he also acquired a few rarely found treasures, the passing spirit jade being one of such treasures. As for tonight's matters, I do not wish for Spirit Beast Mountain to know of them. You two should keep this to yourselves. Han Li suddenly raised his head and coldly glanced at the Rainbow Sect Master and his son. The old man's heart trembled in fear, and he remained silent with a humble appearance. Han Li wordlessly stared at the Rainbow Sect Master for a moment. When he saw that the old man had broken out in a cold sweat, he revealed a smile, and then his body blurred, disappearing without a trace. While the old man was stunned, he felt a hand lightly pat his shoulder. His body immediately stiffened as he slowly turned his head. Han Li was indifferently standing behind him. Does Sir Immortal have any commands? This old man will certainly follow them, the Rainbow Sect Master said with an apprehensive smile. It's nothing. I just wanted to give you a greeting. Han Li replied with a calm expression. A greeting? The old man was startled, not fully understanding Han Li's intentions. But something soon came to mind, and he hastily inspected his body with worry. Fortunately, he didn't find anything unusual and calmed down. Han Li then released his divine wind boat and appeared inside with a flash. After giving a deep glance at the youth and the old man, Han Li coldly chuckled and flew off in a streak of white light. The old man and his son were left completely baffled along with Mo Yuju. As Han Li flew on his divine wind boat, he unconsciously sneered. Although the old man had said that he didn't dare to tell Spirit Beast Mountain about him, Han Li saw something amiss from his expression. Having seen this, Han Li naturally wouldn't ignore a deep schemer who held hatred toward him, even if he was immortal. Therefore, when he had appeared behind him, he secretly took action and had a burrowing worm enter his body with a pat. This insect was very strange. It was the size of a fine hair and was nearly invisible to the naked eye, only completely detectable through spiritual sense. So long as it entered the body, it would slowly crawl through one's blood vessels and eventually reach the heart. After 1 or 2 years, the infected party would start to experience heart pain and an inability to sleep soundly. The symptoms would grow increasingly severe over a span of several months until the heart pain surges, leading to death. It would appear no different than if he had died an ordinary death from heart problems. Even expert cultivators wouldn't find anything wrong in the least unless they knew what to look for beforehand. Since it would occur such a long time after Han Li had patted his shoulder, no association would be made to Han Li. This unscrupulous and strange insect was something Han Li had acquired from the spoils of a Devil Dao cultivator. He initially had no idea what it was until he had someone else appraise it. Now, knowing its purpose and usage, he had used it on the Rainbow Sect Master. With this, he was able to fulfill his promise to Mo Fengwu without appearing evil in front of Mo Yuju. Han Li felt quite pleased with himself. Han Li currently no longer cared if they informed Spirit Beast Mountain that Han Li had been there. After all, he hadn't harmed the father or the son in the slightest. Presumably, Spirit Beast Mountain wouldn't pursue him over such a minor affair. As for the Rainbow Sect Master's son, he seemed decent. Han Li hoped that Mo Yuju would have a happy life with him. With that thought, he flew his divine wind boat to the west of Jiayuan City. He wanted to hurry and resolve this matter of Crooked Soul's peculiarity. Although he didn't know what Crooked Soul was up to, he definitely couldn't just leave him alone. West of Jiayuan City was a tall mountain range filled with dense forest. It was said that poisonous snakes and fierce beasts roamed in these parts. As such, people would rarely tread in that region. This was most likely the main reason why Crooked Soul ran there after the peculiarity had arisen. Han Li silently observed the densely covered mountain range from the sky. After a long while, he took out the soul-guiding bell from his storage pouch. He gradually poured spiritual power into the bell as he grasped it in his palm. A short while later, the soul-guiding bell glowed with faint white light and floated in the air. Go! After he threw the small bell, he formed an incantation gesture with his other hand and softly spat out his command. The soul-guiding bell trembled for a moment before releasing a clear ring. It then flew off at great speed. Han Li faintly smiled and chased after it with his divine wind boat. By using Crooked Soul's blood essence that the bell contained, he was able to easily use the bell to track down where Crooked Soul was located. Naturally, he couldn't do this if the bell was too far away from Crooked Soul. If Crooked Soul was over 500 kilometers away, Han Li would be powerless to act. But now that the bell had responded, Han Li grew happy, knowing that Crooked Soul was concealed nearby. The small bell flew straight for about 15 kilometers before suddenly descending. When Han Li saw this, he knew he had found his objective and immediately grabbed the small bell in midair. Then, he completely covered the small, glowing bell in a layer of azure light. From Sun Ergu's words, Han Li knew that Crooked Soul could now sense the soul-guiding bell. By concealing the bell's aura, he could avoid having Crooked Soul flee. He quietly descended on a small mountain's peak and started to sweep his gaze in every direction. Although it was already dark, Han Li was still able to vaguely see as he was a Foundation establishment cultivator. As a result, he headed straight towards the direction in which the small bell had originally descended, into a large pile of stones on the mountaintop. Han Li walked without the slightest sound as if he was a ghost. From Han Li's measures, he had ultimately caught Crooked Soul completely unaware. Crooked Soul was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock in meditation as if he were refining qi. Hidden behind a rock, Han Li secretly watched Crooked Soul with complete amazement. Han Li was able to feel spiritual qi within Crooked Soul's body. His spiritual qi fluctuations indicated that he was at the 5th or 6th layer of qi refinement, leaving Han Li stunned. Han Li had clearly remembered that Zhang Tai was originally unable to cultivate the eternal spring arts, because he didn't have spiritual roots. Wait, although Zhang Tai was unable to cultivate the eternal spring arts, that didn't mean that he didn't possess any spiritual roots. It only meant that he didn't have would attribute spiritual roots. Could it be that Zhang Tai possessed spiritual roots of another attribute? Han Li thought, suddenly coming to a realization. What were the odds? Dr. Mo was actually able to accept 2 disciples with spiritual roots when a person with spiritual roots couldn't normally be found among 10,000 mortals. With incredulity, Han Li continued his thoughts. It is truly unfortunate. Because he didn't have similar attributed spiritual roots, we ended up with completely different fates. If I happened to not have what attributed spiritual roots, then would I have ended up? Han Li felt a trace of lingering fear in his heart. However, how did Crooked Soul acquire a foundation cultivation technique he could use? Could it be? Han Li seemed to have thought of something and wrinkled his brow. His eyes flashed with malicious intent, but he continued to silently watch Crooked Soul cultivate. After the time it took to eat a meal, Crooked Soul opened his eyes. He stood up and stretched his limbs. His eyes displayed intelligence as if he truly possessed consciousness. But when Han Li saw this, his face only appeared gloomier and his expression held a faint trace of maliciousness. Today's progress wasn't bad. It seems that in 4 months, I won't have to be afraid of the magic tool that controls this body. As Crooked Soul revealed happiness, he heard an ice-cold voice from his side. It seems that your esteemed self is quite satisfied with that body. Who is it? Crooked Soul's expression turned cautious as he hastily looked in the direction of the voice. At this moment, Han Li walked out from concealment with an icy expression. Who are you? You're a Foundation establishment cultivator. When Crooked Soul discovered that he was unable to see through the depth of Han Li's cultivation, he couldn't help but reveal fear. That's what I wanted to know. Why did you occupy and steal that body? That is the body of my close friend, and I personally handed it over to my subordinate for safekeeping. You've occupied that body for so many years, so how about you give me an explanation? Han Li calmly said. This body is yours? Crooked Soul revealed doubt as his eyes continuously shifted about. It was clear that he had some sly plan in mind. When Han Li saw this, he coldly sneered. He suddenly flipped his hand, revealing the soul-guiding bell. What are you doing? When Crooked Soul saw Han Li move, he immediately jumped 10 meters back like a frightened hare. He then stared at Han Li with a face of vigilance. Although he had previously felt the existence of the soul-guiding bell, he did not know its specific form. He also didn't know that the small bell was a magic tool that specialized in controlling his body. He had only believed that Han Li had taken out a magic tool to casually act against him. Han Li's friend and fellow disciple of Dr. Mo, who was later refined into Crooked Soul. Han Li didn't pay any mind to Crooked Soul's alarm and scattered the azure light that enveloped the soul guiding compass. Dang. Han Li tapped his finger against the bell, causing it to lightly ring. Thud. Just as Crooked Soul thought of using this opportunity to escape, he fell to the floor on his back. A life origin magic tool. You have the life origin magic tool for this body, Crooked Soul shouted with fear. It's good that you know. If you don't want to suffer, then you had best give me an explanation of your origins. I am quite curious. How were you able to invade this body? Aren't cultivators unable to possess the bodies of mortals? Han Li asked with a calm expression and a flat voice, as if he were chatting with a close friend. When Crooked Soul heard this, he couldn't help but tremble. Cultivators that possess bodies were loathed in the cultivation world. While it isn't to the degree where they would be exterminated on sight, they absolutely wouldn't be looked upon favorably. With the addition of Han Li's strange behavior, he couldn't help but feel perturbed while vainly dreaming of escaping. Fellow Taoist, please forgive me. I was previously a Foundation establishment cultivator, but I lost my body in a war against an enemy clan. As a result, I had no choice but to occupy this body. Instead of answering Han Li's question, he stood up and gave this explanation with a smile. Really? Han Li indifferently commented. In truth, Han Li was somewhat surprised to hear that he was a Foundation establishment cultivator. However, when Crooked Soul was unable to make out Han Li's thoughts through his indifferent appearance, he couldn't help but become scared and hastily plead. Although this one's cultivation had dropped to the low levels of chi condensation, I still retained a few magic tools and spirit stones. So long as fellow Taoist doesn't pursue this matter, I would be willing to gift them to you. He had spoken humbly. He clearly understood that he had no choice but to yield while under Han Li's control. However, Han Li didn't pay attention to his seductive words and asked after a moment of contemplation, "Are you a cultivator of the seven sects?" Han Li appeared to have casually asked this. According to his knowledge, very few Foundation establishment cultivators existed outside of the seven sects within the state of Yu. Only a few large cultivation clans would possess a number of Foundation establishment cultivators, the Yen clan for example. Seven sects. Ah yes, I am a cultivator of Spirit Beast Mountain. Could it be that your esteemed self is also a seven sects cultivator? Crooked Soul said these words calmly, but Han Li was able to spot a trace of fear within his eyes, causing Han Li to feel great suspicion. So it turns out that fellow Taoist is from Spirit Beast Mountain. How is young Mistress Han Yunji doing? Han Li asked with a faint smile. Han Yunji, I am truly sorry. This one had been in secluded cultivation for so many years and thus has no recollection of the younger disciples. After being surprised momentarily by Han Li's question, he made a forced laugh and self-mockingly said, "You aren't familiar with her? Then how about fellow Taoists tell me the names of a few disciples that you do remember? This one knows many fellow Taoists from Spirit Beast Mountain. Perhaps I might know a few." Han Li flatly continued with his close questioning. This? Crooked Soul appeared somewhat panicked and began shifting his eyes in every direction. His expressions were more honest than his words. Seeing that this person had failed to answer, Han Li's expression grew dark and cold. "Fellow Taoist, you truly disappoint me. You are still hesitating and now I must force you," Han Li said bluntly. With a blur, his body flashed forward and back. Crooked Soul remained motionless in his original location. However, a soul lock talisman was now attached to the center of his chest, removing any opportunity for him to act. With a panicked appearance, he hastily shouted, "Fellow Taoist, what is the meaning of this? We can talk about this." When used on mortals, a soul lock talisman was capable of completely locking down their bodies to the point where they wouldn't be able to speak. But when used against cultivators who possessed magic power, its efficacy was somewhat lacking. Although there were other methods to immobilize weaker cultivators, there were few that left them capable of speaking and expressing emotion. At this moment, Han Li paid no mind to any of his shouts and took out a pitch-black alms bowl from his storage pouch. Once it appeared, A sinister chi filled the air, causing the nearby temperature to drop several degrees. Shortly after, the alms bowl released a ghastly wail and surrounded itself with a strange black fog, causing its ghostly aura to thicken. This was the Soul Congregation Bowl that Han Li had recently acquired. Single-handedly grabbing the magic tool, Han Li ominously glared at Crooked Soul as he approached him. As Crooked Soul stared at the strange alms bowl, he appeared bewildered. But he then immediately thought of something and his expression became nervous. He forced himself to say, "What do you plan on doing? Don't tell me you plan on using a soul refinement technique." When he said the words soul refinement technique, his eyes revealed extreme fear. The soul refinement technique was a notorious, fear-inspiring magic technique in the cultivation world. Some cultivators would even swear death oaths under threat of this wicked magic technique. All of the sects and great clans have specialists that would learn this technique in order to deliver the harshest of punishments to set an example for traitors. This practice had gained it much infamy due to the cruelty involved. It was said that practitioners of this technique were capable of extracting one's soul and using specialized magic techniques to torment them. Rumor has it that direct suffering inflicted on a soul for even a short moment was unbearable even to those with adamant wills. Furthermore, the stronger the cultivator's soul, the greater suffering they would feel. These gruesome details would cause cultivators' faces to pale when they spoke of them. Rumors of the soul refinement technique have spread all across the cultivation world. The best known among them was the rumor that cultivators capable of the soul refinement technique were able to cultivate a soul tool, a tool inseparably linked to their own souls. Only with such a magic tool would the user be able to fully utilize the soul refinement technique and damn the target soul to suffer a fate worse than death. Not many cultivators had personally seen a soul tool, but it was said to release a dense, sinister, and ghostly aura. Its description closely matched the appearance of the Soul Congregation Bowl, a magic tool that had held the souls of over 100 cultivators. Thus, with the threatening appearance of the alms bowl and Han Li's previous threats, this person had mistakenly believed that Han Li was capable of using this soul tool to perform the dreadful soul refinement technique. It was no surprise why he thought this. When someone thought of soul torture, the first thing that came to mind was the soul refinement technique. How could he not have been scared out of his wits? When Han Li heard Crooked Soul's words, he remained expressionless despite the surprise he felt. In fact, Han Li hadn't thought of using the soul refinement technique to threaten him. He only wanted to use the dark, icy chi of the alms bowl to submit his soul to a bit of suffering. But now that Crooked Soul believed that Han Li was capable of using the soul refinement technique, Han Li was prepared to take advantage of his misconception. "I'm going to ask you one more time. Tell me about your origin and why you have impersonated a spirit beast mountain cultivator." Han Li coldly responded with a question of his own, not bothering to answer whether or not he intended to use the soul refinement technique. Han Li's evasive answer caused this person to be more convinced of his previous assumption. With a distressed expression, his lips trembled but no words came out. Seeing this, Han Li didn't continue to talk nonsense. Instead, he started to vaguely mutter an unknown incantation and moved the Soul Congregation Bowl closer to Crooked Soul's face. With regards to the alms bowl's sinister chi, even Han Li, a Foundation establishment cultivator, coldly shivered upon contact with it. As a chi condensation cultivator, Crooked Soul would be affected far more strongly. Thus, as the alms bowl was placed in front of him, he felt his body break out in a strange, extreme chill as if needles of steel had pierced through the depths of his soul and frozen it stiff. After a short moment, he was no longer able to endure the pain and screamed with a twisted expression, "Don't be so hasty. I haven't even used any magic yet. Then, the pain will be 100-fold more." Han Li suddenly whispered these fleeting words in his ear. 100-fold? When Crooked Soul heard this, he nearly lost himself to fear. He was unable to endure the current pain for even a short moment. To endure 100 times the pain would cause his soul to disappear in anguish. Having suffered, Crooked Soul was completely certain that this was the rumored soul refinement technique. Thus, when he saw Han Li form an incantation gesture, He hastily changed his words to avoid further pain. Fellow Taoist, please forgive me. I will speak. Please put away your soul tool and refrain from using the soul refinement technique. Because of the penetration of the alms bowl's cold qi. He stuttered, repeating his words as he shivered. Were it not for the protection of the spiritual qi in his body, as well as the extreme strength of Crooked Soul's body, he would have long been frozen stiff. Had you been so tactful earlier, you could have avoided a bit of pain. Han Li casually moved to put away the alms bowl and spoke as if Crooked Soul had been the one to bring this upon himself. In fact, he inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Because he wouldn't talk, Han Li put away the soul congregation bowl shortly after. This was also because Han Li was no longer able to endure the cold, dark qi of the magic tool, having directly held it in his hand. When Crooked Soul saw that Han Li had truly put away the magic tool, he took a deep breath. It would be best if you didn't think of deceiving me. I will naturally be using magic techniques to test the truth of your words. I hope your esteemed self isn't so stupid as to keep your secrets. Otherwise, I will scatter your soul and ensure that you will never reincarnate. Han Li spoke with a tone colder than ice. Having just suffered greatly, Crooked Soul involuntarily shivered and his expression became extremely unsightly upon hearing those words. Your esteemed self had better avoid calling yourself a rogue cultivator. Otherwise, I'd feel inclined to distrust you. Han Li expressionlessly interrupted him. Crooked Soul bitterly smiled. It appeared that as he was still unresigned, he had thought to say as such. As a result, after some slight hesitation, he dispiritedly said, "It is as fellow Taoist suspects. This one has an unusual identity. He is not from the state of you. You aren't someone from our state of you?" Upon hearing this, Han Li's face revealed a fraction of the shock he felt in his heart. I was actually a controlling spirit sect cultivator from the state of Tiando. Crooked Soul slowly said. The Devil Dao controlling spirit sect. Han Li couldn't help but narrow his eyes and stare at him with a gaze as sharp as a sword. That is correct. I arrived at this place several years ago, but I hadn't expected that one of your country's cultivators would ruin my mystic body and reduce me to this state. As Crooked Soul spoke about the destruction of his body, he wore a helpless expression. After a moment of thought, Han Li asked with raised eyebrows, "Your body was damaged 6 years ago?" As Han Li's voice was calm, Crooked Soul was unable to make out Han Li's interest. He honestly replied, "That's right. After you took possession of this body, you hadn't thought of returning?" Han Li calmly asked. This one had naturally wanted to do so, but it seems your esteemed self doesn't understand much about our Devil Dao. Crooked Soul's face continued to appear helpless. What was the matter? Although I know a few things about the Devil Dao, they are only bits and pieces from rumors. Han Li openly admitted. Our Devil Dao is particular about how strength is truth and how the weak are just prey for the strong. Only with strength would one be able to enjoy authority. Originally, my position at the controlling spirit sect wasn't low. I had a dainty, pretty Dao companion and a few obedient disciples. But now that my cultivation has greatly diminished, those things would no longer be mine if I returned. My position would most likely be coveted by my fellow disciples and fall to a hidden scheme. Crooked Soul explained with a cold smile. After hearing this, Han Li wrinkled his brow and remained silent. Crooked Soul continued. This one's cultivation was lowered to this stage because he took possession of this body. Thus, this one is confident that he will be able to restore his cultivation within 40 years and will be able to openly return. What? Did Taoist friend believe that I wish to remain in this backwater place where even birds don't go to shit? From what you've said, you haven't encountered any other cultivators while you hid nearby Jiayuan City. None. Taoist friend is the first cultivator from the state of you I've seen after taking possession of this body, he said with an uneasy appearance. Then why is it that you tried to impersonate a spirit beast mountain cultivator at the start? Han Li closely continued with his interrogation. I believed that your esteemed self was a 7-sex cultivator and didn't want to put myself at a disadvantage. Crooked Soul brightly assured. Having heard that, Han Li suddenly smiled. Is that the truth? Han Li amiably asked. However, his kind appearance caused Crooked Soul to feel a chill down his back. That's right. Could it be that fellow Taoist is unsatisfied with something? He cautiously asked with an uneasy expression. I've previously heard people say that it is easiest to deceive others with words holding 7 parts truth and 3 parts lies. I wonder, how much of what your esteemed self told me just now is true? Han Li slowly said this as he stared at him. Hee. Taoist friend's suspicions are far too strong. I am telling the truth. Crooked Soul was clearly uneasy, but once he thought of the consequences of telling the truth, he could only boldly continue to hold his ground. How about I mention a few things first? Your devil Tao has already invaded our state of you. As such, we are now enemies. Thus, I now feel disinclined from torturing you for any secrets. I'll just rip out your soul and save myself some time. Han Li sinisterly said with a calm expression. Having recently suffered, Crooked Soul's complexion turned pale. Invade your state of you? How is this possible? The timing is clearly off. In an instant, his pale face revealed an expression of remorse. Han Li felt shocked. You knew of this matter? It seems I've truly underestimated you. Regardless, even if your status in the controlling spirit sect was great, you are currently only a chi refinement cultivator. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Han Li gradually narrowed his gaze and said with a menacing expression. Han Li turned his hand, causing the Soul Congregation bowl to appear once more. Its dense, cold chi immediately filled the air. But what happened next left Han Li stunned. Crooked Soul didn't reveal any fear and stared at the alms bowl with a strange expression, causing Han Li to feel ill at ease. Han Li couldn't use the soul refinement technique. He was only using it as a threat. If Crooked Soul truly intended to die, then Han Li could only watch on as he perished, taking his body with him. He did have a few soul extraction spells among the secret blood sacrificial techniques, but unfortunately, he hadn't practiced them in the least. Just as Han Li thought this, Crooked Soul let out a long sigh before saying, I have a few secrets on me. Furthermore, it has much to do with the life and death of your 7 sects. However, what will guarantee that you will spare me after I reveal them? You might just kill me and refine my soul afterwards. When he said the words soul refinement, he couldn't help but twitch. Having heard Crooked Soul speak so solemnly, Han Li stroked his nose and put away the alms bowl once more. What guarantee do you want? So long as it is reasonable, I will consider it. Han Li responded indifferently, as if he didn't consider the secrets to be of importance. Humph! I cannot trust a common oath. But to the best of my knowledge, those that cultivate the soul refinement technique are able to swear forbidden oaths with their soul tools. If they were to break them, then their soul refinement technique will backlash and kill them. All right, I agree. Han Li agreed with the slightest hesitation, coldly laughing in his heart. After that, Han Li took out the Soul Congregation bowl and made a death pledge in accordance to Crooked Soul's words. Seeing Han Li so easily and cleanly swear the oath, Crooked Soul grew suspicious and faintly felt that something was amiss. I swore your death pledge. Don't tell me that you have other conditions? Han Li stonily interrupted Crooked Soul's doubts, deliberately revealing discontent. Of course not. This one knows what happens to those who are greedy. However, before I divulge these secrets, Taoist friend must first tell me about the current circumstances of our devil Tao and your 7 sects, as I am unsure whether this information is outdated. Crooked Soul was distracted for a moment before explaining with a big smile. Han Li revealed a slight trace of hesitation before slowly describing the current circumstances of the 7 sects and devil Tao. Crooked Soul attentively listened, but once he heard of the great battle that was to take place in a month, his face revealed a slight sneer. Han Li, who had been paying close attention to his face, clearly saw this. Once Han Li finished, Crooked Soul muttered to himself for a moment before starting. What he said first left Han Li at a loss for words. Taoist friend, if you are willing to hear me out, you have no need to hurry over to the 7 sects border camp. It is very likely the seven sects and the cultivators of their allied countries will have already been defeated. If you go, then you will only be throwing your life away, Crooked Soul said with a strange expression. With an indifferent face, Han Li coldly stared at him, waiting for an explanation. The controlling spirit sect cultivator couldn't help but be impressed with Han Li's collected demeanor. Although he felt increasing trepidation toward Han Li, he still continued. You probably don't know it, but Spirit Beast Mountain was actually one of our own sections. They had never actually broken their secret relations with our controlling spirit sect, and their recent rebellion was just a cover. If I'm not mistaken, this cover was prepared by the six sects in order to wait for the cultivators of the two allied countries, dealing with the three countries' cultivators in a single move. Presumably, after the battle is over, our Devil Dao will reign over several countries. These slowly narrated words secretly left Han Li in shock. Cover? Isn't this too much? Spirit Beast Mountain took the initiative to reveal their relationship with your controlling spirit sect. It would have been better if they had kept it hidden, Han Li asked with an unsightly expression after recovering from his shock. Did fellow Taoists truly believe that the other six sects didn't know of Spirit Beast Mountain's origins? Apart from Spirit Beast Mountain, there is another sect among your seven sects that was once a branch of the Devil Dao, the most powerful among the state of you, the Masked Moon sect. The Masked Moon sect once originated from the Harmonious Bond sect. However, the Masked Moon sect ambitiously planned to become independent and have truly broken their ties with the Harmonious Bond sect several hundred years ago. The words of the controlling spirit sect cultivator continued to leave Han Li in shock. Even so, many cultivators were killed in that attack, including two core formation cultivators. To take such losses just to conceal Spirit Beast Mountain is inconceivable. Han Li wrinkled his brow, unwilling to be easily convinced. If no core formation cultivators died, then how would the other six sects have been convinced? Furthermore, are you really sure that those two core formation cultivators were genuine? Crooked Soul sneered. You mean? Han Li stared at Crooked Soul with surprise. To the best of my knowledge, our Devil Dao sect possesses 2 or 3 forbidden techniques that forcefully raises the cultivation of a foundation establishment cultivator to nearly the point of core formation. Naturally, there are great defects to these techniques, and they can basically only be used once on a cultivator. Once used, death by ruptured meridians was inevitable and the duration of their flared cultivation was pitifully short. However, this would have been enough to trick the seven sects for one battle. Han Li grew silent and was mostly convinced. With that in consideration, Spirit Beast Mountain could strike at an opportune moment during the confrontation between the 6 devilish Dao sects and the 7 sects along with their allies, and easily collapse the 7 sects' arranged formations. With broken formations, the 7 sects and their allies would be defenseless, falling prey to the Devil Dao. Even if what you said was true, the time for the decisive battle has not yet arrived. If I were to make a report, wouldn't I be able to turn the tide of the battle? Why would I want to run away? After muttering to himself for a moment, Han Li asked with doubt. Do you really believe our Devil Dao will strike in accordance to the time that was agreed? According to our original plans, this announcement was to confuse our opponents and leave them vulnerable as they prepared. Although I don't know the specifics, I reckon that within a few days, our Devil Dao would launch a surprise attack on the main camp. That should be the moment when the 7 sects will be most relaxed and reinforcements still distant. Does fellow Taoists truly believe that your information would arrive in time and that the upper echelons would even believe you? Crooked Soul smirked, clearly relishing the disaster that was about to befall the 7 sects. Han Li's calm expression finally broke, feeling worried in his heart. If the 7 sects were truly defeated, his coming days would not be easy. He would have to roam across foreign countries to avoid pursuit from the Devil Dao. His only other choice would be to repair the ancient transportation formation and start a new life of cultivation in a foreign land. Your esteemed self appears to fully understand the Devil Dao's plans. It seems your status was truly high. There is no need to worry. I'm not interested in finding out your true identity. However, I must ask if you have any evidence for this. You can't possibly expect me to be completely convinced with just words. Yes, Han Li solemnly asked after a moment of thought. Han Li's question stunned the controlling spirit cultivator for a moment. In a moment of desperation, I had already lost my body. Does fellow Taoist truly believe there is any evidence that was left behind? If fellow Taoist has some patience, he will only have to wait a few days to hear the results of the battle. Crooked Soul bitterly smiled before answering as if it had nothing to do with him. Han Li coldly smiled in response. Without a body, your soul somehow managed to escape. However, you're still alive and were even able to recover your magic tools and other valuables. I'm sure you were able to recover such evidence as well. Han Li coolly said, striking at the heart of the matter and causing Crooked Soul's bitter smile to freeze. Hee. It seems I truly cannot conceal this from fellow Taoist. Yes, I do possess a few secret letters between Spirit Beast Mountain and my own sect. In fact, I was in charge of relaying information in the state of you several years ago. But I wouldn't have thought. When Han Li exposed him, Crooked Soul revealed slight embarrassment. Han Li inwardly sighed in response to his admission. This person was surprisingly crafty. It seems he'd have to be a bit more careful. He didn't even know his age. Where did you put it? As Han Li bluntly asked this question, he started to sweep his gaze across Crooked Soul's body. The jade slip letters are in my storage pouch. I placed it at a nearby cave. How about I bring fellow Taoist there? Crooked Soul appeared to be rather cooperative. You don't have it on hand? Han Li's gaze flashed with doubt. As you know, this body is a reanimated corpse. Although it far exceeds ordinary men, it had lost a majority of its senses. Therefore, I fear that during an unknown moment of carelessness, I would lose my storage pouch. For that reason, I left it behind at my dwelling. Crooked Soul explained this with difficulty, causing Han Li to feel something was amiss. Han Li didn't say anything and carefully searched his body, ending up empty-handed. He then asked with an icy tone, "Where is the cave? I will go and find it." Seeing that Han Li was so very cautious, Crooked Soul could only gloomily tell Han Li its location. Han Li nodded and turned to depart. But something suddenly came to mind, and he turned around to ask, "How did you enter that corpse?" Although the body would be easier to possess as it doesn't contain a soul, it still isn't a cultivator's body. Han Li was genuinely curious. "I don't know." His answer caused Han Li's face to darken. But without waiting for Han Li to speak, Crooked Soul hastily explained, "I truly don't know why. During that time, I dragged my heavily injured body to Jiayuan City and was on the verge of death. I could only desperately eject my soul and search in every direction for a cultivator to possess. However, I was unable to find a cultivator anywhere nearby. Just when I was about to give up hope, I found this soulless corpse. In a moment of desperation, I attempted to enter its body. Against all my expectations, I was truly amazed that I had succeeded. The controlling spirit sect cultivator appeared to be incredulous from this as well. Han Li remained silent and stared at him for a moment. He suddenly walked toward Crooked Soul and slapped 2 additional soul lock talismans on his body before vanishing into the darkness. Crooked Soul was left behind with a bitter expression. But a short while later, Han Li returned with a strange glare in his eyes. Han Li was able to easily find the cave using the directions given. It didn't appear to be very large. With a wave of his hand, a moonlight stone flew out of his storage pouch. Hovering above his head, the moonlight stone illuminated his surroundings. Then, he looked into the dark cave and pondered for a moment before taking out his white scale shield and tortoise shell. With the 2 magic tools protecting his front, he carefully walked inside. Like Han Li expected, the cave was not large. After walking for about 25 meters, he saw a cave wall blocking his path, the presumable end of the cave. Han Li turned his sharp gaze and found nothing strange. He then lowered his head and looked at the ground. According to what Crooked Soul said, the storage pouch should be buried underneath a bluestone and should be easy to find. As expected, about 6 meters away, he found a meter-tall pitch-black chunk of what appeared to be stone. Without thinking much further, he took several steps forward and closely examined it under the moonlight stone's gentle light. Han Li exhaled in surprise. Stone it was not. It was clearly a large pile of remains, bones with traces of rotting flesh that released the faint smell of blood. After recovering from his astonishment, he discovered that the bones were from fierce predators such as tigers and leopards and had traces of teeth marks as if something had been biting them. Having seen this, Han Li sunk into thought before inwardly shouting, "Not good!" He hastily turned to leave the cave. However, it was already too late. A black shadow scuttled out of some unknown place and fiercely knocked against Han Li's white scale shield. Suddenly, he was thrown off with intense force and fiercely slammed into the cave wall. Although he was shielded, the pain nearly caused him to pass out. What is this monster? Han Li thought this with furious alarm through the severe pain. But without waiting for Han Li to fall from the cave wall, the shadow pounced toward him once more. Han Li reacted in fear, hurriedly placing both his defensive magic tools in front of him. Dang! A clear ring surprised Han Li. This time, the impact didn't carry a great force. Bang! However, the white scale shield was evenly split into two pieces and had fallen onto the floor. Han Li nearly bit his tongue from terror. Inconceivable! That monster was actually able to split his white scale shield in two.